Chapter 156. The first match of the death group was between Xiao Han and Crown Prince Hualai. Because of the two remaining matches, the disparity between the strong and the weak was too obvious. Mo Qingtong and Fatty Zhu each had a place in the main competition. Therefore, everyone's attention was focused on the battle between Xiao Han and Crown Prince Hualai. This battle could be said to be the highlight of this year's Southern Region qualifiers. In the arena, Crown Prince Hualai was dressed in white. Every step he took caused lava to boil and volcanoes to erupt. His eyebrows were like swords, and his eyes were filled with arrogance and conceit. He looked down on everything. A golden light appeared in the depths of Xiao Chen's eyes. A blazing sun slowly rose from the top of his head, radiating sunlight everywhere. A three-legged golden crow lay quietly in the blazing sun, its aura as deep as the sea. All 42 true acupoints went berserk, and every single one of them was like a volcano that could destroy the world. Crown Prince Hualai stood there amidst the boundless flames. His true energy seemed to have been tempered and strengthened. Each strand of true energy was constantly being reformed within the flames. The shape and quality of his true energy were becoming more and more perfect. Crown Prince Hualai's entire body emanated an aura of perfection, as if there were no flaws or weaknesses to be found. Xiao Han quietly stood in front of Crown Prince Hualai. His undying golden body surged with golden light, and the word treasure and runes revolved around him. Xiao Han's strong flesh shell allowed him to stand steadily on the arena that was already filled with flames. He would not be harmed. Xiao Han, in the end, you still fell into my hands. Crown Prince Hualai was overbearing as he stared at Xiao Han. I, Hualai, am a heaven-warping genius. In this life, I must become a demon hero. No one can stop me. Whoever dares to stop me, I will destroy them. Once I get rid of you, I'll be able to participate in the main competition. I'm really looking forward to it. Xiao Han was as calm as still water, but his eyes were filled with an uncontrollable battle intent. You and your master are both so annoying, Yi Zichen said. In the auditorium, many of the audience were also discussing fervently. What do you all think of this battle? If Xiao Han could defeat Xia Feng, wouldn't Crown Prince Hualai be tortured to death by him? Ha! I don't think so. Crown Prince Hualai had 42 true acupoints opened in his body, and his true qi was at the 5th level. Throughout the history of the southern region, it was rare to see someone in their early 20s at the 5th stage of true qi. In terms of cultivation, Crown Prince Hualai could be said to be the strongest in this southern region qualifier. Furthermore, he was the disciple of the Great Sun Emperor and cultivated the Great Sun Heart Sutra. Do not underestimate Crown Prince Hualai. Before this, Crown Prince Hualai had not met any experts. Along the way, he won easily, causing others to misjudge and think that Crown Prince Hualai's battle strength is ordinary. In reality, they are completely wrong. Yes, Xiao Han's true qi is at the 3rd level, while Prince Hualai's true qi is at the 5th level. The gap between the two is not small. Moreover, Xiao Han had risked his life to carve out a bloody path, so he had consumed a lot of energy. Especially after defeating Xia Feng's saber attack, his mental energy was almost drained, and his saber intent was exhausted. As for Crown Prince Hualai, he waited patiently. It was impossible for this battle to be one-sided. In fact, Crown Prince Hualai might even gain the upper hand. In the seats of the Pure Cloud sect, Junior brother Fong Ling, what do you think? Dong Fong Qin asked. Hualye reminds me of the great son of heaven when he was young. In time, Hualye will be another great son of heaven, showing off his abilities and commanding the world. But now that he met junior brother Xiao Han, when two tigers fight, one will definitely be injured. Fong Ling frowned. At least, junior brother Xiao Han still has the demon race's secret technique as his trump card. Therefore, no one dares to say that they can win against junior brother Xiao Han. On the void viewing platform, the great son of heaven's expression was nervous and resentful. He was burning with hatred, and his eyes were like the scorching sun. Hateful. This Xiao Han, although he had a fortuitous encounter 2 years ago, he was just an ant, a small aphid, not even comparable to dregs. I can kill hundreds or thousands of him with a flip of my palm. But now, he is actually on par with Hualye. Great Sun, we can't let this kid grow any further. The Dragon Bone Saint Saber said with deep meaning. All along, The number and quality of the demon heroes of our Blazing Sun Empire has been able to suppress the Fire Beacon Empire. We can't lose to the younger generation. Don't worry, my disciple Wuxia will torture Xiaohan to death. The great son of heaven nodded heavily. On the stage, Xiaohan, you have learned a lot, but it is mixed and impure. Today I will let you see what true power is. Crown Prince Hualai laughed sinisterly and suddenly attacked. Great Sun Heart Sutra, Great Sun God Fist. Boom! A fist the size of a few mu directly hammered down towards Xiaohan. This fist was shining with golden light, as if it was sculpted from the sun. There were many talisman characters and pictures engraved on it. It was grand and magnificent, and it was surrounded by flames. This fist seemed to be able to communicate with the world of flames. Its power was like the roar of a demon god, suppressing everything under the heavens. Puh, 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 puh. The 42 acupoints on Crown Prince Hualai's body spewed out lava at the same time. The stage shook, and all the airflow was ignited. Right now, those with slightly weaker cultivation, even if they stood on the stage, would instantly be melted into steam. Not to mention blocking Crown Prince Hualai's attack. Even an opponent at the 4th level of True Qi could not withstand the temperature of the stage. Xiaohan was at the 3rd level of True Qi. Logically speaking, he should have been instantly melted. But his flesh was too strong, and his indestructible golden body had been trained to an extremely high level. Thus, he remained calm. With just this bit of ability, you want to suppress me? Xiaohan's heart slightly moved. Xiao, a strand of supreme saber intent condensed into a 2-zhong-long saber light. It cut through the void, destroying the heavens and the earth, and directly chopped towards the golden fist. Pooh! The middle stage saber intent was indeed unstoppable. With just a slight cut, the golden fist was sliced into pieces. Everything collapsed. The saber intent did not weaken, and directly crushed towards Crown Prince Hualai. The saber intent continuously spewed out unparalleled saber energy. The surrounding flames and sunlight were continuously disintegrated. Wherever the saber light passed, a whirlpool would appear, producing a suction force that completely absorbed the flames. This caused the saber light to gradually transform into a flaming saber. Xiao. The saber intent cut towards Crown Prince Hualai. Xiaohan began his counterattack. However, the saber intent that could reach 10 times the speed of sound in the air, under the dense flames and sunlight of the stage, was actually met with great resistance, and its speed was greatly reduced. Moreover, Xiaohan's mental power had yet to recover, causing the power of this saber intent to be unable to reach its peak state. It was somewhat weakened. Ha 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 ha. Crown Prince Hualai's right hand grabbed the saber intent. Puchi! This strand of saber intent was crushed by him. There are 3,000 great daras. You think that just because you have comprehended saber intent or sword intent, you are invincible? Ridiculous! My Great Sun Heart Sutra is a peerless godly technique that Master found in an ancient ruin. Destroying saber intent and sword intent is nothing difficult. All of Crown Prince Hualai's true meridians began to move. Every true meridian spewed out endless magma. Above his head, a flame monarch's shadow appeared, ruling over the world of flames and descending upon the world of flames. Xiaohan! It's over! Suddenly, within the blazing sun above Crown Prince Hualai's head, the 3-legged golden crow opened its eyes and let out a cry. With a flap of its wings, it flew out from the blazing sun and flew towards Xiaohan. This 3-legged golden crow's body instantly expanded to 12 acres in size. Its entire body shone with a dazzling light, even exceeding the brilliance of the sun. The heavens and earth were swept up by waves of fire and sunlight, and the pressure was overwhelming. Numerous deities appeared, put their palms together, and chanted Sanskrit. Boundless flames were burning, volcanoes were erupting, and magma was wreaking havoc. There was also the sunlight that could deliver all living things from suffering, exploding everywhere. Even the sea could be evaporated in an instant. Crown Prince Hualai was born with a fire attribute physique, and was able to display the Great Sun Heart Sutra to its fullest. Wherever the 3-legged golden crow passed, the entire space would emit crackling sounds, causing cracks to spread everywhere. This move was so terrifying. In the spectator stands, there were cries of shock. Crown Prince Hualai truly lives up to his reputation. This move is too tyrannical. It has the power to destroy the world. This is the suppression of realms and true qi, causing Xiao Han to be at a disadvantage. The Great Sun Heart Sutra is indeed powerful. Once Crown Prince Hualai reaches the 6th level True Qi, he will start expanding his meridians, and his attack power will increase crazily. On the stage. This is your strongest attack? Break for me. Xiao Han's will was as hard as a boulder, immortal and indestructible. Facing Crown Prince Hualai's fierce attack, his heart was like still water, unperturbed and calm. Hong. First, the 30 true meridians in Xiao Han's body released a cold icy light. A 10-zhong long hornless dragon scuttled out from Xiao Han's body, spewing out icy cold air, causing the ice crystals on the stage to fall. This hornless dragon profound ice true qi lowered the temperature of the stage. Although the hornless dragon was quickly melted by the three-legged golden crow, it also consumed a bit of the three-legged golden crow's power. Xiao Han did not hesitate to exhaust his hornless dragon profound ice true qi in order to lower the three-legged golden crow's destructive power. Next, Xiao Han's flesh shook, causing the heavens and earth to collapse. His 800,000 cauldrons of flesh was released. Destroy! My flesh is boundlessly tyrannical, as deep as the ocean, surging like the tide, breaking all techniques. I don't care what Great Sun Heart Sutra you are, I will destroy them all. Xiao Han leapt out and punched the three-legged golden crow. The power of this punch was like a million volcanoes erupting at the same time, stars falling to the ground, and wild beasts reviving. This punch caused Xiao Han to surge with a crazy confidence that the heavens and earth were in his grasp. As he punched out, a destructive storm of energy gushed out from Xiao Han's fist. Pang! The three-legged golden crow was stuck in the air by Xiao Han's punch, spasming non-stop. Furthermore, Xiao Han's body was surging with golden light, causing the three-legged golden crow's power to be reflected by 20%. In the next moment, ka, the three-legged golden crow actually began to disintegrate and disintegrate. In the audience, Xiao Han's flesh is as powerful as the ocean. Too powerful. A single punch destroyed Crown Prince Hualai's attack. With this flesh, tearing apart a great luan with his bare hands is like playing with a toy. On the stage. Good. Crown Prince Hualai shouted good 3 times. Flesh and body tempering technique, both are not bad. This forced this Crown Prince to use my ultimate move. Ha. Alright, Xiao Han, this Crown Prince has never used this move before. Now, I will use it on you and let you die a worthy death. In the next moment, Hong. The three-legged golden crow shattered into countless golden fragments that were all absorbed by Crown Prince Hualai's body. Following that, the blazing sun above Crown Prince Hualai's head also shattered, turning into rays of golden light that flowed into Crown Prince Hualai's body. Crown Prince Hualai's aura began to rise. It was unstoppable. His body also began to grow inch by inch. A layer of golden light began to appear on the surface of his skin. It was dazzling, making him look like a golden Buddha. Hong. Crown Prince Hualai's aura doubled. Hong. Crown Prince Hualai's aura doubled. Hong. Crown Prince Hualai's aura tripled. What? Crown Prince Hualai's strength and quality of his true qi doubled. What kind of godly technique is this? If it continues to grow like this, how strong will it be? The spectators were all boiling up. Void viewing platform. Great Sun 9 Heavens. Great Sun Heart Sutra's ultimate move. Great Sun Son of Heaven laughed steadily. Attack power increased by 9 times. Just a mere Xiao Han, I can pinch him however I want and abuse him however I want. Oh, so it's this move? Powerful. Great Sun, this Great Sun 9 Heavens caused Hualai's 42 true meridians to burn all the Great Sun's true qi, instantly increasing his attack power and aura by 9 times. It was almost enough to sweep away anyone in the realm of 5th level true qi. Of course, he would be extremely exhausted after this and would need a long time to recover. Dragon Bone Saint Blade nodded. When the time comes, let Hualai consume some treasured medicine to recover. Great Sun Son of Heaven's wisdom was in his grasp. Sect leader, Hualai, this kid actually learned Great Sun 9 Heavens. Xiao Mingchu's pupil shrunk. This is the last move of the Great Sun Heart Sutra. I have personally witnessed Great Sun Son of Heaven burning his true qi, increasing his battle power by 9 times and killing a demon emperor. Could it be that senior brother Xiao Han is going to be defeated in the last battle? Let's wait and see. Crow's face tensed up. On the stage. Increase in aura and attack power? You want to go all out? Fine, I will play with you. Xiao Han was not afraid, sticking out his tongue and licking his lips. The next moment. Ho! Activating the Emperor's true qi, a 10-zhong long true dragon flew out. The Emperor's aura could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. Next. Puqi. The true dragon combusted. It turned into a dazzling pillar of light, rolling into Xiao Han's body. Xiao Han's aura instantly increased. Xiao Han's true qi royal robe, the sun, moon and stars, the mountains and rivers, all rolled continuously, his aura rising steadily. He pointed at the sky and stomped on the ground, his battle intent surging. His entire body radiated a destructive, unstoppable, terrifying power. With a slight movement of his body, ghosts and gods would be destroyed. Xiao Han's aura and true qi quality, true qi strength, also increased by 2 times. 2 times. 2 times. 3 times. The Emperor is furious. Igniting the Emperor's true qi, I have 30 true meridians, increasing my true qi strength and aura by 30 times. What? Xiao Han's strength and aura are also increasing crazily? Heavens! These two are going all out. Amazing! Too amazing! Peerless Tang Sec's latest chapter. Chapter 157. Xiao Han and Crown Prince Hualai both ignited their own qi, using it to increase their battle strength. Crown Prince Hualai's Great Sun 9 Heavens ignited all the Great Sun qi stored in his 42 acupoints, increasing his battle strength by 9 times. Divine light like the sea. Xiao Han's dragon face was furious. He ignited all the Emperor's qi stored in 30 acupoints, increasing his battle strength by 30 times. His aura was like that of a tyrant. When the Emperor was angry, the mountains and rivers turned into ashes, everything turned into powder. In an instant, the entire stage was like a raging storm. Majestic mountains and rivers. Magnificent waves. Majestic aura. The entire audience was silent. Void viewing platform. This article is from Xiao Han, this kid, actually knows how to burn his true qi to increase his battle prowess? The confident expression on the face of the Emperor of the Great Sun froze in an instant and died in the womb. His voice also trembled slightly. Great Sun, don't be impatient. The dragon bone saint blade trembled. Hualai's qi is at the 5th level. Xiao Han's qi is at the 3rd level. Both ignited their qi, but the quality of Hualai's qi is 2 levels higher than Xiao Han's. Moreover, the Great Sun qi is not something ordinary qi can compare with. Sect leader. Junior brother Xiao Han ignited all of his Emperor's qi, increasing his battle strength. Xiao Mingchu's eyes shone brightly. Junior brother Xiao Han's aura is too strong, shaking the heavens and earth, unparalleled. TSK. This fellow has too many trump cards. The heavenly devil old man shook his head at the side. All right, Xiao Han will definitely win this round. Wu Li calmly picked up a cup of fragrant tea from the table and started to savor it. On the stage, Xiao Han and Crown Prince Hualai had already ignited all their qi. Both of them were wrapped in golden light, looking like ancient golden giants. Their aura was so strong that it could swallow everything, dominating the wilderness. Above the arena, an illusory image of a blazing sun appeared, standing tall against the illusory image of the Son of Heaven, standing as equals. Xiao Han. Crown Prince Hualai's voice was as powerful as an ancient demon. To think that you also ignited all of your qi. But it's useless. I am at the 5th level, you are at the 3rd level. The gap between us is enough for me to crush you. Trash. Dong dong dong. Crown Prince Hualai stomped on the ground as he walked towards Xiao Han. He wanted to crush Xiao Han. Humph. So what if you're at the 5th stage of true qi? So what if the quality of your zhen qi is better than mine? When I burn the Emperor's origin true qi, it's several times more powerful than burning the spirit turtle's true qi and the hornless dragon's profound ice true qi. Moreover, with a 30 times increase in true qi strength, I don't believe I can't smash you to death. Xiao Han fearlessly walked towards Crown Prince Hualai. Both of their auras were raised to the peak. Moreover, they didn't want to use other methods to kill each other. They wanted to use pure violence to crush each other. Only then could they vent their hatred. In the auditorium. My god. This was like a duel between two primordial giants. Both of their powers are unimaginably terrifying. I'm afraid even the arena will be destroyed by them. They're going to fight. Finally. Xiao Han and the Great Sun Emperor were already nearing. Xiao Han. Go to hell. This Crown Prince will crush you into dust. Crown Prince Hualai's eyes were about to pop out as he roared. Hualai, today I will make sure you die without a complete corpse. Xiao Han's aura pierced through the heavens and earth. Pang! Pang! Both of their fists collided. It was actually a collision without any fancy moves. Using violence to curb violence. Hong! In an instant, their auras shook the heavens and earth. Violent energy soared into the sky. Even the air above the arena was destroyed. It was as if it was about to turn into chaos. Pang! Pang! Both of their fists collided again. Mushroom clouds exploded in all directions. In this kind of situation, any normal martial artist who entered the arena rashly would be crushed to pieces. Xiao Han ignited the Emperor's true qi to increase his true qi strength by 30 times. With the addition of the Emperor's aura, his power was actually a level higher than the pure physical strength. However, this kind of attack could not be sustained for long. He had to end this battle quickly. Die for me! Xiao Han didn't delay any longer. Both of his fists hammered out continuously. Every punch landed on Crown Prince Hualai's body. Crown Prince Hualai seemed to have gone crazy. He kept on attacking Xiao Han. The two of them were like ruffians fighting in the marketplace. They tangled together and attacked each other violently. Their fight caused the stars to tremble. Endless air currents flowed in all directions. Even the void kept on collapsing. The sound of fists hitting flesh caused people's hearts to palpitate. The earth seemed to be sinking. The heavens seemed to be collapsing. The entire audience stood up. Their legs went soft as they looked at the primitive and barbaric scene on the arena. Even the old-timers and almighty experts in the spectator stands were rooted to the ground, their eyes fixed on the scene. After the two of them had punched each other hundreds of times, they seemed to be exhausted. Or maybe it was because their true qi had been completely burnt. The aura of both of them started to weaken bit by bit and gradually returned to normal. The two of them retreated, and retreated again. After retreating 10 steps, they stopped. The arena was completely silent. The audience was as silent as a graveyard. Everyone was rubbing their eyes, wanting to see the result of the battle. Is it over? Who won? I can't seem to tell. It seems to be a draw. No one gained the upper hand. On the arena, Xiao Han. Crown Prince Hualai's face was cold. His whole body was covered in sweat. After burning his great sun true qi, he was completely exhausted and on the verge of collapse. You are only just you alone cannot defeat this Crown Prince. This Crown Prince will be an all-powerful hero in the future. My name will shake the mountains and rivers. Sooner or later, I will crush an ant like you. Xiao Han laughed involuntarily and shook his head. Fellow powerful existences. It is a draw. Crown Prince Hualai raised his head and looked at the viewing platform. Xiao Han cannot defeat me, Hualai. However, at this moment, between Crown Prince Hualai's brows that were white, translucent and lustrous like jade, a hairline crack had suddenly appeared. Crown Prince Hualai's face stiffened. His domineering and disdainful eyes suddenly became dull and lifeless. Immediately after, a hair-like crack appeared on Hualai's white chest. In an instant, on Hualai's face, his body, his hands, his feet, his back, densely packed and crisscrossed cracks appeared. It caused his entire body to look like a delicate porcelain that had been shattered. It was a ghastly sight. This is, what is going on? Crown Prince Hualai's face revealed an expression of extreme confusion and fear. All right. Shatter. Ashes to ashes. Dust to dust. Xiao Han shook his head, turned around and slowly left the stage. The entire place was as quiet as a ghost town. Hundreds of thousands of pairs of eyes unwaveringly stared at Hualai. Pucci! Finally, on Hualai's left shoulder, a few cracks spread and gathered together. It directly broke a large piece of skin, muscles and bones. A handful of powder scattered. Pucci! 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 Cracks continuously appeared on Hua Lai's body. His entire body was immediately filled with potholes and densely packed hair-like cracks. They started to expand and break apart. Ah! Master. Disciple seems to have died. No. Disciple cannot die. Disciple must become. Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, Hua Lai's entire body finally exploded and turned into a handful of powder that drifted with the wind. Not even his bones remained. It turned out that after exchanging hundreds of punches, every punch that Hua Lai landed on Xiao Han would be reflected back by Xiao Han's indestructible golden body by 20%, injuring himself. After a few hundred punches, Hua Lai's flesh shell was already broken into pieces. His life was completely extinguished. When the wind blew, his entire body collapsed. He actually died from being crushed alive. Void viewing platform. Hua Lai, disciple Hua Lai. Great Sun Emperor suddenly stood up. His eyes were spewing blood as he growled in a low voice. He was like an enraged beast that wanted to eat someone. His voice was like the mournful cry of the cuckoo's blood-crying apes. My beloved disciple Hua Lai. Roar. Xiao Han. Xiao Han. You will die a horrible death. I will definitely skin you alive and pull out your tendons. Dang. In this world, there is no place for you to hide anymore. We cannot live under the same sky. This hatred cannot be washed away even with the water of 3 rivers and 5 lakes. The bald old man also stood up and said indifferently. Enough, Great Sun Emperor. Don't lose your composure. The winner will be the king in the arena. Although Hua Lai is enchanting, he is still not Xiao Han's match. He is just not as skilled. I also feel that it is a pity. However, these are the rules of the game. Back then, you, Great Sun Emperor, stood out from the preliminaries and entered the main competition. You also killed many geniuses of the same generation. A general success is built on the bones of 10,000 people. Enough. If you have any dissatisfaction, leave quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for banishing you. The bald old man was an old antique of the southern mountain range. He was an experienced demon hero. His cultivation level and battle strength were unfathomable. He was a legendary figure himself. Thus, he did not need to give any face to the great Sun Crown Prince. Xiao Han, this person, knows the secrets of the demon race and has fallen into the demon Dao. Great Sun Emperor bared his teeth. Whether Xiao Han has fallen into the demon Dao or not, it is not up to you, Great Sun Emperor, to judge. The bald old man's face was cold. Great Sun, let's go. The dragon bone Saint Blade grabbed hold of Great Sun Emperor, who had lost his composure. It is not too late to take revenge later. The two turned into streams of light and escaped. Before leaving, Great Sun Emperor looked deeply at Wu Yu. The hatred in his eyes was indescribable. Mingjian Peak Shimin Piaoxue also left. And Beacon Fire Empire Emperor Mo Chen left with a face full of hatred. Before he left, he looked at Xiao Han from afar. In his eyes, there were all kinds of plots and revenge brewing. Sovereign, it seems that junior brother Xiao Han has offended many people this time. Haha. Xiao Mingchu laughed. No worries. When Xiao Han becomes a demon hero, there will be endless excitement and even greater opportunities. At that time, these clowns in front of us will not be a problem. In life, there is always gratitude and revenge. Who doesn't have a few enemies? In Wu Yu's eyes, some of the heroic spirit of the past was reignited. The last 2 matches of the group of death began one by one. Mo Qingtong and Fatty Zhu won without any suspense. They got a place in the main competition. At this point, this year's Demon Hero preliminaries, the 300 places in the Southern Mountain Range preliminaries were all decided. Chapter 158. After a fierce competition and all kinds of ups and downs, the Southern Region qualifier, known as the cruelest hex trial in history, finally came to an end. All 300 places had been decided. Some were happy and some were sad. In the void, a high and hoarse voice of an old man came from the edge of a cliff. Everyone, this year's hex trial, our Southern Region qualifier, has come to an end. I would like to congratulate the 300 enchanters who have entered the main stage. From today onwards, you will be the best of the younger generation in the Southern Region, representing the entire Southern Region and embarking on a journey of passion and legend. To participate in the main competition, The main competition held in the Central Region Hex region. At that time, you will face thousands of geniuses from the Eastern region, the Western region, the Northern region, and the Great Wilderness. This old man wishes you a great victory in advance. Very well, for the next 5 days, I invite the 300 enchanting beauties to rest at Sunset Mountain. 5 days later, I will personally take you to the Hex region. During this period, please do not go down the mountain to avoid any changes. You may leave. Boss Xiao, congratulations, congratulations. Miss Mo, congratulations, congratulations. Fatty Zhu bowed to Xiao Han and Mo Qing Tong. He had the face of an insignificant person. Enough, damn fatty, stop pretending. Mo Qing Tong scolded. Put away your pretense. If you want to pretend, then slowly pretend in the main competition. Don't do this in front of us. Heh 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 heh. Fatty Zhu shamelessly laughed along with him. Brother Zhu, same to you. Xiao Han smiled. Then, Xiao Han coughed and spat out a small mouthful of blood. Just now, Xiao Han and Prince Hualai fought. Although Prince Hualai was crushed alive. However, Xiao Han had also suffered serious injuries. He needed a few days to recuperate to recover to his best state. Brother Xiao, are you okay? Mo Qing Tong frowned. I'm fine. I'll be fine after a few days of rest. Xiao Han shook his head slightly. Such a serious injury. He'll be fine after a few days of rest? Mo Qing Tong looked at Xiao Han suspiciously. But Brother Xiao, you really are a beast in human form. The strength of your flesh shell is no less than that of the Great Wilderness. I hope after 5 days. If Brother Xiao can recover, it will not affect the main competition. It was said that the death rate in the main competition this time was very high. In fact, obtaining a spot in the main competition isn't that big of a deal. The most important thing is the entire process of the main competition. Boss Xiao, once we enter the main competition, you have to take care of and guide Fatty. Fatty Zhu rubbed his hands and said. Brother Xiao, the 3 of us can form a small group. They were of the same breath and branch. In this way, the chances of surviving in the main competition are much higher than fighting alone. Mo Qing Tong looked at Xiao Han with a serious face, her black and white demonic eyes clearly defined. It flickered with a seductive light. We'll talk about it when the time comes, Xiao Han said non-committally. All right, then let's disperse. Mo Qing Tong smiled sweetly. In the void viewing platform. Everyone, please disperse. Disciples and juniors participating in the main competition could stay at Sunset Mountain for 5 days. 5 days later, this old man will personally arrange for 300 enchantresses to participate in the main competition, the bald old man said. This qualifier is really exciting. It's a pity that a few of my disciples were all eliminated. None of them were spared. But to be honest, with their strength, even if they entered the main competition, it would be very difficult for them to survive. I wonder how many of the 300 will survive in the end. Since ancient times, the Devil Hero qualifier has been very cruel. But once they become a Devil Hero, their future is limitless, and they will forever be separated from ordinary warriors. Alright, don't worry about them. Let's find a place to watch the main competition in 5 days. Many of the old antiques and powerful figures in the void viewing platform discussed among themselves as they left. Brother Wu, I'll go find my disciple Qing Tong first. Oh yes, besides young Xiao Han, your Pure Cloud sect also has a female disciple who also obtained a spot in the main competition. It's really good news. The Heavenly Demon Old Man was also beaming. Then, Heavenly Demon Old Man, we'll take our leave now. Wu Yu and Xiao Mingqiu stood up together. At this moment, Wu Yu glanced around and said loudly, Old Man Gong's son, wait up. He walked directly towards the Valley Lord of the Medicine Masters, Old Man Gong's son, whose face was covered in dirt. Sect leader Wu, what do you want? Old Man Gong's son was stunned. When Crown Prince Mo Zhan fought Xiao Han, he had used the secret treasure of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, the ancient Medicine King longevity pill, which had almost destroyed Xiao Han. Now when Wu Yu called out to him, Old Man Gong's son immediately felt uneasy, afraid that Wu Yu would find trouble with him. He hurriedly tried to explain. Sect leader Wu, the top disciple of the Valley of the Medicine Master's younger generation, Si Kongji, was eliminated by Xiao Han. You? What else do you want? Ha! Wu Yu laughed lightly and walked over. Old man Gong's son, don't be in such a hurry to leave. I say. Sect leader Wu, what do you want? That Medicine King longevity pill was indeed given to the Beacon Fire Empire royal family by me, but I did not know that Crown Prince Emojan would use it against Xiao Han. Moreover, Crown Prince Emojan has already died at the hands of Xiao Han. Sect leader Wu, don't be so overbearing and bully us too much. If you push us too far, the Valley of the Medicine Masters is not afraid of your pure cloud sect. Old man Gong's son shouted. Ha! Old man Gong's son, I will not pursue this matter anymore. Wu Yu laughed. The youth of my pure cloud sect, Xiao Han, is an unparalleled demon. He has overcome all obstacles and is invincible. You have seen this with your own eyes. Then, let's bring up the past again. Xiao Han should be worthy of the two female outer sect disciples of the Medicine Master's Valley, Lan Shirong and Jianghu, right? Old man Gong's son, what do you say? Valley leader Gong's son, a wise man submits to circumstances, Xiao Mingchu said with a smile. The alliance between the Valley of the Medicine Masters and the Beacon Fire Empire royal family is undoubtedly to seek protection. However, Valley leader Gong's son is also a wise man. I would like to ask, since the founding of the Beacon Fire Empire, has there ever been a demon like Xiao Han? This. Old man Gong's son was speechless. Xiao Mingchu continued. With my junior brother Xiao Han's potential, it is not impossible for him to pass this year's monster hero selection and become a monster hero. In the future, he may be able to shake the heavens and earth, sweeping through the sun, moon, and heaven and earth. His name will completely shake the mountains and rivers. Valley leader Gong's son, the world is unpredictable. None of us can predict what will happen in the future. But sometimes when you see a slight clue, you must place your bet. You see, is my junior brother Xiao Han worth your bet? Also, I would like to remind Valley leader Gong's son that in the true martial continent, there are no empires or sects that will never fall. When you reach the peak of your prosperity, you will definitely fall. As the saying goes, the affairs of the world are hard to predict. Fortune and disaster can be decided by a single thought. Perhaps the destruction of the Valley of the Medicine Masters in the future will be because of an insignificant matter that inadvertently planted the seeds of disaster. For example, Valley leader Gong's son, you should understand what I mean, right? Xiao Mingchu. You dare to threaten me. This. Old man Gong's son's eyes darted around. After thinking for a while, he finally gritted his teeth. Forget it. Sect leader Wu, Xiao Mingchu, Lan Shirong, and Jianghu, I will temporarily let them stay in the Valley of the Medicine Masters. I will not marry them easily. However, everything will have to wait until Xiao Han becomes a monster hero. Although he is a shocking talent, he may still die in the competition. If he survives, we will discuss this again. All right, Wu Yu nodded. All in all, old man Gong's son, those two outer female disciples must be Xiao Han's wives and concubines. If you dare to rashly marry them off, then the Pure Cloud sect will not hesitate to declare war on the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Enough! Don't threaten me anymore. I know what I'm doing. Old man Gong's son said submissively. However, his words were tough on the outside but weak on the inside. It was obvious that he had compromised. Also, that female disciple of mine, Hua Fan, consumed a precious medicine that overdrew her life to forcefully increase her battle power. She only has 10 years left to live. Old man Gong's son, your Valley of the Medicine Masters should have good medicine to cure her, right? Wu Yu's eyes shifted. I really don't have that for the time being. Old man Gong's son shrugged. Sect leader Wu, Xiao Mingchu, both of you have a good ranking on the monster hero ranking list. You have the authority to enter some ancient countries and mystic realms. I believe that you can find the medicine to save that woman. Don't have any ideas about the Valley of the Medicine Masters. I am helpless. Forget it, I will find a good plan for this matter. I can't let Hua Fan die like this. Wu Yu whispered. Then, I will take my leave. Old man Gong's son cupped his hands and left dejectedly. Sect leader, let's return to the palace. I can't wait to congratulate junior brother Xiao Han and junior sister Hua Fan. Ha! Xiao Mingchu yawned. Let's go. Wu Yu smiled faintly. Sunset Mountain. In the palace area of the Pure Cloud sect. In the huge garden. A large group of true disciples of the Pure Cloud sect, led by Dongfeng Qin and Feng Ling, surrounded Xiao Han and Hua Wu like stars surrounding the moon. Ha ha ha. Junior brother Xiao Han. You are really something. You fought so fiercely in this preliminaries. It was so exciting. He had gained prestige from the battle. Raise the prestige of our Pure Rain sect. Now, the #1 genius of the southern region is definitely you. Dongfeng Qin beamed with joy and patted Xiao Han's shoulder. Junior brother Xiao Han, your name has shaken the mountains and rivers, and your aura has spread throughout the 9 provinces. Your limelight is unparalleled. Feng Ling nodded repeatedly. Xiao Han, have a good rest in these 5 days. The official competition would be even more difficult. When the time comes, you will encounter even more geniuses. Seriously speaking, at least the younger generation of the eastern region and the Great Wilderness was of a higher quality than the southern region. There were also the heaven-defying talents cultivated by the old antiques of the Devil Hero region. In short, we can't let down our guard. My 2 brothers, I understand, Xiao Han said seriously. He didn't have the slightest hint of self-deprecation. There was no arrogance in his eyes. He was neither servile nor overbearing. He was very calm. Emerging from the group of death had sharpened Xiao Han's spirit and aura, allowing him to grow stronger. Dongfeng Qin and Feng Ling both nodded with satisfaction. At this time, Xiao Han looked at Hua Fan. Originally a face of hibiscus stunningly beautiful to surpass all the beauties at this moment, the peerlessly elegant Hua Yang's face was covered in a layer of haggard and sorrowful complexion, looking delicate and pitiful. At first glance, it gave others the feeling that he had just recovered from a serious illness. Senior sister Hua Yu? Xiao Han looked at Hua Lan for a few breaths, and finally asked. Why were you willing to take such a risk and take that precious medicine that overdraft your life's potential? Dongfeng Qin and Feng Ling also looked at Hua Fan at the same time. To be continued. Chapter 159. Facing the curious and questioning gaze of Xiao Han and the others, Hua Fan's expression turned mournful. However, there seemed to be something difficult for her to say. She didn't answer immediately and smiled bitterly. Update. If I don't take that elixir, I definitely won't have any chance to win the preliminaries and obtain a spot in the main competition. After a pause, Hua Fan's eyes were filled with determination and determination. I must become a hero, even if I have to die. Senior Martial Sister Hua, is it really that important to you to become a hero? Xiao Han blurted out. At this moment, Hua Fan, you should have some secrets that are difficult to say. I won't force you to answer about this matter. However, you and Xiao Han are going to participate in the main competition. You are both disciples of Cloud Sect. You can take care of each other. Hua Fan, if you trust Xiao Han, why don't you tell him a thing or two? Wu Yu and Xiao Mingchu returned. Sect Master, Big Senior Martial Brother. Everyone greeted them. Junior Martial Brother Xiao Han, Junior Martial Sister Hua Fan, congratulations. Xiao Mingchu smiled and congratulated them. Hua Fan raised her head and looked at Wu Yu. Her expression changed slightly. She then quickly looked at Xiao Han and nodded secretly. Come, Xiao Han, Hua Fan, come with me. Wu Yu said indifferently. Yes. Wu ***, Xiao Han, and Hua Yang strolled leisurely through the artificial mountains, ponds, and small bridges in the palace area. Hua Fan, you took the elixir that overdraft your life potential. You only have 10 years left to live. However, during the main competition, it won't affect your battle power. Wu Yu said indifferently with his hands behind his back. Since you have to sacrifice your life to enter the main competition, then cherish it. As for the antidote to replenish your life force, I will find a way to find it for you. Hua Wu's body trembled. Thank you, Sect Master, for taking care of me. Wu Yu said thoughtfully. Xiao Han, if possible, I hope you can take care of Hua Fan. After all, we are from the same sect, we can trust each other. Obviously, Crow also felt sorry for Hua Wu. I understand. Xiao Han said seriously. Thank you, Junior Martial Brother Xiao Han. Hua Fan suddenly bowed deeply. Senior Sister Hua, you don't have to be so polite, Xiao Han hurriedly said. The two of you are not allowed to go anywhere for the next 5 days. Stay in the palace and recuperate. Xiao Han, your injuries should be able to heal in a few days, right? Wu Yu walked to a pavilion and sat down leisurely. Xiao Han and Hua Gang stood on his left and right. Sure. Xiao Han nodded. Xiao Han, Hua Fan, according to the reliable information our sect has obtained, there will be 10,000 geniuses entering the main competition this time. The various regions and the Great Wilderness have already decided who will enter the main competition. Wu Yu looked into the distance, as if he was reminiscing. The mortality rate will be more than 90%. That is to say, out of 10,000 people, at most 1,000 people will eventually become vigilantes. Based on my sect's experience, it might not even be enough to control a few hundred people. But the qualifiers this time are very valuable, so these hundreds of evil heroes will be directly trained and put in important positions, and will be rewarded with abundant resources. 10,000 people, competing for a few hundred slots for evil hero, Xiao Han clicked his tongue. Furthermore, these 10,000 people are the cream of the crop who have passed through the preliminaries. They are the cream of the crop. It's going to be difficult. Well, that's what the Hex Hero preliminaries are all about, cold-blooded and cruel. Blackbird smiled faintly. You should understand that only the strongest of the human clan can shoulder the heavy responsibility of fighting against the demon clan. When the weak encountered the demon clan, not only could they not destroy the demon clan, but they would also become nourishment for the demon clan. They might even occupy their flesh shells and cause harm to the human world. Therefore, the Hex Hero tryouts must be strict. Survival of the fittest, survival of the fittest. You two be smart. It was impossible for the 300 participants from the Southern Territory to be united. Instead, most of them would stab others in the back and step on others to advance. Therefore, you must be careful in choosing your allies. The Heaven's Devil Old Man and our sect have a friendship of life and death. Then, Mo Qingtong can become an ally that can gain your trust. The crow's eyes were filled with pure teachings. In the main competition there are many variables. You must remember one thing. You must not be soft-hearted. The Hex Hero preliminaries were like thousands of people crossing a single log bridge. Whoever gave in would be smashed to pieces and doomed eternally. Sometimes it's not a bad thing to be ruthless. Hua Fan, you should learn from Xiao Han. This kid is more ruthless than anyone else when he's ruthless. Heh! I don't know if Sect Master is praising or insulting your disciple. Xiao Han didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xiao Han. The crow looked at Xiao Han seriously. Huh. Xiao Han was stunned. In the preliminaries, you always kept the Demon Clan's secret method as a trump card. That's good. However, after entering the main competition, there's no need to worry about life and death. Do you understand what I mean? Everything is for survival. You can do anything. The crow's eyes became sharp and penetrated everything. Disciple understands. Xiao Han nodded heavily. Good. I have said what I need to say. You two can talk. The crow stood up and left. Xiao Han looked at Hua Fan and said in a low voice, Senior Sister Hua, please sit. The two sat down. Xiao Han stared at Hua Fan. Junior brother Xiao Han. Hua Wu gritted her teeth. Junior brother Xiao Han must be wondering why I am willing to harm myself to become a demon warrior, right? If it's possible, Senior Sister Hua can tell me. Xiao Han said. Junior brother Xiao Han, I will only tell you. Please keep it a secret for me. Don't tell anyone else, including Sect Master. Hua Fan said seriously. Immediately, her face turned slightly red and she said in a low voice. This matter concerns some of Hua Wu's mother's privacy. This. Xiao Han was stunned, but quickly said seriously, I promise Senior Sister Hua. Hua Fan's beautiful eyes looked into the void, her face showing a look of reminiscence. Soon, strong resentment, hatred, and heartbreak appeared on her face. She said quietly. Junior brother Xiao Han, Hua Fan was born in a big martial arts family in Beacon Fire Empire. When Hua Yang was 10 years old, his entire family was annihilated. Thousands of people died a violent death. Ah! Family destruction? Xiao Han was shocked. It was done by the demon race. 2 lines of tears fell from Hua Fan's eyes. This is indeed a tragedy in the human world. Xiao Han nodded his head in agreement. Therefore, Senior Martial Sister Hua is determined to become a demon hero and personally eradicate the demon clan to avenge your clan, right?
This is only one of the reasons.
Hua Fan's expression suddenly became extremely angry. Her shoulders slightly twitched because of her agitation.
She stared at Xiao Han and said with a voice as soft as a mosquito.
In the entire Hua family, only Hua Fan was lucky enough to escape. When Hua Fan returned to the family mansion, there were corpses everywhere. Every corpse had a big hole in their head. Their brains had been sucked dry. There was the smell of blood everywhere. It was like hell on earth. Hua Fan found my mother's body, but found that before she died. Hua Fan's expression changed. Mother was humiliated before she died. She was defiled. It was also done by the demon race? Xiao Han was shocked. Hua Fan shook her head lightly. At that time, father was still breathing. Before he breathed his last, father told Hua Fan with certainty that the one who defiled mother was definitely not a demon race, but a human. It was possible that the massacre of the entire Hua family was a deliberate crime committed by a heartless human, and purposely created the illusion that the demon race was annihilated. Of course, this was only father's guess before he died.
Father did not see the appearance of the person who defiled mother with his own eyes.
He only said that it was definitely not a demon race. Father told Hua Fan that this matter might involve a lot of people. Our Hua family has been passed down for dozens of generations. We once had a powerful demon warrior, but he died in battle. Although the family gradually declined, we still had a foundation. Ordinary people would not have the guts to commit such an evil act. It must be done by someone with a great background. Father warned Hua Fan that this matter must not be told to anyone. Otherwise, it would bring about the disaster of being killed. Moreover, this matter is not easy to investigate. Only after Hua Fan becomes a demon warrior, he can go to the demon warrior tower to issue a bounty and let other powerful demon warriors investigate. That is the best plan. Because this matter concerns mother's innocence, Hua Fan has never mentioned this matter to anyone, including the sect master. Mother is extremely gentle and kind. Hua Fan does not want others to know that she was humiliated when she was alive. That would be a great disrespect. There's actually such an evil person? Annihilating a family, defiling a woman. This is simply insane. Too many to count.
Xiao Han's eyes were also wide open.
Senior Sister Hua, please rest assured. This little brother will not mention this matter to anyone. This little brother will do his best to help Senior Sister Hua become a demon warrior, so that Senior Sister Hua can thoroughly investigate this matter and find the true murderer. The two of them talked for a long time before returning to the palace area together. 4 days had passed. In these 4 days, Xiao Han had secluded himself to recuperate. He continuously studied the 61st to 70th movement of the indestructible golden body, causing his injured body to miraculously recover. Moreover, Xiao Han nourished his soul. His dispirited mental strength and saber intent had become vigorous. The various types of true qi consumed in the true acupoints were replenished with the highest grade true qi spirit stones. This caused the 30 true acupoints to be overflowing with light. The light was dense, making Xiao Han's body look like a treasure. Xiao Han's state had reached its peak. In the palace where the heavenly demon sect was located. Qingtong, in this time's demon warrior preliminaries, you are the only one from the heavenly demon sect to enter the main competition. The official competition is full of mishaps and misfortunes. You're alone and you lack support. The heavenly devil old man's eyes were filled with demonic qi as he spoke to Amo Qingtong. With your skills, there must be many people who want to rope you in and form an alliance with you. However, these people cannot be trusted. Only the youth of the Cloud sect, Xiao Han, can be trusted. Moreover, this youth Xiao Han is full of tricks and endless potential. He may be able to take charge in the future. Qingtong, cooperate with Xiao Han well. See him as your only ally. I hope you can work together to become a new generation of demon warriors. Qingtong understands. Mo Qingtong's eyes flickered. 5 days had passed. Xiao Han, Hua Fan. The Crow sect master gathered many people. Now, follow me to the peak. I will accompany you to the demon warrior region. Participate in the main competition. Yes. Xiao Han and Hua Fan nodded. Let's go together. Xiao Mingchu stretched. Junior brother Xiao Han, you must be very nervous now, right?
A little.
Xiao Han licked his lips. Ha! It's okay. I was as nervous as you. Let's go. Xiao Mingchu put his arm around Xiao Han's shoulder and walked out. Junior brother Xiao Han, from now on, you have to work hard. Remember, adapt to the situation. Feng Ling also reminded. In short, I believe that you can survive and become demon warriors. Dong Feng Qin said seriously. A group of people filed out of the palace and rose to the peak under the leadership of the Crow Sect Master. They were going to the Demon Warrior region to participate in the main competition. To be continued. Chapter 160. Led by sect leader Wu De, the group of people from Lei Yun's sect escorted Xiao Han and Hua De to the peak of the Sunset Mountain. At the peak, several old antiques with auras as powerful as a sea, auspicious light restrained from their bodies, symbols condensed, were already waiting. That bald old man was especially terrifying. Just by standing there, he gave people the feeling that he was like an ancient ferocious beast. In the bald old man's eyes, blazing lights flashed, thunder mountains descended, lightning danced, divine sounds drifted, and all kinds of strange phenomena. It was as if he could shatter space with just a slight movement. This was an ancient giant. Xiao Han, that bald old man's surname is Duan. He is an antique from the southern region and is ranked high on the Fiend Hero ranking. When he was young, he had a legendary experience and all kinds of deeds that could be written into books and talked about enthusiastically. Xiao Mingchu whispered in Xiao Han's ear. This time, old Duan will lead the 300 of you into the Fiend Hero region to participate in the main competition. Of course, sect leader, and we will accompany you all the way. That old man is indeed as powerful as the sea. Even when he is talking, he gives people the feeling that he will turn into ashes. Xiao Han clicked his tongue. The bald old Duan and a few old antiques stood solemnly on one of the lotus leaves in the wrestling ring of the lotus platform at the peak of the mountain. A large group of people stood below the lotus platform battle arena. Xiao Han glanced and saw Xiao Yunrong, Emo Qing Tong, Heavenly Demon Old Man, Fatty Zhu, and other familiar faces. That large group of people was no doubt the beauties of the southern region and their sect elders who were going to participate in the main competition. There were also many people gathered in the spectator seats around to watch the show. Xiao Han, Hua De, follow me. Wu De smiled faintly. He walked over with Xiao Han and the others. Boss Xiao, you're here? Fatty Zhu greeted with a drooling face. Behind Fatty Zhu, there was also a middle-aged fatty with an even wider body who had a smile on his face. Aha, big brother Wu, little brother Xiao Han. This. Xiao Han was stunned. Little Fatty Zhu's father, Zhu Ganglai of the Blazing Sun Empire's giant sword sect. Wu De introduced casually. Hello, Senior Zhu Ganglai. Xiao Han greeted. Not bad, not bad. You are indeed a dragon among men. He was the young hero of this generation in the southern region. Little Fatty, compared to my nephew Xiao Han, you are still worlds apart. In the future, you should follow my nephew Xiao Han and hone your skills. I hope you'll improve, Zhu Ganglai pretended to scold Fatty Zhu with a stern face. Yes, yes, father. Xiao Han is my boss. Little Fatty Zhu took advantage of the situation. Xiao Han didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He thought to himself, these two fatties, one old and one young. It seemed that they were all very shameless. At this time, the heavenly demon elder also brought Mo Qing Tong over. Therefore, the sect, the heavenly demon sect, and the giant sword sect formed a small group. They talked to each other in low voices and minded their own business. Xiao Han also saw Xiao Yunrong looking at him from the corner of his eye. But standing beside Xiao Yunrong was Shimin Piaoxue, who had a cold and murderous expression. She didn't dare to walk over. In the crowd, there were a few outstanding young people. They were the other seeded contestants in addition to the 6 seeded contestants in the group of death. They were the crown prince of the Soul Mountain Empire. It was said that he fell into the dragon blood pool when he was young, causing his body to be tainted with dragon qi. He was known as the true dragon bloodline. Li Ziki was an itinerant cultivator in the pugilistic world. His flying dagger was extremely demonic and never missed. Tian Yuan of the Sea God Empire suppressed the ocean storm with one finger. Chung Feng was an itinerant cultivator in the Blazing Sun Empire. When he used his demonic flame palm, the stars were blinded and his killing intent was fierce. These people were also outstanding. At this moment, these experts looked at Xiao Han from time to time. There was a pondering look in their eyes. But none of them came over to him. Xiao Han looked around for a while and then retracted his gaze. The spirit turtle vital chi surged and sealed his powerful flesh shell and true acupoints one by one, causing his entire aura to be unfathomable like a withered tree or rock. The heavenly demon elder praised. "Good boy. You sealed your aura again." Indeed, such a state of unpredictability was the most advantageous in the actual competition. Because no one can see through you. Those who show off their abilities will be at a disadvantage instead. They are in danger of becoming the target of public criticism. Xiao Han. The heavenly demon elder looked at Xiao Han deeply. "This old man will hand Qing Tong over to you. I hope you can take good care of her. It is this old man's wish that the both of you can become the new generation of demon heroes together." "Ha ha. Brother Wu, you hope so too, right?" The heavenly demon elder's words were full of double entendres and seemed to be very ambiguous. "Master, don't talk nonsense. Lest Brother Xiao misunderstands." Mo Qingtong's cherry lips moved slightly. She was shy and timid, and her eyes were like silk. Every smile and frown was naturally charming, and the charm of a peerless beauty. As she spoke, she glanced at Xiao Han with her watery demonic eyes, which made Xiao Han unable to take it. "We, the older generation, should not blindly interfere in the matters of the young people." Wu Lei laughed. "Right at this moment, all the demons are here, right?" On the lotus platform, the bald elder Duan said with his hands behind his back. His expression was dignified without being angry, and it immediately shocked the entire scene, causing the people below to become silent. "Yes." The bald old man swept his gaze over and nodded slightly. "Everyone is here. Good. This old man will personally lead all of you to the Demon Hero region. Those who want to accompany us, please follow behind. The younger generation will soon start to challenge their fate. The older generation should have already given you all the instructions. You can leave now. Don't be hypocritical. A flower in a greenhouse will always be a weak existence." "Heh, Elder Duan is really..." Wu Lei laughed involuntarily. Then he said to Xiao Han and Hua Wu, "All right, be careful. This sect will wait for your good news." After saying that, Wu Lei was very free and easy. He brought Xiao Ming Chu, Dongfang Qin, and the other true disciples of the reincarnation sect and walked away. The heavenly demon elder, Zhu Ganglai, Shimin Piao Shui, and the others also walked away one by one. The 300 young people stood on the spot. They raised their eyes and looked at the bald elder Duan who was standing on the lotus platform on the high cliff. "Let's go." Elder Duan's eyes that were filled with scarlet light and runes were burning with excitement. He muttered in an extremely low voice. "This scene reminds this old man of the time when I participated in the Demon Hero selection competition when I was young. How many years has it been?" "Ha ha ha ha." Elder Duan laughed heartily. In the next moment, boom! It was a vast sea of golden light. It spurted out from all the true meridians in Elder Duan's body. It covered the sky and covered the earth. Its pressure was overwhelming. In the golden ocean, densely packed runes and the word treasure were swimming. It was overflowing with treasure light. In a few breaths, this golden ocean transformed into a huge monster. It was actually a swanni. Its size was over 100 mu. Its aura was world-shocking. Its entire body was golden, as if it was carved out of precious stones. Every single scale was covered in blood. They were all engraved with mysterious runes. They were dazzling. It was too terrifying. Its eyes were displaying the prehistoric civilization. This was a ferocious creature that could destroy the world. It was the true chi of the bald elder Duan. The 300 young people, including Xiao Han, almost prostrated themselves under the powerful pressure of the swanni. They felt that they were too small and insignificant. It could be foreseen that a single breath from the swanni would definitely be able to destroy this group of the most outstanding talents in the southern region. "Go!" Elder Duan grabbed with his right hand. A wave of energy pulled the 300 young people into the air. They were directly thrown onto the swanni's vast back. Immediately after, Elder Duan and a few old antiques moved together. They jumped onto the Swanee. Boom! In an instant, the Swanee transformed into a dazzling golden light and disappeared without a trace. Its speed was over 100 times faster than the speed of sound. Haha! We've finally set off. Sect Master, let's follow them. Xiao Mingqiu couldn't wait and shouted. Endless light shot out from his body and transformed into a divine bird. It carried him and flew away like a meteor to chase after the Swanee. The Swanee casually grabbed a few white clouds from the sky and flew away from the Sunset Mountain together with the many true disciples of the reincarnation sect. The heavenly demon old man's true chi transformed into a black dragon that was over 100 feet long. It rode on the clouds with a monstrous demonic aura and a strong ancient aura. It flew side by side with the Swanee's white clouds. Zhu Gonglia's true chi transformed into a flying divine pig that was the size of a few acres. It followed behind at a moderate speed. Shiman Piao Shui summoned a sword aura tornado. In the spectator seats, many people also released their true chi and transformed into various savage beasts, ferocious birds, cauldrons, and utensils. In an instant, the sky was filled with dazzling colors. Countless people followed behind like a swarm of bees. The Swanee's back. 300 people stood on the Swanee's back. Not only was it not crowded, but it was also very sparse. Xiao Han, Hua De, Fatty Zhu, and Mo Qingtong naturally gathered together and whispered to each other. Are we going to the Xianxia region? Xiao Han whispered. Yes. Mo Qingtong nodded. The Xianxia region is the main examination venue of the past Xianxia region. The Xianxia region is a sacred ground. Seriously speaking, it is the supreme region of our Jianghu continent. It is not to be blasphemed or violated. Countless Xianxia warriors use their lives to defend their homeland. In Mo Qingtong's demonic eyes, there was also a strong yearning. Oh right, that Elder Duan, I don't know what realm he is at. I feel that he is very powerful. I wonder when we can cultivate to his realm. Xiao Han looked at Elder Duan and the few old antiques standing in front of him. Mo Qingtong covered her mouth and laughed. Brother Xiao, Elder Duan is one of the few strong people in the entire southern region. His combat strength is not inferior to your sect master Wu and Qingtong's master. He is a giant who is thousands of years old. An existence of this level has even fought against the demon race Great Emperor. Demon race Great Emperor. Xiao Han whispered. The demon emperor palm tattoo on his left hand trembled slightly. Maybe after I absorb enough demon race blood essence or even demon imperial crystals, my demon emperor palm will be able to unleash the terrifying techniques of the demon race Great Emperor. Xiao Han secretly thought. At this moment, on the other side, Xiao Yunrong, who was standing alone, finally walked towards Xiao Han. She was the only one from Mingjian Villa who had entered the main competition this time. She seemed to have not found a suitable ally and appeared to be very lonely. Xiao Han. Xiao Yunrong called out weakly. Yunrong. Xiao Han smiled and greeted her naturally and generously. Xiao Han, can I go with you? Xiao Yunrong mustered up her courage and asked. Xiao Yunrong had a head of golden wavy hair and a noble aura. Her facial features were exquisite and she exuded a mature charm. After comprehending the sword essence, she looked valiant and was definitely a rare beauty. Fatty Zhu immediately called out. Sure. What is your surname? Mo Qingtong and Huada looked at each other. They could not help but compare Xiao Yunrong with themselves in their hearts. This was the nature of women. We are all friends. Then let's go together. Xiao Han smiled. He had a good personal relationship with Xiao Yunrong. Moreover, Xiao Yunrong was his brother Ah Chao's cousin. Hence, Xiao Han did not reject her. Do you have any objections? Xiao Han looked at Mo Qingtong and Huada. To be continued. Chapter 161. Haha. How dare I have any objection to Brother Zhao's confidant? Mo Qingtong said with a smile. The silver bracelet on her arm bumped against each other slightly, making a devilish sound. Suddenly, Xiao Yunrong's eyes were like silk, and her face was flushed. She put her hand on Xiao Han's shoulder, and her body became soft. Her voice was as soft as cotton. Xiao Han, I'm so hot. As she spoke, She actually wanted to undress herself. But after a breath, a sharp sword light flashed in Xiao Yunrong's eyes, making her wake up instantly. Her eyes were full of confusion and anger as she stared at Mo Qingtong. Mo Qingtong covered her mouth and chuckled. "I'm just joking. Sister, don't take it to heart. This joke is not funny." Xiao Yunrong was ashamed and angry. She quickly moved her hand away from Xiao Han's shoulder and did not dare to look at him. Xiao Han was also very embarrassed. "Miss Mo, you'd better not make such a joke." Okay, I'm just playing." Mo Qingtong repeatedly begged for mercy. She even looked like she had been wronged, which made people laugh.
After this little interlude, the few of them settled down and sat down, closing their eyes to rest.
Although Xiao Yunrong was annoyed by Mo Qingtong's rude teasing, she could only endure it. Bian flew for a day and a night. They began to descend slowly. "Everyone, we're about to arrive at the Devil Xia region," Old Duan said. "We've arrived at the Devil Xia region." On Swan Knee's back, a group of young people looked excited as they looked down at the scene below. "Wow! Boss Xiao, we've finally arrived at the legendary Devil Xia region. Fatty is so nervous." Fatty Zhu's face was hot and red. He rubbed his eyes and stared down. "I want to see what the Devil Xia region is like." Xiao Han could not hide his excitement and curiosity. He looked out. With one look, Xiao Han was shocked. What he saw was a big world. There were continents, oceans, divine mountains that glistened with the light of treasures, palaces that rose and fell majestically like heavenly palaces, burning with golden splendor, and grasslands that were full of immortal herbs and lingji. Looking down from the sky, there were many rivers that flowed like jade ribbons. Xiao Han saw that the azure ocean was very magnificent. The sea was sunny and breezy, exuding the aura of spring. Huge ships were anchored at the port along the coast, and many shops and high-end buildings had been set up. Moreover, everything here was very colorful and rich in layers. There were mountains in the distance and rivers nearby. It was full of dreamy poetry. The air was clear and clean, pure and untainted. There was not the slightest trace of the demon clan scent here. The Devil Hero region is really overflowing with spiritual qi. I can feel it with just a slight breath. The air was warm, lingering, and nourishing. When inhaled, it could even wash away the impurities and filth in the body. Snow Bath Spirit. I thought that if someone was born here, they would definitely be born with a strong physique, immune to all diseases, and their meridians would be unobstructed. The origin of the Xianxia region is many times stronger than that of the four regions. Mo Qingtong also sighed. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, looking intoxicated and enjoying it. In the azure sky, there were still birds and birds flying past. There were even rays of light, and traces of some powerful figures could be vaguely seen. After coming to the Devil Hero region, the younger generation of the southern region were like country bumpkins entering the city. Their eyes were filled with surprise and shock, and all of them were overwhelmed and intoxicated. Suddenly, Xiao Han saw that in the middle of the Devil Hero region, there was a towering pagoda. The pagoda was at least 100,000 meters tall, and it pierced deeply into the sky and the clouds. It was majestic, ancient, elegant, and magnificent, and it stretched for thousands of kilometers. It gave off a scholarly aura, and it gave off a sense of civilization and enlightenment. It caused the world to be filled with a righteous aura, and it simply made one feel deep veneration. The whole body of the pagoda was blooming with sacred rays of light, making people unable to look at it directly. It was like a temple. Layers upon layers. It was divided into layers, and each layer was magnificent. It was estimated that there were more than 1,000 layers. It was really too solemn. Not only could it not be seen at a glance, but it also made people want to kneel down and worship. It was as if this pagoda was the birthplace of the civilization of the entire Jianghu continent. Vaguely, a large number of giant reliefs could be seen carved on the pagoda. The contents of these reliefs could not be seen clearly, but it seemed to be describing the birth of this world and the mysteries of this universe. This pagoda was really suffocating. This was just looking at it from afar. If they approached the pagoda, even Xiao Han could not guarantee that they would not prostrate and worship it. Young people, this is the Devil Hero Pagoda. The bald elder Duan introduced as he landed on the ground. His tone was very serious and solemn. What you are looking at is the core building of the entire Devil Hero region, the Devil Hero Pagoda. It is supreme. It can be said that it is the Devil Hero Pagoda that supports this world, so that it will not become a paradise for the demons. It is the holy land in the hearts of all the demons. How great! A young woman exclaimed. It's really great. I heard that the owner of the Devil Hero Pagoda is an immortal. I wonder if it is true. Ha ha! The bald elder Duan and the other old antiques all began to laugh. They exchanged glances with each other, but none of them said anything. Elder Duan continued. Young people, don't make wild guesses. There is still some distance to the examination venue. Everyone, be quiet and listen to this old man's explanation. Everyone held their breath. They looked at Elder Duan eagerly. Xiao Han also licked his lips, his heart full of fascination. The Devil Hero region is very vast. Only after becoming a Devil Hero will you be qualified and have the authority to stay in the Devil Hero region. It is impossible for mortals and ordinary martial artists to enter the Devil Hero region. In the Devil Hero region, there is a civilization that is beyond your imagination. This is a place greater than the depths of the great wilderness. Once you become a real Devil Hero, then the Devil Hero region will be your home. Elder Duan said with a smile. The Devil Hero region belongs to the Devil Hero. Wow! The young people cheered in their hearts. Elder Duan's simple words had aroused their desire to become Devil Heroes. It was extremely provocative. Elder Duan continued. As for the Devil Hero Pagoda, this old man will tell you, even if you are a Devil Hero, you also need to spend a lot of contribution points to enter. The Devil Hero Tower is the pinnacle of the entire Devil Hero region. Because this year's Hex trial was the one with the highest value. So, here, this old man will give you a hint. In this year's Devil Hero trial, the little guy who stands out and finally becomes a Devil Hero will directly obtain the right to enter the Devil Hero Tower. Ha ha ha. You have to know. Some low-level Devil Heroes will never have the chance to enter the Devil Hero Tower in this life. Senior, in the Devil Hero Tower, what kind of magical civilization and great things are there? A young man could not help but blurt out. Ha ha. Young people are too curious. Just like this old man back then. Elder Duan's attitude was very kind. When I was your age, I followed the senior Devil Hero to the Devil Hero region to participate in the trial. I also asked a lot of questions and wanted to know everything. Ha ha ha. To put it simply, in the Devil Hero Tower, there is the most advanced auction house in the entire Jianghu continent, where you can buy anything you want. What are they? For example, any news and intelligence you want. All kinds of immortal herbs, immortal medicines, keys to various secret realms, maps, and even the elixir of immortality. By the way, there are also immortal techniques, which have also appeared in the auction house. There are many secret cultivation rooms in the Devil Hero Tower. There are also ancient and great teleportation formations. In short, you can find everything you want in the Devil Hero Tower. Wow! The group of young people was excited again. Senior, you mean, in this year's Devil Hero trial, as long as you become a Devil Hero, you can directly enter the Devil Hero Tower? A young man's face was flushed. Yes. Your cohort has this privilege. I remember when I was in my year, after I became a Devil Hero, I experienced many life and death missions, and it took me about 10 years to earn enough contribution points to enter the Devil Hero Tower. Of course, to be honest, the mortality rate in my year's Devil Hero trial was not as high as yours. The difficulty is relatively much lower. Elder Duan said with certainty. After a pause, Elder Duan's expression became serious again. Okay, everyone, let's have a brief understanding of the Devil Hero region and the Devil Hero Tower. Don't delve into it for the time being. Now, for you, the top priority is the Devil Hero trial. You will soon enter the entrance of the examination room, waiting for the candidates from the east, west, north, and great wilderness. Once everyone had arrived, the first examiner of the official competition would appear. I'm only responsible for sending you to the entrance of the examination room. It's up to you how you're going to go. Like you, I'm from the southern region. Therefore, I hope that every candidate here can successfully become a Devil Hero and win glory for our entire southern region. However, I have to say that the Devil Hero trial is extremely cruel and terrifying, and can even be called abnormal. From the moment you enter the entrance of the examination room, your life will completely enter a countdown. If you want to survive and become a Devil Hero, then you have to work hard. Okay, close your eyes and rest. In a few hours, we will arrive at the entrance of the examination room.
Brother Xiao, it's great to become a devil hero.
We can live in the Devil Hero region.
Especially after entering the Devil Hero Tower, it's full of novelty and all kinds of things that we've never heard of.
Mo Qingtong looked excited.
Huiyang was also thinking, if I can enter the Devil Hero Tower and pay the corresponding price, I will definitely be able to find out the true culprit behind my family's massacre.
The fat on Fatty Zhu's face trembled. Boss Xiao, did you hear that? There's even an immortal technique in the Devil Hero Tower. Do you know what Fatty's dream was since he was young?
That is to become an immortal.
Brother Zhu, your dream is really too great. Xiao Han was speechless. Fatty Zhu kept laughing dryly.
After calming himself down, Xiao Han's expression also became very serious. I suggest that everyone not fantasize too much about the Devil Hero region and the Devil Hero Tower. After all, that's still very far away. What's in front of us is the main competition. The death rate is more than 90% of the main competition.
In short, don't dream first, let's talk about it if we can survive.
Yes.
Xiao Yunrong nodded very seriously.
Yes, Boss Xiao, what you said makes too much sense.
Speaking of which, Fatty was getting more and more nervous.
In a while, we will meet the geniuses of the Eastern region, Western region, Northern region, and the Great Wilderness.
I don't know what they will look like.
Will they all look fierce and want to kill Fatty the moment they meet?
I really feel so scared. How can I pretend not to be afraid or nervous?
Fatty,
shut up.
Don't be so long-winded.
Mo Qingtong glared at Fatty Zhu, scaring him into hiding behind Xiao Han. A few hours later, Bian flew towards a divine mountain.
Before landing on the top of the mountain, Elder Duan's voice sounded again.
Everyone, get ready.
We've arrived at the entrance of the examination room.
Chapter 162.
The entrance to the test site was set up on the peak of an endless sacred mountain. At the peak of the mountain was a huge man-made square. It covered an area of more than 100,000 acres.
At first glance, it seemed to be boundless.
The swan eye broke down into billions of rays of light and merged into Elder Duan's acupoints. All of you wait here, Elder Duan and the other old-timers who had come with him said.
At this time, the participants from the other regions and the vast wilderness had not arrived yet. There were only 300 participants from the southern region, looking around nervously.
The area of the square was too big, making the few hundred people in it look very small. On one side of the square was a steep cliff, and on the other side was a huge and heavy stone door. The stone door was dozens of feet high and 7 or 8 feet wide. It was tightly shut, and no one knew what was behind it. There were many obscure patterns and runes engraved on the stone door, adding to its mystery. I guess the path to the test site is behind the stone door, Xiao Han said to Mo Qingtong and the others. Xiao Han, Mo Qingtong, Fatty Zhu, Hua Fan, and Xiao Yunrong formed a small group, clearly separated from the others. Once the stone door opens, we'll enter the main competition, Hua Fan said in a low voice. He looked very nervous and his heart was beating fast. I wonder what the first test is. Old Duan and the other old-timers who had come with him stopped chatting with the youngsters and simply stood off to the side, waiting. At this moment, Xiao Han and Mo Qingtong, a cold and arrogant man's voice sounded. A group of people walked directly towards Xiao Han and the others. This group was led by Li Ziki and Cheng Feng, one of the top 10 seeded participants of the Southern Region preliminaries. Xiao Han looked up and saw the devilish Li Ziki greeting him and Mo Qingtong. Xiao Han, we're about to enter the main competition. Li Ziki walked over and looked at Xiao Han. Li Ziki was young and handsome, but his eyes were too sharp and full of vigor. He had a kind of pride that made everyone bow down to him. His temperament was almost devilish. Cheng Feng, who was standing beside Li Ziki, glanced at Mo Qingtong, Xiao Yunrong, and Wuxia with undisguised lust. There were more than 100 people following behind them. Xiao Han, it wasn't easy for you, Mo Qingtong, and Fatty Zhu to stand out from the death group and get a place in the main competition. However, the main competition was many times more difficult than the preliminaries. With just the strength of the three of you, it will be very difficult to survive. Li Ziki said coldly and arrogantly. How about this? You guys join my team and Chengfeng's. Together, we'll fight against the other powers in the main competition. Gain a reputation and become a swordsman. Join your team? Xiao Han was stunned. To be honest, he had never thought of teaming up with anyone unrelated to him. Xiao Han couldn't even completely trust Mo Qingtong, Fatty Zhu, and the others, let alone Li Ziki and Cheng Feng, whom he had never interacted with before. Moreover, Li Ziki's temperament was too gloomy. He was definitely not a good person. Cooperating with such a person was tantamount to asking a tiger for its skin. Mo Qingtong, Fatty Zhu, Xiao Yunrong, and Wuxia didn't speak. Seeing that Xiao Han didn't agree to the request of teaming up, Li Ziki's killing intent flashed in his eyes. His pupils contracted and he said indifferently, "Xiao Han, there are 10,000 people participating in the main competition. It's no small matter. You can't be naive enough to think that you can pass with just the few of you, right? How stupid. Cheng Feng and I have roped in more than 100 people. We can be considered a rather influential team. If you don't join us and don't borrow our power, you'll definitely die." Towards the end, Li Ziki's tone was no longer one of discussion, but a naked threat. "Hey!" Xiao Han's heart was boiling with anger. He was a person who could be persuaded by reason but not cowed by force. Being threatened directly made him feel very uncomfortable. Moreover, Xiao Han saw Cheng Feng's greedy gaze at Mo Qingtong, Xiao Yunrong, and Wuxia. This made Xiao Han instinctively feel a surge of killing intent. Xiao Han sneered. He said indifferently, "Join your team? I'm not interested." Xiao Han. Cheng Feng suddenly looked at Xiao Han viciously. His whole body was filled with demonic aura, and his killing intent was terrifying. "You probably think that by defeating idiots like Xia Feng and Hualai, you're the strongest in the younger generation of the southern region, right? Ha ha ha. You're too naive. Xiafeng and Hualai are just little flowers kept in a greenhouse by the sect. You can't defeat them with your real ability. Now, I'll give you a chance. If you're willing to join our team, it'll be good for you, me, and everyone. If you disobey, after entering the main competition, I'll have plenty of opportunities to deal with you. At that time, you won't even know how you died." This Cheng Feng was extremely bloodthirsty. Moreover, he was a rogue cultivator who lived on the edge of the Jianghu. He could easily kill an entire sect and was lawless. Therefore now, he publicly issued an ultimatum to Xiao Han. "Get lost." Xiao Han didn't even think about it. He said indifferently, "Get lost right now." Hearing this, Li Ziki and Cheng Feng's faces were filled with anger. True qi surged in their bodies, as if they were ready to attack at any time. Mo Qingtong smiled. Her magic eyes of Jian Shui became brighter and brighter. Fatty Zhu's whole body trembled, as if he was scared out of his wits. His fat ball-like body kept retreating, but between the rolling of his eyes, there was a trace of undetectable killing intent. "All right. Don't attack for now. It's not worth it if these idiots affect the main competition. After entering the main competition, I'll make them regret it." Humph. Li Ziki looked at old Duan and the others in the corner of the square. Then, he gave Xiao Han and the others a deep look and signaled Cheng Feng to leave. On the other side of the square, the Crown Prince of Lingshan and Tian Tian of the Ocean Emperor sect had also roped in hundreds of people. The Crown Prince of Lingshan also looked at Xiao Han with an imposing manner. When he saw Li Ziki and Cheng Feng returning in defeat, he was slightly stunned. Then, he observed and analyzed Xiao Han with a playful look. Mo Qingtong's eyes swept over from time to time, and there was a strong sense of dominance between his brows. The main competition had not officially started. Even the geniuses of the other regions and the Great Wilderness had not arrived yet. The square was already filled with the smell of gunpowder and undercurrents were surging. If old Duan and the others were not present, blood would have already flowed like a river. "Boss Xiao," Fatty Zhu said in a low voice, "those guys are so fierce. Fatty is afraid that they have ulterior motives and will stab us in the back during the main competition. So scary." "Brother Zhu, don't be afraid. When the time comes, I'll cover you. You just need to release your giant sword and crush all of them to death. That's all." Xiao Han smiled. His eyes were filled with killing intent. "Sweat. Boss Xiao, are we really going to make a move?" Fatty Zhu licked his lips. Once we enter the main competition, anyone who is disadvantageous to us will be wiped out in advance, Xiao Han said with an unquestionable tone. Then, he looked at Mo Qing Tong. Miss Mo, what do you think? If Brother Xiao says to kill, then let's kill. Mo Qing Tong said softly. Her tone was like that of a gentle and virtuous wife who was obedient to her husband's every whim. However, the killing intent and demonic aura in her eyes were shocking and monstrous. Xiao Yunrong secretly observed Fatty Zhu and Mo Qing Tong. She nodded secretly. These two guys are not simple characters. Of course, Xiao Han is not simple either. Back then, in our Xiao clan gathering, Xiao Han was only at the physical body realm. Although he was monstrous at that time, he was not heaven-defying enough. But now I can't see through him at all. At this moment, scarlet clouds surged in the sky, and true energy surged like a tide. A huge primordial phoenix covered the sky and covered the sun. There was lightning lingering between its wings as it flew over like an aurora. Boom! Soon, the primordial phoenix landed on the plaza on the summit. It turned into rays of light and auspicious clouds and merged into the body of a skinny, black-robed, sinister-looking old man. A group of young people were led by a few old antiques to the plaza. All of these young people were full of vigor and vitality. Their true energy burned like the sea, and their battle prowess was shocking. Ha ha ha! Brother Duan, our northern domain's enchantresses are here. The black-robed, skinny old man laughed loudly. Elder Duan brought a few old antiques with him to welcome them. Elder Duan smiled. Brother Ouyang, the young people of the northern domain this time are all extraordinary. Haha, same here. The 300 enchantresses of the southern domain are also outstanding. There are a few who are quite decent. The black-robed skinny old man's gaze pierced through everything. He glanced at the 300 young people of the southern domain. Immediately, the 300 young people of the southern domain felt like they had been seen through. The demon egg and seal in Xiao Han's heart shrank to a speck of dust. He did his best to control the spirit turtle's true energy to seal the demon emperor's palm tattoo on his left arm. He was extremely nervous. The participants of the northern domain's main competition had finally arrived. At this moment, the young generation of the northern and southern domain were looking at each other with deep hostility in their eyes. Xiao Han, although the northern domain only has a third of the southern domain's people, their battle prowess is not inferior at all. I see at least a dozen guys with auras comparable to Li Ziki and Cheng Feng. Xiao Yunrong whispered to Xiao Han warily. It doesn't matter. Let's look at the geniuses of the eastern domain, western domain, great wilderness, and the devil hero domain. Xiao Han was calm and steady. At this moment, ha 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 ha, the young people of the northern and southern domain have arrived? A rough voice came from the western sky. However, Brother Duan, Brother Ouyang, the young generation of the western domain has been living in an abyss of suffering since they were young. They have to be on guard against the invasion of the demon clan at all times. Who asked the demon clan of the western domain to be so rampant? To be able to grow up in such an environment, the youngsters were all able to take charge of their own affairs, and they were extremely outstanding. I think the young people of the western domain are the best of the 4 domains in terms of battle prowess and survival ability. They won't lose to the powerful eastern domain. A primordial red dragon came from the west. An old man in a red robe stood on the dragon's head, looking down on the world. On the dragon's back, there were 10 young people. All of their eyes were firm and fierce, and their battle intent was wild. It was as if a casual glance was a provocation. These are the most outstanding young people of the southern and northern domain? I don't think so. I wonder if they will wet their pants after seeing the demon clan. A young man in a white robe with dark skin said. His eyes were like swords, piercing through the sky, and his whole body was rolling with a strong battle intent, dominating the wilderness. As soon as he spoke, the young people behind him all laughed out loud, as if they were not afraid of anything at all. The ferocity of the western domain's people was vividly reflected by this group of young people. For a moment, the young people of the northern and southern domain all stared at the young people of the western domain angrily. Even on the northern domain's side, there were already many people who started cursing. Ha 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 ha. Young people should be like this as soon as they meet. There is no smell of gunpowder at all. How can it be called the devil hero trial? The old man in a red robe who led the young people of the Western Domain here not only didn't stop them, but also laughed. The next moment, boom, in the eastern sky, auspicious clouds surged, heavenly flowers fell, and divine sounds were faintly discernible. A 3-story ship that was hundreds of feet long came with the wind. There were some young men and women walking around on the ship. All of them had extraordinary grace and noble auras. Strong waves of true qi swept across the entire peak in an instant, firmly suppressing the aura of the young people of the northern, southern, and western domain. This ship seemed to have come from the celestial world, making the people on the ship as hazy as fog and as ethereal as clouds, all like immortals descending to the mortal world. They were so superior. On the deck of the ship was a young man that was terrifyingly handsome. His entire body was coiled with dragon qi, and his aura was oppressive and luxurious. He held a jug of wine in his hand and was drinking lightly, and he had a graceful bearing like a noble young master. His gaze swept downwards, and his tone was light as water. I heard that the talents of the southern, and western domains are declining, far less prosperous than our eastern domain. Today, I see that it is true. In the southern, and western domains, there are only a few young people who can barely hold the fort, but they want to participate in this year's Devil Hero trial. When the time comes, they will all die without a burial place, sad and pitiful. Why do you have to do this? The guys in the eastern domain have always been arrogant. They have been like this since ancient times. When I participated in the Devil Hero trial, I also met a group of guys from the eastern domain, and they were all killed by me. Today, another group has come. How I wish they would all be wiped out. Elder Duan's eyes were frighteningly vicious, and the muscles at the corners of his eyes kept twitching. Brother Xiao, the people from the eastern domain have come. TSK, there are a lot of them. Mo Qingtong looked up and said in Xiao Han's ear. Yes, there are 1,500 places in the eastern domain. More than 3 times the total number of places in the northern, southern, and western domains. Xiao Han nodded. The ship disassembled. 1,500 beautiful people from the eastern domain, led by several old antiques, descended to the peak. These young people from the eastern domain were all like imperial envoys who had come to the countryside. They all looked at the young generation of the southern, and western domains with a sense of superiority, as if they were looking at country bumpkins. These young people from the eastern domain were all wrapped in auspicious clouds, auspicious qi, long rainbows, and extravagant flowers. They looked very imposing. Of course, among the 1,500 people, there were a large number of geniuses with high realms, terrifying auras, and special physiques. They should not be underestimated. Xiao Han observed for a while and found that among the people from the eastern domain, there were many experts in the 5th level of true qi. There were also some people who had obviously comprehended saber intent or sword intent. Ha 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 ha. Devil Hero region. The children of the great wilderness are here. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, a rumbling voice exploded from the sky, like the roar of a demon god. An obscure pressure came from afar. Everyone on the plaza at the summit raised their heads to watch. They saw a huge dark cloud rolling over. In this dark cloud, thousands of tyrannical auras converged, causing the clouds in the sky to automatically split open, and the air to crackle under the pressure. In the dark cloud, there were roars of wild beasts and cries of fierce phoenixes. These sounds tore gold and iron, and pierced through metal and stone. Vaguely, thousands of people could be seen in the dark cloud. Every one of them was like a demon god. Their flesh shells crushed everything, and a slight breath could shatter the air. The danger shattered the tranquility of the area. Waves of aura of the great wilderness covered the sky and covered the earth. Suddenly, a 3-meter-tall middle-aged man took a step forward. His mouth was like a sea of blood, his eyes were like the sun and moon, and his head was like a mountain. Anyone who looked at him would feel as if they had fallen into a boundless and terrifying desolate land. This middle-aged man's flesh shell was so strong that it was hard to describe. A slight breath seemed to be able to suck the whole sky into his stomach. It was just like the primordial demonic rock, who could swallow the sun and the moon. This year's Devil Hero trial is the stage for the children of the great wilderness. All the places to advance will fall into the hands of the children of the great wilderness. The fate of the world has gradually shifted to the great wilderness. This year's Devil Hero trial will prove this point. The middle-aged man said arrogantly. The people of the great wilderness had also arrived. There were a lot of people, up to people. The lineup was so grand that it was shocking.
Chapter 163. The geniuses who participated in this year's Monster Hero Trial competition had arrived. Most of the geniuses came from the Great Wilderness, several times more than those from the East region. They finally arrived at the plaza at the peak of the mountain. The young generation of the North, South, East and West region all looked over. The young generation from the depths of the Great Wilderness were too vigorous. Their flesh shells had the power to pull the earth from the sky. Some had pupils that were almost turning pale gold. Some even had horn-like sarcomas on their foreheads. Some had glistening skin like stars and gems. Some looked like ferocious beasts. Some were full of evil chi, as if they wanted to kill and eat people with just a glance. Some were covered with ferocious and ancient tattoos. Some even had scales growing on their arms. Some had an ancient and profound aura, with the aura of an emperor. When they opened and closed their eyes, lightning lingered, shocking people. Some seemed to be born a few meters tall, very special, obviously a mutant. Some had a body like a treasure shell, with scarlet clouds and runes flashing. The people of the Great Wilderness came in all shapes and forms. Under the lead of the 3-meter-tall middle-aged man who released a heart-palpitating aura, the children of the Great Wilderness stood in line. They were also observing the young people of the North, South, East and West region. Most of them had disdain and ridicule in their eyes. Of course, although the Great Wilderness was powerful, the young generation of the North, South and East region were not too afraid. Those who were selected to participate in the main competition were all geniuses. They would not be easily frightened. Instead, their fighting spirit was aroused. Xiao Han sealed his aura and the power of his flesh shell tightly. He was as calm as still water, observing the people of the Great Wilderness with great interest. His eyes were very clear, showing his inner calmness. Boss Xiao. Those are the people of the Great Wilderness. Their aura is too shocking. All of them look fierce. They are almost human. They should be our biggest enemies in the main competition. Fatty Zhu seemed to be scared silly, nagging in Xiao Han's ear. Yes, there are many experts in the Great Wilderness. Xiao Han nodded seriously. I heard from the sect master that in recent years, there has been a surge of talents in the young generation of the Great Wilderness. Many geniuses have been born. It seems that the ones participating in the main competition this time are the most outstanding ones. He just had to be careful. Other than that, the Eastern region is also flourishing. The Eastern region is flourishing and is the cradle of geniuses. Countless heroes with legendary experiences have risen there. Even though their numbers are not as good as the Great Wilderness, their quality is terrifyingly high. Comparatively speaking, our southern region, northern region, and western region are indeed much weaker. Now on the summit square, there were nearly 10,000 people, which suddenly raised the atmosphere, making the atmosphere of the Hex Hero preliminaries burst out at once. Elder Duan and the other old-timers were in charge of the 300 competitors from the southern domain, while the old-timers from the other domains and the Great Desolation kept the restless youngsters in check. That way, there wouldn't be any chaos. All right, calm down. You must be very nervous right now, right? That's right. All the participants are about to arrive and the main competition is about to begin. It's impossible not to be nervous. Elder Duan lectured the 300 youths from the southern mountain range in a low voice. I can't help you too much. Try to control your emotions. Wait for the first examiner. Another old antique chimed in. When the first examiner comes, all of us who are not involved will have to leave. At that time, you will be completely handed over to the examiner. Elder Duan's seniors, I have a question. The Crown Prince of the Lingshan Empire suddenly spoke. Ha! The Crown Prince of the Lingshan Empire, right? What other questions do you have? Elder Duan asked. Elder Duan, in the main competition, do the contestants have to fight with each other? The Crown Prince of the Lingshan Empire glanced at the people from the Eastern Domain and the Great Desolation. If there is a bloody battle between different camps, the Northern, Southern, and Western domains will be at a disadvantage. Our numbers are less than that of the Eastern Domain and far less than that of the Great Desolation. If there is a melee, I'm afraid that the 3 domains will be wiped out. Hearing this, the faces of the younger generation of the Southern Domain became solemn. Elder Duan thought for a moment, then said, the examination questions of every Hex Hero preliminaries are different. But according to my experience, it's unlikely that there will be a melee. The examination questions will be very complicated and tortuous. Sometimes it's even purely a gamble of luck, not entirely based on one's realm and combat strength. Of course, there will definitely be fights between the contestants, and there will definitely be people who die in the hands of other contestants. In short, many unexpected things will happen. Well, don't ask any more. Wait for the arrival of the first examiner. At this moment, boom, a ray of light as if from the 9 heavens shrouded the summit square. In an instant, heavenly flowers appeared in the void and fell one after another. Golden lotuses appeared on the ground, and the clouds were steaming. It was incomparably sacred. Young men and women with almost invincible auras walked out of the light. All of them were spotless, dignified and dignified. No more, no less, they were all people. They were all very young. There were men and women. All of their eyes were as deep as the Milky Way, glowing with an otherworldly brilliance. It was as if they were born to be superior to others. As soon as these people appeared, their eyes swept across the young people of the eastern, southern, northern, and western domains, and then looked at the people of the Great Desolation. Then, they all looked away and didn't look at anything else. It was as if they were born with a kind of pride and nobility, and looking at others was a kind of charity. These fellows are really arrogant. I know, the last young man named KC must be from the Xianxia region. The sect master once said that this is a talent cultivated by some of the old antiques of the Xianxia region. They are known as the biggest variable in this year's Xianxia trial, the most terrifying group of people. Xiao Han's heart moved. Now, all the contestants who participated in this year's Xianxia trial had arrived. 1,500 people from the eastern domain, 300 people from the southern domain, people from the western domain, people from the northern domain, 100 people from the Xianxia region, and people from the Great Desolation. There were a total of 10,000 people, no more and no less. Well, everyone is here. Elder Duan nodded. I think the first examiner will appear. Heh. Even I don't know who the first examiner will be. Everyone, our mission can be considered to have been completely completed. It's time for us to retire. Ha ha ha. The rest will depend on the performance of the youngsters. Leading the northern region. The enchanting skinny old man in a black robe also retreated to the side with a smile. In this way, many antiques all retreated to the side and gathered together to whisper and talk, no longer looking at the young people, as if they had completely let go. This time, all the little guys are here. It is indeed the most prosperous generation in history. Although there are only 10,000 people, the quality is too high. Yes, many young people actually have the quality to become low-level Xianxia. Now they have to go through a cruel selection, and maybe they will die. Thinking about it, I feel a little pity. These talents will be one less person if they die. You can't say that. The young people who can become Xianxia this time will all be brilliant in the future. They will revitalize our human clan, and maybe one day there will be immortals among them. Ha ha ha. Whether there will be immortals or not, I dare not make a conclusion, but I hope to see our human clan completely drive the demon clan out of this land in my lifetime. Even destroy the demon clan. At this time, ahem! A sudden cough sounded in the middle of the square on the summit. The cough wasn't loud, and it was faintly discernible. There was even a smell of gossamer. But everyone present felt as if their souls had been hit by a heavy hammer. All the young people, including Elder Duan and the other old antiques, were taken aback. They all looked in the direction of the sound and saw that in a deserted corner of the square, a void was slowly condensing, and then a door appeared. The door was very small, and the color of the wood showed that it was a wooden door. With a creak, the wooden door opened, and a sickly old man with a bent back and a sallow face walked out. The old man was emaciated, and at first glance, people could tell that he was only 40 to 50 kilograms, and he was very weak. And the most eye-catching thing was that the old man was a cripple. His left leg was dragging on the ground, making him look very comical. After a closer look, it turned out that his left leg had been broken, and now he was wearing a prosthetic one. It seemed that the old man was not only emaciated, but also half-crippled. The young people in the square were full of doubts. But Elder Duan and the other old antiques showed deep fear in their eyes. Elder Duan said in a low voice, "So the first examiner is him." As expected of the cruelest devil hero trial in history. The first examiner is such a cruel and experienced devil hero.
These young people are going to suffer. I reckon that after the first round of examination, many people will die. All right, Brother Duan, don't make any noise. Let's leave. So that we don't offend this crippled old man. Damn it, when I was young, I participated in the Devil Hero trial, and this crippled old man was the examiner for the second last round. He looked like this at that time, and after so many years, he still looks the same, without any change. Eske, what an old monster. Let's go, let's go. The red-robed old man who brought the many beauties from the western region here urged repeatedly. In the past, the lame examiner would have appeared in the second last or third round. Who would have thought that he would appear in the first round? Dangerous. Too dangerous. The 3-meter-tall middle-aged man who led the children of De Huang here also clicked his tongue. Cough, cough, cough. The crippled old man kept coughing as his gaze swept across all the young people in the square. His aura was extremely weak, as if he was a candle in the wind, at the end of his life, and could be extinguished at any moment. Furthermore, there was not the slightest fluctuation of true qi on the crippled old man's body. At first glance, people would conclude that he was just a sloppy old man with one foot in the grave. Boss Xiao, this old man, could he be the first examiner that Elder Duan mentioned? Fatty Zhu asked with an extremely incredulous voice. Don't make a sound. Xiao Han glared at Fatty Zhu. At this moment, the demon egg in Xiao Han's heart was emitting an extremely uneasy sense of danger. It was almost motionless, lying dormant like a speck of dust. It was as if it had become a dead object. This crippled old man is probably even scarier than Elder Duan. Xiao Han was clear in his heart. Cough, 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 cough. The crippled old man violently coughed a few times, and immediately said with a voice that was as weak as a gossamer. These are the little fellows who are participating in the selection this year? And it's not bad. Much more interesting than the previous years. His voice sounded very weak, but strangely in such a huge square, it could be clearly transmitted into everyone's ears. All right, this old man will be your first examiner. The crippled old man grinned, and immediately looked towards Elder Duan and the others, and impatiently waved his hand. All of you quickly leave. Don't stay any longer. Leave these little fellows to this old man. There's nothing for all of you here. After the crippled old man said this, Elder Duan and the others immediately left the summit square. Right now, in the entire summit square, there were only 10,000 participants and this nondescript crippled old man. Oh my God! This is the examiner for the first round of the examination? It can't be? It's just a crippled old man. It doesn't look like he has any cultivation, a half-crippled person. How is he going to test us? I originally thought that the examiner would definitely be a mighty figure who could swallow the 9 continents, who could shoot through the heavens. I didn't expect that it would be a skinny old man. His life force seems to have dried up. He should be an antique that is thousands of years old, or even tens of thousands of years old, and his lifespan is about to end. Let's not talk too much first. Let's see what the first round of the examination is about. After knowing that this crippled old man was the examiner for the first round of the examination, many participants started to discuss in low voices, expressing their disbelief. Cough, cough. The crippled old man coughed a few times again, and immediately said weakly, Little fellows, congratulations on passing the intense preliminaries, entering the main competition, and coming here. I am very honored to be the main examiner for your first round of the main competition. Then, this old man wants to tell you, the first examination hall is behind this stone door. The crippled old man stretched out a finger that was as thin as a bamboo stick, and pointed at the huge sealed stone door at the end of the square. What will be behind that stone door? Xiao Han's heart was filled with anticipation, and also restlessness. The main competition is really about to begin. No matter how difficult it is, I, Xiao Han, will definitely win. In the end, I will become a demon hero. To be continued. Chapter 164. The heavy stone door was tightly shut. On the stone door, there were many obscure inscriptions and patterns engraved, looking extremely mysterious. Knowing that the first examination venue was behind the stone door, the 10,000 contestants all looked forward, hoping that the crippled old man could open the stone door quickly. The audience held their breath. Xiao Han licked his lips and stared at the stone door, his heart beating faster. However, the crippled old man did not seem to have any intention of opening the stone door immediately.
Instead, he kept nagging. Little guys, as you know, the competition is about to begin. It's really thrilling. You must be very nervous and excited, right?
Ha ha.
He laughed, revealing his missing teeth, making a funny sound like a bellows. Many of the contestants wanted to laugh, but they tried hard to hold it back. The crippled old man kept nagging. The mortality rate is very high in the Hex Hero preliminaries. Sometimes if you are not careful, you will lose your life. Especially this year. The mortality rate is more than 90%. The crippled old man actually nagged for more than half an hour. He kept saying some platitudes, but still refused to open the stone door.
Brother Xiao. Mo Qing Tong whispered beside Xiao Han. This old man is probably 10,000 years old.
He seems to be senile and confused, talking incoherently. How can such an old guy be the chief examiner? If he goes on like this, he won't be able to finish in a few hours.
Miss Mo, this old man is unfathomable.
Don't talk too much. Just listen.
Xiao Han laughed involuntarily. At this moment, this examiner.
Among the people of the Great Wilderness, a young man more than 3 meters tall, with a strong back and a bear's waist, eyes like a ferocious bird, and a green eagle tattoo on his left cheek. It was vivid and fierce. Between his breaths, his flesh shell moved slightly, releasing a strong power to crush everything. He took a step forward, crossed his arms and said proudly, "Examiner, everything you said has been said several times by our tribe's Hex Hero. I don't think it's necessary to repeat it. The mortality rate is high in the Hex Hero preliminaries, but we are all willing to take risks. That's why we are able to get through the bloody battles in the preliminaries and come here. Examiner, hurry up and open the stone door."
Oh.
The crippled old man paused.
He narrowed his eyes and looked at this young man from the Great Desolate. A ruthless light flashed in his old eyes as he slowly said,
"You're a little fellow from the Great Wilderness, right? Didn't your tribe's heroes teach you to respect the examiners? All right, your spot in the main competition has been taken away. Scram immediately."
What? The young man was taken aback for a moment before a fierce glint appeared in his eyes.
"Examiner, I fought with my life on the line and finally managed to get into the main competition. How can you deprive me of my place in the main competition with just a few words? I'll say it for the last time. Cough, cough, cough." The crippled old man kept coughing as if he was about to die from coughing. "Preposterous. A rotten old man like you actually told me to scram? Do you know that I'm the most outstanding young man in the Aguda tribe?"
He tore a wand with his bare hands as if he was tearing a piece of paper, and he had even opened a true acupoint and cultivated to the 4th level of Xianxia.
"Yet, you want me to scram? You—"
That young man's words were filled with anger, and he actually roared in front of him.
A portion of the men and women of the Great Wilderness also became restless and wanted to join in the commotion.
However, the young man hadn't finished speaking when the crippled old man raised his right hand.
That shriveled and withered right claw grabbed the air. Poochie! There wasn't a trace of true energy fluctuation, but the airflow between heaven and earth suddenly collapsed inward. A large part of the sky seemed to be easily grabbed by his palm. Ah! That young man from the Great Wilderness let out a miserable scream. His entire body seemed to be sucked into the crippled old man's palm. He had completely lost any ability to resist, and he was like an ant that was being pinched. In the next moment, bang! The crippled old man's palm clenched together, and a large part of the space seemed to be obliterated. The body of the young man from the Great Wilderness instantly exploded, disintegrated, and evaporated. Soon, it disappeared without a trace. He didn't even have the time to let out a miserable scream before his entire body was completely annihilated. He was actually casually destroyed by the crippled old man.
This claw was something that none of the young men present would be able to resist.
It was simply an almighty ability that could pluck the stars and seize the moon.
Ah!
The children of the Great Wilderness standing around the young man's body were so shocked that their faces turned ashen. They quickly retreated, still in a state of shock, and no longer dared to say a word. The young men from the north, south, east, and west regions also looked at each other in dismay and kept quiet out of fear. This crippled old man is really cruel. One wrong word and he directly grabbed someone to death. Not even his bones were left.
Xiao Han also couldn't help but look at Mo Qingtong, Fatty Zhu, and the others. The subtext was, "Don't make a ruckus, or else you'll bring about a fatal disaster." Mo Qingtong's pretty face was pale with fright. Fatty Zhu was also so scared that he shrank his neck. Xiao Yunrong and Huayang's hearts were even colder. Someone had died before the competition even started. It was too terrifying. It's just a little aphid, and it can't stop jumping around. The crippled old man flicked his fingernails, as if he had casually pinched a small fly or mayfly to death. Insignificant. He cleared his throat. Everything that your elders told you before, they don't count. From now on, I have the final say. There was dead silence, and no one dared to complain. The crippled old man opened his mouth. If it wasn't for me and my old buddies risking their lives to fight against the demon race great emperor, and annihilate many demon emperors, how could you little fellows be where you are today? You really have no respect for your seniors, no respect for your superiors. After saying a lot of things, he was finally satisfied. After a full 2 hours, the crippled old man finally stopped talking. He flicked his right index finger slightly, and a piercing sound resounded throughout the vast chalk field. At the same time, there was a rumbling sound, and a huge scroll appeared above the vast chalk field. It was about 100 feet long and spread out. Countless words appeared on it, as if it contained another world. The young man on the vast chalk field looked at it and found that the words on the scroll were actually names of places and people. It was densely packed. My name is on the scroll too. Xiao Han saw that on the bottom left of the scroll, there were small words written very clearly. Southern Region, Beacon Fire Empire, Pure Cloud Sect, Xiao Han. Moreover, Xiao Han also saw some names that he was familiar with, such as Southern Region, Beacon Fire Empire, Pure Cloud Sect, Huayang Southern Region, Beacon Fire Empire, Mingjian Villa, Xiao Yunrong Southern Region, Dark Shadow Empire, Heavenly Demon Sect, Mo Qingtong. Listen, all the young people who are participating in this year's Devil Hero Trial, your names are on this scroll. There can't be any omissions. Now, split a strand of your origin true qi and inject it into the scroll. Light up your names on the scroll. In your origin true qi, there are traces of your soul, essence, qi and spirit. This will be considered as your information left on the scroll. Once you die in the main competition, your name will be dimmed so that the people outside who are paying attention to the trial will know the situation. Alright, let's light up your names. Hearing this, many young people did not dare to be negligent. They each shot a trace of origin true qi onto the scroll and accurately poured it into their name. In an instant, the countless names on the scroll lit up, glistening and lifelike. This is interesting. Xiao Han smiled faintly and casually shot a trace of origin true qi to light up his name. Alright, that's enough. After all the contestants had lit up their names, the scroll was like an immortal list. True qi fluctuations rolled around, looking very noble and colorful. The crippled old man nodded with satisfaction and waved his hand. The scroll floated away. All right. Now, I will announce the rules of the first exam and open the stone door. Everyone, listen carefully. The crippled old man announced. In an instant, all the contestants on the field held their breath and pricked up their ears to listen. Devil Hero Region. A glittering notice floated above the Devil Hero Region and expanded in the wind. In an instant, it grew to a length of thousands of feet and a height of hundreds of feet. It was so large that it covered the sky and the sun. Every name on the notice was magnified infinitely. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wu Yu, Xiaoming Chu, Dongfang Qin, Fong Ling, and a group of devil heroes had already flown to the Devil Hero Region. When they looked up and saw the list floating in the sky, they all stopped. Sect Master, the main competition is about to begin. Junior brother Xiao Han and junior sister Huayang have already lit up their names. Xiao Mingchu said excitedly. Perhaps the first test has already begun. I hope junior brother Xiao Han and junior sister Huayang's names will always be so bright and never dim. Well, it has finally begun. Wu Yu put his hands behind his back and his clothes fluttered like an immortal. Come, let's enter the Devil Hero Tower. We can watch the competition in more detail. Let's go, Brother Wu. Let's enter the Devil Hero Tower together. I am also very worried about Qingtong at the moment. I am afraid that something will happen to her. Watching from the Devil Hero Tower, We can even see some details of the competition. It is better than standing here and looking at the list. The Heaven's Devil Old Man also came over. Heaven's Devil Old Man, let's go to the Devil Hero Tower together. Wu Yu smiled and nodded. At this time, Dong Fongqin and Fong Ling said in unison, Sect Master, we don't have enough contribution points. We can't enter the Devil Hero Tower to watch the competition at will. Sect Master, I don't have much contribution points left. I can only stay in the Xianxia Pagoda for 7 days and 7 nights. The main competition can't be completed in 7 days and 7 nights.
Xiao Mingqiu looked like he was in a dilemma.
It doesn't matter. We still have some extra contribution points. It is enough for us to stay in the Devil Hero Tower for a year and a half. Let's go together. Wu Yu smiled. In the next moment, they turned into a stream of light and flew towards the Devil Hero Tower. Everyone, wait for Fatty. Fatty is also going to watch the competition and cheer for little Fatty. Zhu Ganglai caught up from behind. On the other side. Brothers Hua, I don't have enough contribution points. Please lend me some so that I can enter the Xianxia Tower and watch every match of the Xianxia trial. Shiman Piaoxue, the owner of the Mingjian Mountain Villa, said to a middle-aged man in red with an apathetic expression. The middle-aged man in red nodded. Okay, I can temporarily lend my contribution points to Brother Shiman. I don't need Brother Shiman to return them. However, the next time we besiege the Demon Emperor, please team up with me. Let's go. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Rays of light poured into the Devil Hero Tower like carps crossing the river. Many chivalrous heroes entered the Chivalrous Hero Tower to watch the Chivalrous Hero Trial from all angles. Known as the cruelest Devil Hero Trial in history, it was indeed a gimmick to attract people's attention. As for the low-level Devil Heroes who didn't have enough contribution points, they sat in other places of the Devil Hero region and watched the announcement floating in the sky. They could also see which names on the announcement had dimmed, so they could understand the general situation of the competition. Many contestants gathered in the wide chalk field. The crippled old man said solemnly, the first match of this year's Devil Hero Trial will be held on an island. Now I will announce the rules of the competition. After the stone gate opens, you will follow me through the tunnel, into a port, and then take a boat to the island. A few days later, a demon will fly over the island. Well, it's a demon emperor, but it won't take the initiative to attack you. What you have to do is to resist the pressure and demon aura brought by this demon emperor. Any contestant who panics will be eliminated. You will be eliminated. You must talk and laugh without fear under the pressure of the demon emperor. This is the most basic condition to become a devil hero. Well, the first round of the exam is very, very simple, right? Is that so? The first round of the exam is to resist the demon emperor's demon aura. It doesn't sound difficult. A young man from the Western region looked relieved. When I was in the Western region, I once saw a demon emperor. The demon aura was indeed very terrible and could break people's minds. But as long as the demon emperor doesn't take the initiative to attack, it's still possible to stay calm. The first round of the exam is to adapt to the demon aura. Xiao Han also knew in his heart. Logically speaking, it's almost impossible to kill a demon emperor with the resources of these contestants. There's a 100% chance of being killed. Even when the demon emperor deliberately released his aura, it would be difficult for him to remain calm. However, I have a demon egg in my heart that can greatly dissolve the demon aura that invades my body. This round of exam, at least for me, will be relatively easy. Brother Xiao, this is bad. Fatty has never seen a demon emperor before. I don't know if I can withstand that fierce and shocking demon aura. Fatty Zhu's face was filled with fear. Xiao Yunrong also blurted out. Xiao Han, Yunrong has only seen the dying demon emperor of Beixian. I have never seen the demon emperor at his peak. Don't worry, the examiner said that the demon emperor won't take the initiative to attack the contestants. This round of exam will be relatively easy. I think it's just for us to warm up. Calm down. Xiao Han encouraged. At this moment, crack, 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 the heavy and mysterious stone door finally opened slowly. The stone door is open. Immediately, many contestants shouted, "Don't push, line up and enter the stone door." The crippled old man shouted, "Go! Enter the stone door. The exam has finally begun." Xiao Han couldn't hold back his excitement and directly walked towards the stone door. Mo Qing Tong, Xiao Yunrong, Hua Fan, and Fatty Zhu followed closely behind. Chapter 165. The stone door was wide open. It was a sign that the most brutal devil hero preliminaries in history had officially begun. The crippled old man led the way slowly and entered the stone door. The contestants followed closely behind him. Xiao Han and the others were also mixed in the crowd. Behind the stone door was a dark and bottomless tunnel. It was 7 or 8 feet wide and more than 100 feet high. When someone entered it, it was like being swallowed by a giant beast. In the dark cave, the contestants' bodies emitted the light of true qi, which could illuminate the cave. But the atmosphere in the cave was gloomy and horrible. Vaguely, there were even sounds of ghosts wailing and wolves howling, which made people's scalps numb. And the most frightening thing was, no one knew how long the cave was. The crippled old man walked at a steady pace in front of them. No contestant dared to surpass him, so they couldn't fly in the cave with their true qi. The team moved forward slowly and no one knew when they would reach the end. Xiao Han. This cave is very deep. Xiao Yunrong whispered in Xiao Han's ear. Her voice was also a little timid. I don't know why, but it makes people feel scared. This place is filled with the smell of danger everywhere. Haha. Sister, are you afraid? Mo Qing Tong smiled. If I'm afraid, why should I participate in the main competition? It's not so easy to become a devil hero. If you are really afraid, you might as well give up as soon as possible. Mo Qing Tong seemed to be very used to this gloomy and strange environment. She smiled like a bell. You. Xiao Yunrong stared at her. Well, don't quarrel. Xiao Han smiled faintly. In this cave, there is an inexplicable atmosphere that makes people have inner demons. Actually, it's nothing. Yunrong, your sword intent can quench nothingness and all negative emotions. I think you are too nervous and even forgot your sword intent. Huh. Xiao Yunrong was stunned. Soon, a flash of sword light flashed in her bright eyes and forcibly cut off the panic. All of a sudden, he felt relaxed. She said with relief. Much better now. Xiao Han, I was really out of my wits. At the beginning of the competition, I was so nervous that I even forgot to use my sword intent. Thank you for reminding me. Just like that, everyone followed the crippled old man and walked in the cave for several hours. The road ahead was still completely dark. It seemed to be boundless. Panting sounds began to rise and fall in the team. After more than 20 hours, some of the contestants started to slow down and become tired. Their footsteps and eyelids became heavier and heavier. Some even bent over and panted heavily. This was not a physical exhaustion, but a mental exhaustion and hollowing out. It was enough to make people collapse. Another few hours passed. The crippled old man led the team around a corner. Shockingly, drip, 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 the sound of water dripping could be heard ahead. In the quiet cave, the sound of water dripping suddenly resounded. It was extremely frightening. Moreover, the sound of water droplets seemed to be a sharp sword that could pierce through one's soul. Each sound was like a heavy hammer that directly pounded on one's soul. Ah! In the team, a young man from the northern domain finally let out a hysterical wail, almost beating his chest and stamping his feet as he bawled. I give up. I don't want to participate in the main competition. He covered his ears, turned around, and ran back. Panic that made people collapse spread out like a plague. Soon, more than 100 people could not endure the ravaging and torture that originated from their souls. They all gave up and turned to run. Heh! Those who want to give up can return the way they came, said the crippled old man with a dry laugh. However, most of the contestants present were geniuses with firm willpower. They were invincible and could withstand it. There were even some contestants who let out mocking sneers, expressing their disdain for the people who had fled. Soon. Bang! 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 Not far away, the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground could be heard. There are 137 names that have completely faded from the list. All right, the rest of you, continue forward. The corners of the crippled old man's mouth twitched as he turned around and walked forward. Boss Xiao, those fellows who gave up on the main competition and ran back are all dead? Fatty Zhu said with wide eyes.
Previously, the examiner said that only the essence of true energy that was infused into the names of the dead contestants would be destroyed, causing their names to become dim. Those people must have already died, Huagang said with a palpitating heart. The first examination has not even officially begun, but more than 100 people have died on the way. It is indeed cruel. Actually, this is also telling us that if we don't advance, we will perish in the Devil Hero preliminaries. Xiao Han nodded seriously. I think that to become a Devil Hero, one's spirit must be as sharp as a treasured blade, flawless and untainted. If one can't even withstand this little bit of training, how can one cultivate true qi? How can one become a Devil Hero? Let's go, continue forward. Xiao Han had experienced many life and death battles and had undergone several transformations. Therefore, even without using his saber intent, he could still resist the strange atmosphere in the cave. Suppress the inner demons. He still had strength to spare. Furthermore, Xiao Han realized that under the treacherous atmosphere of the cave, breaking through the true acupoints was much easier than usual. Xiao Han's heart stirred slightly. Immediately after, while walking slowly, he tried to break through the 31st true acupoint. The 31st true acupoint was a bottleneck from the 3rd level to the 4th level of true qi. It required sufficient foundation and opportunity to break through. Drip, drip, drip. The sound of water dripping in the cave became more and more frequent. The demonic sound seeped into the brain and destroyed the liver and intestines. However, Xiao Han had already entered a mysterious state of no man and no self. The various intrusions from the outside world did not affect him. He was gradually entering the optimal state of breaking through the true acupoint. After walking for a few more hours, the sound of water dripping disappeared and was replaced by a faint salty smell. Some light shone through the cave entrance, accompanied by the sound of waves rising and falling. Finally, we are going to pass through this tunnel. It seems to be an ocean outside. Hua Fan blurted out in Xiao Han's ear. At this moment, pooh! From within Xiao Han's body, the sound of a butterfly breaking out of a cocoon burst forth. It was as if a wild beast had awakened in Xiao Han's body. A sharp light flashed in Xiao Han's eyes like a bolt of cold lightning, illuminating the pitch-black cave. Phew! I have finally broken through the 31st true acupoint and reached the 4th level of true qi. Xiao Han exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Brother Xiao, are you breaking through the true acupoint? Mo Qingtong was the first to react. Xiao Han smiled faintly. At the same time, pooh, 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 pooh. In the cave, the sound of eggshells breaking rang out one after another. For a moment, the cave was filled with light, giving off a dense aura of treasures. It seemed that Xiao Han was not the only one who knew how to make use of the atmosphere in the cave to break through his acupoint. At the front of the group, the crippled old man's footsteps paused slightly. The corner of his mouth curled into a faint smile as he muttered in a barely audible voice. This group of little fellows, there is a portion of them that is quite interesting. Quite interesting. Finally, the group exited the cave. Outside the cave, the sky was clear and the sun blazed like fire. It was a stark contrast to the gloomy and ghostly environment in the cave. This was a golden beach. Under the illumination of the sun, the sand reflected a dazzling brilliance, as if it was shards of gold. Beyond the beach, there was a vast and boundless ocean. The scorching heat waves brought along a salty sea breeze mixed with a fishy smell. Flocks of seabirds soared above the blue sea. These seabirds were of a different species, like the Luan birds of the vast wilderness. They were huge in size and had gorgeous and beautiful feathers. From time to time, giant fish would leap out of the sea, stirring up huge waves. Not far away, there was a port where dozens of metal ships were anchored. But there was no one around. On these metal ships, there was the image of a sea god holding a trident, engraved with a large number of complicated lines and characters, emitting a mystical brilliance. It seemed to be some kind of formation. The contestants looked left and right curiously. All right, let's all board the ship. Head to the island. Begin the first test. The crippled old man walked towards the port. Choose a ship at will. Remember 2 things. First, there are ancient sea beasts hibernating in the deep sea that even the sea god has to avoid. Therefore, you can't casually release your true qi to fly. You must board the ship, otherwise you will die without a burial. Second,
You must know your place on the ship. Don't quarrel or fight. Otherwise, you will be disqualified from the main competition. Hearing this, the contestants swarmed towards the port. They each chose a giant ship. Xiao Han and the others boarded one of the ships. There were also a large number of young people from the 4 regions on the same ship as Xiao Han and the others. There were even some children of the vast wilderness. The huge deck was full of people. Soon, a total of 10 ships were loaded with nearly 10,000 contestants. They pulled the anchor and set sail. The ships were very magical. They did not need to be piloted and could sail automatically to their destination. Xiao Han, Mo Qingtong, Xiao Yunrong, Hua Fan, and Fatty Zhu stood by the railing, talking in low voices while admiring the sea. There was indeed an island in the distance, like a pearl embedded in the sea. This should still be within the territory of the Xianxia region, right? Xiao Han asked with a frown. Mo Qingtong smiled faintly. Perhaps. But there is no one in this area. It is a specially set up examination venue. Suddenly, everyone saw some buildings that looked like lighthouses standing on the surface of the sea. The top of the lighthouse was inlaid with a kind of black gem that looked like a strange pupil. It radiated a misty light that spun here and there. Xiao Han was stunned. This is a strange or that is very precious. It is said to come from beyond the heavens. It can record images. Qing Tong had read about it in a book when she was young. It is called the Magic Eye Stone, Mo Qing Tong blurted out. Mo Qing Tong blurted out, and then a thoughtful look appeared in her eyes. Qing Tong knows. Our exam process has also been recorded. Maybe someone is watching us through the Magic Eye Stone. Is that so? Xiao Han touched his nose. At this time, Li Ziki and Chang Feng appeared on the left of Xiao Han and the others. The sea is magnificent. But it hides great danger. Death is very close to us, isn't it? Li Ziki looked at Xiao Han and the others coldly. Xiao Han, the younger generation of the eastern region and the vast wilderness is stronger than we imagined. I will give you one last chance. You can choose to join our team. Otherwise, as I said, get out of here, Xiao Han said lightly. Good, very good. I hope you won't regret it. Li Ziki and Chang Feng glared at Xiao Han with resentment. Then they walked away. Xiao Han glanced around and saw Li Ziki and Chang Feng walk to the other side of the deck and talk to a sturdy young man wrapped in animal skin. That man must be from the vast wilderness. His body shone with 41 5-pointed star true acupoints, indicating that he was at the 5th level of true qi. His flesh was as strong as the sea and flowed with precious light. Let's take a break. It will take some time before we can go to the island. Xiao Han sat down directly. Maybe there are other dangers on the island besides the contents of the examination. Xiao Han saw that the young man from the vast wilderness who was talking to Li Ziki, and the others was staring at him with an undisguised murderous look. Moreover, he kept staring at Mo Qing Tong, Xiao Yunrong, and Hua Yang. Xiao Han also saw that Li Ziki and Cheng Feng were laughing and looking at him with gloating eyes. Chapter 166. I don't care what tricks you have up your sleeves. As long as you provoke me, I will kill you all. In this competition, survival is of utmost importance. You can do whatever it takes. Xiao Han looked indifferently at Li Ziki and Cheng Feng who had rich expressions. Then, he closed his eyes and rested his mind. Fatty Zhu followed suit and sat down. Li Ziki and Cheng Feng nodded to the young man from the great wilderness and walked away. The man from the great wilderness walked to the railing at the side of the deck. He held the railing with both hands and looked into the distance. There is no ocean in the great wilderness. This is the first time I have seen the ocean with my own eyes. The image of a 6-armed dragon flashed in his eyes and the corner of his mouth curled into a sinister smile. Wanyan Gu, you are one of the few young warriors in the Golden Flow ancient country. I heard that you shot down a great Luan with one arrow when you were 7. I admire you very much. A bald young man walked over. There was a hurricane roaring in his eyes. There was a sand scorpion tattoo on his bald head. Every inch of his flesh and blood had the power of 10,000 horses galloping. He was very fierce. Oh, Ada of the scorpion race. I have heard of you. Your tribe is very strong and you are famous for your ferocity. Wanyan Gu said coldly. What did those two people say to you just now? The people of the four regions are very cunning. Don't be used by them. Ada smiled. It is impossible for those trash to use me. In the face of great power, everything seems small and childish. They only told me that they found a few attractive women. Wan Yengu turned back to look at Mo Qing Tong, Xiao Yunrong, and Hua Fan. Such a feast for the eyes. It is rare to see such beautiful women in the great wilderness. This time, I, Wan Yengu, traveled thousands of miles to come here. Not only do I want to become a hero, but I also want to taste those beauties that are more charming than the women of the great wilderness. Of course, I will have to kill those cowardly people of the four regions. I see this competition as a fun game. Indeed. The fellows of the four regions are too weak compared to the warriors of the great wilderness. We can kill them as we please. Ada nodded. It is very meaningful to become a hero. You can learn the rare true Qi divine technique of the great wilderness. I hope that the children of the great wilderness can take all the spots of the heroes. On another ship, a man in black and a man in yellow were leaning against the railing with strange expressions. Hehehe. The yellow-clothed man laughed strangely, his eyes burning with an indescribable excitement. Very interesting. Really interesting. There is no game more fun than this. The yellow-robed man had an aura that could destroy the void. Wherever he looked, the space would show faint signs of shattering. As for the black-robed man, his eyes were as deep as a devil's domain. It was as if a single glance from him could devour a person and consign them to eternal damnation. Xianxia, it's been 5 years since we last met, and your divine art of annihilation has already reached perfection. Congratulations. This time, you have a greater chance of surviving than 5 years ago. The black-robed man sneered. Same here. Tang Feiping, your heart demon curse fist has improved a lot, right? In the eastern domain, there aren't many people in the younger generation who can defeat you. The yellow-clothed man flattered. It's been 5 years. I've been thinking about this year's Devil Hero Trial competition day and night. I want to see what's the difference between this year and the last one. The black-robed man, Tang Feiping, said indifferently. Yes, there are fewer people this year, but there are more experts than the last one. Moreover, there are many people from the great wilderness. We can't underestimate those guys. The yellow-clothed man, Xianxia, said. After a pause, he said eagerly. Although our realm and combat strength are not the strongest, we have the experience of participating in the Devil Hero Trial competition. Ha! In the last one we participated. Although we didn't successfully become the Devil Hero, we survived. There are so many fresh lives waiting for us to play with. It's so exciting. Playing with and killing these rookies is even more interesting than becoming a Devil Hero. I can't wait anymore. Ha ha ha. Xianxia, you're really a bad guy. You take pleasure in playing with rookies. However, I like your way of thinking. The black-robed man, Tang Feiping, laughed. That's why we can be friends. The yellow-clothed man, Xianxia, suddenly lowered his voice. There are not many people who know that we have participated in the Devil Hero Trial competition once. This allows us to enjoy the endless fun of killing rookies. But we still have to be careful. There are some very strong guys this time. Tang Feiping's face darkened. Moreover, there are several guys like us who have participated in the Devil Hero Trial competition once, or even twice. Don't worry, we all know that the Devil Hero Trial competition is not just about pure realm and combat strength. If we can't even deal with some rookies, then we are too useless. Xianxia was full of ambition. Devil Hero Domain. The notice, which was filled with names, fluttered in the wind in the sky, like a giant flag, shining brightly. However, there were some names that had completely faded away. At this moment, in the entire Devil Hero Domain, countless Devil Heroes were staring at this year's Devil Hero Trial competition. In a restaurant, the tables were arranged in a picturesque manner, and they were filled with powerful Taoists. The competition has begun. More than 100 people have died. A middle-aged devil hero in white looked at the sky outside the window. 138 names on the list have faded. Ha ha ha. This is just the beginning. A middle-aged devil hero in black with a curly beard took a sip of wine. In the next few days, I'm afraid more and more contestants will die. It's a pity that we don't have enough contribution points to go to the Devil Hero Tower to watch the video. What a pity. You want contribution points? Then let's form a team to hunt down a demon emperor. A demon emperor can be exchanged for a lot of contribution points. The middle-aged devil hero in white said half jokingly and half seriously. Ha! Brother Lee, don't joke. Hunt down a demon emperor? We don't have that ability yet. Killing high-level demon generals is already our limit. The middle-aged devil hero in black with a curly beard laughed at himself. Devil Hero Tower. The magnificent Devil Hero Tower exuded a simple and civilized aura. The 29th floor. In a certain spotless restaurant on this floor, many mighty figures with unfathomable auras were sitting in the restaurant and enjoying their meals. Wu Yu, Heaven's Devil Old Man, Xiao Ming Chu, Zhu Ganglai, Dong Feng Qin, and Feng Ling sat around a table. They looked at a crystal-clear gem floating in front of them. On the gem, some images appeared. It was an endless ocean and a total of 10 metal ships. Each metal ship was loaded with thousands of young people. Sect Master, this ocean is the first examination venue of this year's Devil Hero trial? I have never seen this examination venue before. Xiao Mingchu sat lazily on a wooden chair with a piece of hay in his mouth. I have never seen it before either. Wu Yu took a sip of wine. Heaven's Devil Old Man, Zhu Ganglai, Dong Feng Qin, and Feng Ling shook their heads. I don't know how difficult the first examination is. Zhu Ganglai smirked. But 138 names have faded on the list. It seems that the examination hasn't started yet? The chief examiner is the crippled old man. Heaven's Devil Old Man looked serious. This crippled old man is a fierce person. With him as the chief examiner, I optimistically estimate that at least thousands of people will die in this examination, maybe more. Now that things have come to this, we can't help at all. We can only watch the progress of the competition from here. Wu Yu shrugged. Let them do it themselves. A big ocean. The fleet was gradually approaching the island. All the contestants stared at the island curiously. Xiao Han and his companions also completely shifted their attention to the island. They saw that the island was also very vast. On the island, giant evergreen trees covered the sky and the earth. Occasionally, some thick old vines could be seen, spreading out for hundreds of feet like a dragon. There was also a gem-like lake on the island, surrounded by colorful flowers and wisteria. There were also slightly shorter pineapple trees, coconut trees, and lychee trees. In addition, the roars of ferocious birds and ferocious beasts could be heard from the island. The entire island was filled with an inexplicable sense of danger, causing one's heart to palpitate. It was as if, in the depths of the island, there was a ferocious creature that chose to devour people. Brother Xiao, I'm afraid this island is not that simple. Mo Qing Tong narrowed his eyes slightly. Qing Tong feels that there are some terrifying creatures hidden on the island that are enough to kill us. Extremely terrifying. In the sea around the island, whirlpools were everywhere, the waves were rolling, and the densely packed beast bones were floating. Every bone was incomparably huge and emitted a tragic aura. It was obvious that it was the skeleton of some savage beast, but for some reason, it died in this sea, leaving only bones behind. Boss Xiao, the bottom of the sea is not calm either. There must be a deep-sea giant beast hibernating, so terrifying. Fatty Zhu said with trembling teeth. I felt it too. However, since we're here, let's take things as they come. Xiao Han said solemnly. At this moment, the crippled old man's body floated up. He stood in the air on the surface of the sea, coughed a few times and then said, Listen, the ship is about to reach the shore. All of you go ashore. Once you reach the island, first, don't run around. In the depths of the island, there is a forbidden area that seals ferocious creatures that you can't imagine. If you rashly enter the forbidden area, you will be turned into ashes in an instant. Second, prepare well. Tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, the Demon Emperor will pass by the island. Third, the ship will dock at the pier on the west side of the island. When the Demon Emperor passes by the island, if something unexpected happens, you can rush to the pier. Once you board the ship, it will carry you to a safe area. However, I hope that you can persevere on the island. No matter what happens, I hope that you can stay on the island. Anyone who escapes to the pier and leaves by ship will be eliminated. After giving his instructions, The crippled old man's figure flashed, and he almost teleported into the island. At this time, the 10 ships sailed into a simple pier on the west side of the island. The ships automatically docked, and the contestants jumped onto the island one after another. Xiao Han landed on the ground of the island and looked around. He saw a lot of lush vegetation, birds chirping, and fragrant flowers everywhere. If he didn't consider the roars of ferocious birds and fierce beasts coming from the island from time to time, this place was indeed a paradise, a pure land. Xiao Han immersed his mind into the demon egg in his heart and sensed around, but didn't find the aura of a demon. Once the contestants came ashore, they entered the depths of the island and disappeared into the primitive forest. Come, let's go deep into the island. Don't stay on the shore, Xiao Han said hurriedly. Yes, yes, yes. Let's find a safe place to hide. Tomorrow or the day after, the demon emperor will descend. Who knows what will happen? Fatty Zhu said timidly. The group walked into the island. Xiao Yunrong turned back frequently, looking at the pier where the ship was docked. She also looked around. Sister, why are you looking around? Mo Qingtong smiled sweetly. I've memorized the path. Once there is a major change that endangers our lives, we can return to this pier and leave by ship, Xiao Yunrong answered. I won't leave by ship. Even if I die, I want to stay on the island. I must become a demon hero, Huafan said resolutely. Roar. At this moment, behind a towering ancient tree, a three-eyed wolf suddenly jumped out. Its body was comparable to an elephant. It opened its bloody mouth and pounced toward Xiao Han and the others. At the same time, a giant python that was dozens of feet long and had a single horn on its head slithered out from the bushes. Behind a cluster of bright-colored flowers, a black centipede that was dozens of feet long slowly crawled out. Above it, a ferocious tiger with wings swooped down and roared, stirring up a gale that uprooted a large part of the forest, instantly turning it into dust. Fight! Xiao Han roared. Chapter 167. This beautiful island was originally a vicious island with many savage beasts hibernating. Once someone trespassed their territory, they would suffer a terrifying and fatal attack. Ah! The examiner didn't say that there were ferocious beasts that took the initiative to attack people on this island. Fatty Zhu wailed. At the same time, Mo Qingtong raised her jade-like arm and a demonic force field smashed out. It was several acres in size and directly enveloped the winged tiger. The light distorted and in an instant, the tiger was dismembered in the air, turning into a rain of blood. Xiao Yunrong slashed out with a swift and fierce sword chi that contained sword intent, and the horned python collapsed inch by inch. Hua Wu's true chi turned into a small mountain that crushed down and crushed the black centipede. Xiao Han waved his hand like a knife, and a door-sized knife chi slashed the three-eyed wolf into pieces. The battle quickly ended. Phew! Hua Wu heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, these savage beasts aren't too strong. However, at this moment, roar! From afar, a ferocious beast roar could be heard. It was as if an ancient beast was roaring angrily. This sound pierced through metal and stone, tore through the clouds, and went straight into the sky. It shook everyone's eardrums and caused their minds to go blank. It had the smell of shattering mountains and rivers. Ah! Ah! What followed was the blood-curdling screams of humans on the verge of death, heart-wrenching and lung-splitting. Dong, dong, dong. The huge creature was moving, causing the entire island to tremble slightly. Everyone be careful and advance step by step. There are big fellows on this island that we can't deal with. Xiao Han's expression was solemn. It seems that some contestants have already died to the giant beast's kiss. That examiner tricked us. Fatty Zhu mumbled. Roar! The beast's roar sounded again and the island shook. However, from the sound, it was indeed far away from Xiao Han and the others. However, even so, it still made their hearts palpitate and their hair stand on end. Roar! However, at this moment, Suddenly, Xiao Han suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. A fear that came from the depths of his heart instantly gripped Xiao Han. This was an instinctive reaction to death and danger that Xiao Han had developed after experiencing many life and death battles. It was almost like a sixth sense. When Xiao Han raised his head slightly, a bewitching light was already shooting towards him.
This beam of light was silent and undetectable. It pierced through everything, seeking life from 1,000 miles away and pursuing the soul from 10,000 miles away. It could almost cut through any defense, and vaguely, there seemed to be traces of heavenly punishment. Xiao Han's scalp went numb, and his hair stood on end. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, Xiao Han no longer had the time to use his saber intent to block. In a tenth of a breath's time, Xiao Han's mind spun rapidly, and the indestructible golden body surged. Beams of golden light shot out from Xiao Han's body, causing him to shine brightly. Dense bone inscriptions appeared, and Zen chants filled the air. The demonic light shot into the golden light and slowed down a little. Xiao Han tilted his head. Xiao, the demonic light practically brushed past Xiao Han's neck. This caused Xiao Han's throat to be sliced open. If it weren't for the fact that Xiao Han's indestructible golden body had been trained to an extremely high level, he would have died from that. Ding! The bewitching light stabbed into the trunk of a towering ancient tree. Ka! The huge tree cracked inch by inch and withered inch by inch. It was a flying saber. A 3-inch and 7-foot long flying saber. Xiao Han took a step forward and pulled out the flying saber. The cold light was dazzling, and a few tiny words were engraved on the blade. Li Ziki. It's Li Ziki's flying saber. Fatty Zhu shouted. Too sinister. This guy actually plotted against you, Boss Xiao. But this saber is indeed powerful enough to kill without leaving a trace. Li Ziki is too much. As a member of the younger generation of the southern region, he actually launched a sneak attack. His flying saber is said to never miss its target. Fortunately, Xiao Han, you have comprehended the saber intent, and your thinking is faster than ordinary people. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Xiao Yunrong said with a face full of lingering fear. Xiao Han, chase after Li Ziki and kill him. If he is heartless, we will be unjust. We can't catch up. Mo Qingtong's devil eyes stared into the distance. He is at least dozens of miles away. A saber came to kill through the air. But for the time being, we don't need to worry about his sneak attack again. His saber is very extreme, condensed with supreme mental strength. It will take some time to recuperate if it doesn't hit. It's really dangerous. Xiao Han weighed the flying saber in his hand and immediately flicked his finger, breaking the flying saber into pieces. If I hadn't broken through to the 4th level of true qi and improved my thinking and reaction speed, I don't know if I could have avoided that saber just now. From now on, Li Ziki will be the person I must kill. Let's go. The next moment, Xiao Han led his companions around a cluster of coconut trees and slowly moved forward. At the same time, he reminded them. Now, not only do we have to be wary of the fierce beasts on the island, but all the contestants may be our enemies. The atmosphere was extremely tense, like a taut bowstring. The deathly aura of the devil hero preliminaries was clearly felt inch by inch, penetrating deep into the wood. However, in this state, it could also better refine the spirit and sharpen the will, which was of great benefit to the physical body. On a small mound dozens of miles away, Li Ziki sat cross-legged, his face pale as he adjusted his breathing. Chung Feng and hundreds of young men and women surrounded the mound. After dozens of breaths, Li Ziki opened his eyes, a ruthless light flashing in them. Xiao Han is really powerful. Even such a sneak attack couldn't kill him. Instead, it took a lot of my energy and made me feel haggard. Unfortunately, now that he is on guard, it won't be so easy to kill him again. It doesn't matter. Chung Feng waved his hand. The competition has just begun. There will be plenty of opportunities to kill him. If people like Xiao Han don't die, in the future in the southern region, among the younger generation, we will be completely suppressed by him, unable to rise again. Moreover, since we have already attacked, we will not stop until one of us is dead. People like Xiao Han will not give up so easily. Roar. The roar of a giant beast came from afar. Ferocious and violent. And accompanied by a few sporadic human screams. Li Ziki, Cheng Feng, and the others all showed a look of fear. Li Ziki stood up from the mound, frowning. Let's find a place to hide first, don't wander around, this island is very strange. There are ferocious and powerful creatures hibernating here. Moreover, those fellows from the eastern region and the great wilderness are also very difficult to deal with. Let's hide, don't provoke anyone,
and wait for the Demon Emperor to come. As long as we can withstand the Demon Emperor's demonic aura, we will pass the first round of the test. Let's go. There is a valley about a mile ahead, with wild grass and jagged rocks. It is very well hidden. We can hide there. Chung Feng strode forward. Li Ziki and a group of people followed closely behind. Xiao Han and his companions walked through the dense forest, on the island where apes and tigers roared. At least 70 to 80% of the island was covered by primitive vegetation, and from time to time, there would be several meter-long skeletons on the ground. It was a scene from the ancient times. The deeper they went into the island, the more they felt a sinister and deathly aura. Pfft. In front of Xiao Han and company, a man from the great wilderness wrapped in beast skin was shrouded in a haze of light. He tore a giant rhinoceros to pieces with his bare hands, drinking the beast's blood and eating the beast's meat and organs. He looked back at Xiao Han and company with a ferocious glint in his eyes, eager to make a move. Xiao Han and company stopped in their tracks. The man from the great wilderness pondered for a few breaths before retreating. He probably wanted to attack just now, but he was afraid when he saw that there were so many of us. Damn it, the fellows from the great wilderness are really barbaric. They actually drink human flesh and blood. Fatty Zhu clicked his tongue. Extremely disgusting. Xiao Yunrong frowned. Suddenly, boom, the air trembled and waves of air surged. The retreating man from the great wilderness suddenly rushed out of the forest and pounced at Xiao Han and company, murderous intent filling the sky. He had actually pretended to retreat in order to lower the guard of Xiao Han and company. Then, he suddenly went berserk and wanted to kill. Pff. Xiao Han raised his right hand and slashed out with a hand blade, crushing the air. Saber chi surged and slashed at the man's body with lightning speed. Blood splattered. However, this saber chi was unable to destroy the man from the great wilderness. It only left a saber mark on his body, showing the strength of his flesh shell. His ferocious nature was aroused. True chi filled his body as he was about to release his strongest attack. Wah! A pile of withered grass under Xiao Han's feet suddenly emitted a saber hum. Suddenly, each withered grass seemed to transform into a peerless saber. With unrestrained and untraceable saber momentum, it slashed at the man from the great wilderness at a speed 10 times faster than the speed of sound. Before the man from the great wilderness could launch an attack, his entire body was slashed into pieces. Junior brother Xiao Han, your saber intent is really powerful. Killing people is like picking up grass. Hua Fan exclaimed. Middle stage saber intent. Grass, wood, water, and water could all be used as sabers. These fellows from the great wilderness are also extremely cunning. If we encounter people from the great wilderness in the future, we definitely cannot relax. They are too bloodthirsty, Xiao Han reminded. Then, they continued walking forward. As he walked, his clothes fluttered in the wind. At this moment, Xiao Han's spirit was tense, but his face was as cold and calm as a rock. There was a steadiness that did not match his actual age. Xiao Yunrong and Hua Wu were stunned and quickly followed Xiao Han. Mo Qingtong's demonic eyes also flashed with a glimmer. Fatty Zhu, on the other hand, sucked up to him and followed behind. Not long after, Xiao Han and company found a valley. Let's rest here. Xiao Han sat down on an upright bluestone and looked up at the horizon. A huge luan happened to fly past, casting a huge shadow on the island. But soon, it was shot by an arrow burning with true qi. Blood rained down. Brother Xiao, Qingtong will go look for food nearby and pick fresh fruits, Mo Qingtong said. Miss Mo, I'll go with you. Hua Fan stood up as well. Be careful, Xiao Han reminded. Mo Qingtong and Hua Fan left the valley together. Xiao Yunrong sat beside Xiao Han. As for Fatty Zhu, he took out a broadsword from his true acupoint and dug a hole in the ground. Using both his hands and feet, he quickly dug a large hole that was dozens of feet deep. Fatty, what are you doing? Xiao Han was surprised. Boss Xiao, Fatty dug a hole and we can hide in it secretly. Hee. Don't worry, Boss Xiao. Fatty is good at digging holes. When the time comes, we can hide in it and no one will find us. It can also resist the Demon Emperor's demonic aura. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, Fatty Zhu said as he kept digging. That works too? Xiao Han was stunned. However, He ignored Fatty Zhu and prepared to close his eyes to rest and consolidate his various martial arts. Xiao Han, I wonder when the Demon Emperor will appear, Xiao Yunrong murmured. Xiao Han looked at the sky. It was still noon. The examiner said tomorrow. Maybe the day after tomorrow. In short, we have to be vigilant at all times. We can't believe the examiner's words completely. This Hex Hero tryout is very strange. In a valley at the center of the island, the crippled old man sat on a wooden chair with his legs crossed. As he drank, he happily hummed a little tune. Roar. The roar of a beast came from nearby, causing the valley to tremble. Heh, the little guy is being naughty again. The crippled old man narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, a gigantic beast the size of a mountain ridge appeared outside the valley, roaring continuously. It was a malevolent and terrifying giant beast. Its entire body was earthen yellow and covered in scales. Every scale had an ominous glint rolling on it. Its neck was very long, more than 10 meters long. There was a lion's head on its neck, and its eyes were like millstones, emitting a dim light like a torch. It was extremely fierce and miserable. The most terrifying thing was that on its mountain-like back, there were cold and sharp bone spikes. Each bone spike was more than 3 meters long, and there were hundreds of them. These bone spikes seemed to be able to tear through everything. It roared a few times at the crippled old man. The crippled old man waved his hand impatiently. Okay, I'll allow you to go out for another 50 miles. Remember, don't be too ostentatious. If there are too many deaths in this first round, it won't be fun. The higher-ups will also scold me. If those young people meet you, they're just unlucky. Roar! The beast seemed to be able to understand the crippled old man's words. It roared happily a few times and trampled on the ground. It's really hard to be an examiner. The crippled old man drank a mouthful of wine and said lazily. It's really difficult to grasp this sense of propriety. I'm afraid that if the difficulty is too high, too many people will die. I'm also worried that if the difficulty is too low, it won't be interesting enough. Hey, let's start the assessment tonight. Do they naively think that it will only start tomorrow or the day after tomorrow? Ha ha ha. There's no time for them to prepare. Let's start the assessment tonight. Let's see how many people will be eliminated in the first round. The 29th floor of the Demon Hero Tower. In a restaurant. Wu Li, Xiao Mingchu and the others sat around the round table drinking tea. Their eyes were fixed on the image that appeared in the clear gem in front of them. It's a savage island with a large number of giant beasts that attack the contestants, Feng Ling said. The image on the gem kept changing. It was bizarre and dazzling. Impressively, a mountain-like giant beast with a neck more than 10 meters long and fierce blue eyes trampled the jungle. Its roar shattered the mountains and rivers. When it encountered some contestants, it directly roared and turned them into powder, never tired of it. What? There's actually such an ancient species? Dong Fengqin suddenly stood up. Even junior brother Feng Ling and I can't resist the fierce power of this giant beast. It's at least equivalent to a human at the peak of the 6th level True Qi realm. How is this possible? Could it be that the first assessment is to fight with this giant beast? Then all the contestants will die. It's impossible for anyone to pass. The first round shouldn't be to fight with this giant beast. Wu Li thought for a moment. From the image, this giant beast's range of activity is very limited. As long as the contestants don't enter its territory, it won't take the initiative to run out and kill the contestants. On the announcement, 376 names have already dimmed. The heavenly devil old man knocked on the table with his finger. But fortunately, Qing Tong and Xiao Han are safe and sound. What will the first assessment be about? Feng Ling frowned deeply. Chapter 168. In the lush valley where the wisterias were intertwined. Xiao Han sat cross-legged, and had already entered the perfect state of no one and no me. Golden light radiated from his body, and his bones seemed to be plated with a layer of gold. His entire body was like a solemn golden Buddha. Xiao Han was immersed in comprehending the emotion-shattering stance and desire-shattering stance of the 7-fragment saber art. When Xiao Han slashed out with his saber, he could destroy happiness, anger, eyes and ears. However, He was still far from the supreme realm of completely forgetting the 7 emotions and 6 desires with a single slash. His saber dominated the world and the 6 paths of destruction. Xiao Han could vaguely guess that as long as he shattered all his emotions and 6 desires, he would probably be able to reach the threshold of greater success in his saber intent. Xiao Han had already mastered the 3rd transformation of the 9 revolutions divine art. He could open up the 3rd wave of virtual acupoints and cultivate the 4th quintessential Qi cultivation technique. However, Xiao Han only had the great heaven incinerating true Qi that he had obtained from the fiend hero Nangong Yi. However, this quintessential Qi was no longer enough to move Xiao Han. Therefore, Xiao Han could only leave the 3rd wave of virtual acupoints idle for the time being. He had to obtain a supreme-grade quintessential Qi cultivation technique before he could cultivate it. Fatty Zhu was still digging a hole. He had already dug out a huge pit that was 60 to 70 feet deep and 10 feet wide. Mo Qingtong and Huafan had already brought back many fish, shrimps, and crabs. There were also coconuts, lychees, and melons. Xiao Yunrong used a shell the size of a wash basin to fill it with coconut juice. She put in the fish and shrimps and began to cook it. Not long after, the coconut juice boiled and crackled softly. The rich fragrance of seafood filled the air, whetting one's appetite. Junior brother Xiao Han, come and eat, Huafan called out to Xiao Han with a smile. Ah, it's time to eat? Fatty Zhu jumped out of the deep pit. Everyone sat around and used bamboo sticks as chopsticks as they ate heartily. Even in such a dangerous atmosphere, the 3 women were still extremely elegant as they ate. As for Xiao Han and Fatty Zhu, they wolfed down their food, causing the 3 women to giggle. After the meal, Fatty Zhu burped and stood up, pointing at the deep pit that had been dug. The pit has been dug. It's big enough for the 5 of us. Why don't we go down and try it out? No need. Xiao Han smiled faintly. Fatty, you can keep this pit for yourself. I don't need to fall into it. Damn Fatty, go and bury yourself alive. Mo Qingtong glanced at Fatty Zhu disdainfully, then said to Xiao Han in a charming voice, Brother Xiao, tell Qingtong how to break that damn Fatty's move, how about it? Xiao Han said firmly. I can't say. Mo Qingtong gritted her teeth in hatred. Xiao Yunrong and Hua Gang could not help laughing. They also wouldn't hide in the deep pit that Fatty Zhu had dug. This made Fatty Zhu ask for trouble. The sky was turning dark. Xiao Han started a bonfire in the valley. The light from the fire shone on everyone's faces, flickering. There was a full moon in the sky, its clear radiance sprinkling down like a dream. Mo Qingtong suddenly smiled. I'm afraid that the demon sovereign will not come tonight. The test will most likely begin tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Moreover, with our determination, we should be able to calmly deal with the pressure of the demon sovereign's demonic aura. Now that we have nothing to do, let's talk about why everyone wants to become Xianxia. Well, Qingtong first. Qingtong's purpose of becoming a Xianxia is to explore those legendary secret realms and those great ancient countries full of legends. I want to take revenge. Hua Gang hesitated for a moment, but still whispered it out. I want to become an immortal. Fatty Zhu smiled foolishly. I heard from father that this continent once had the footprints of immortals. Immortals are immortal, the sun and moon decay, but immortals are immortal, the heaven and earth are destroyed, but immortals will never be obliterated. To become an immortal, one must first become a Xianxia, otherwise there will never be a chance. Xiao Yunrong tidied up her hair, thought for a moment, and then said, the reason why Yunrong wants to become a Xianxia is actually to pursue the peak of the sword Dao. Although Mingjian Villa has thousands of sword manuals, there are no real supreme secret manuals of the sword Dao in Mingjian Villa. Moreover, it can only be encountered, not sought. If one can become a Xianxia, there will be many opportunities to obtain supreme and supreme secret manuals of the divine sword. Brother Xiao, what about you? Mo Qingtong's eyes were like priceless black gems in the moonlight, shining with demonic light and charming people's hearts. She stared at Xiao Han. The others also turned to look at him. Me. Xiao Han touched his nose. The reason why I want to become a Xianxia is very simple. This world is very big. If I don't become a Xianxia, I will always be the lowest level of a frog in a well, and I will live a mediocre life until I die. Besides, I also want to pursue the peak of the martial Dao. Another reason is that I like to exterminate the demon clan. Hearing Xiao Han's words, Mo Qingtong and the others nodded. I hope that all of us can become Xianxia and make our dreams come true. Mo Qingtong smiled. At this moment, what's going on? The true qi in my body is in disorder. It seems that I have read the demon qi. Xiao Yunrong exclaimed. My true qi has also read the demon qi. Huagang immediately echoed. Mo Qingtong and Fatty Zhu stood up at the same time and looked at each other. Xiao Han also clearly felt that the true qi in his 31 true acupoints was boiling, as if it was about to leave his acupoints. Instinctive fighting spirit spread throughout his body. It's the demon qi. Xiao Han also stood up. Once a human martial artist cultivated to the true qi realm, the true qi in his true acupoints could automatically read the nearby demon qi and discover the demon clan. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The demon wind came. The lush primitive vegetation on the island was swept by the demon wind, producing the rustling sound of a zither. An obscure and profound pressure enveloped the entire island without a sound or presence. Soon, voices rose and fell from all directions. There were sounds of shock and curses. Mo Qingtong closed her eyes slightly. When she opened her eyes, her expression became extremely solemn as she whispered, "What a strong demon qi." Qingtong once participated in an operation to kill a demon emperor with master. But the demon emperor's aura was far from this powerful and ferocious. What level of great demon is this? Roar. A demon roar came from afar. This demon roar was earth-shattering, fierce and ferocious, shattering mountains and rivers. The bright stars and moon suddenly dimmed. Patches of scarlet demon clouds covered the sky and covered the sun. The clouds moved in all directions, destroying heaven and earth. Roar! Another demon roar shook the sea water in this area. Tens of thousands of tons soared into the sky, creating a huge tsunami. All the ferocious beasts on the island buried their heads deep into the soil, trembling uneasily and letting out despairing cries. A large black shadow slowly flew towards the island from the sky. Kiki, 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 kakik. The extremely lewd demon laughter was enough to destroy any human's nerves and will. Bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. Mo Qingtong, Fatty Zhu, Xiao Yunrong, and Huayang couldn't control their true qi. It spurted out of their bodies and became a mess. Moreover, their hearts were beating crazily in their chests, making heavy hammering sounds, causing them to feel dizzy. Their faces were already flushed and their foreheads were covered in sweat. The entire island began to be in chaos. The demon roar continued, causing the island to shake. There was a sign that it was about to disintegrate. Large amounts of seawater poured into the island, drowning everything. At this moment, the crippled old man's voice sounded. Cough cough. Cough cough cough. Little fellows, there's a little accident in the assessment. The assessment that was originally scheduled to be held tomorrow or the day after tomorrow has been brought forward to tonight. Oh, by the way, there's another small accident. The content of the assessment has changed. The demon emperor that passed by the island this time was not an ordinary demon emperor, but a mutated demon emperor with a noble bloodline. You don't know what a mutated demon emperor is, right? It's a terrifying creature that's close to the great demon emperor. It kills human true energy realm 6th and 7th dan demonic beasts in a matter of seconds, and it can shatter earth veins with a single finger. Also, I can't guarantee that it won't take the initiative to attack you puny fellows. Good luck to yourselves. Good luck to yourselves. If you really can't take it anymore, you can escape to the pier on the west side of the island and take a ship back. There's a formation engraved on the ship that can trap deep-sea giant beasts and demon clan powerhouses to ensure that you can escape. However, once you escape from the island, it will be regarded as automatically giving up this year's Devil Hero trial. You will be eliminated. Okay. The first assessment of this year's Devil Hero trial officially begins now. What? Not only did they suddenly bring forward the assessment to tonight, but it's also a mutated demon emperor? Fatty Zhu cursed. F***CK. Cripple. You tricked us. Oh no. No wonder the demon qi is so strong. It turns out to be a mutated demon emperor. Mo Qingtong's face turned pale. Qingtong once heard from Master that a mutated demon emperor is a great noble among the demon clan.
Ordinary demon emperors can't transform and grow into demon emperors. But a mutated demon emperor can. Even Master doesn't have the confidence to kill a mutated demon emperor alone. We're doomed. Roar. The demonic roars grew more and more resounding and blazing. Demonic chi surged, evil chi was overbearing, and demonic talismans blotted out the sky like flames, suppressing the numerous participants on the island to the point they almost lost their minds, causing the true chi in their entire bodies to go berserk, causing them to actually seem as if they'd suffered from chi deviation, and it even caused them to surge with the terrifying desire to commit suicide. Puff, 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 puff. Beams of glazed light shot into the island, and the whole island was colorful, beautiful and gorgeous to the extreme. These pure and flawless beams of light were actually waves of demonic chi. They were like smoke signals, like thousands of swords shooting at the same time. Roar. Finally, a huge black shadow floated in the air above the island. The black cloak was fluttering in the demon wind. The stars and moon had been completely obscured, and its appearance couldn't be seen clearly. However, it was 30 feet tall, with a pair of bat-like wings. Its eyes were orange, emitting the most evil demon light that could destroy the world. Roar. With a roar, a large number of primitive trees on the island were uprooted. The boulders floated and softened, quickly turning into stone powder that splattered everywhere. The entire island was in a mess. A soul-stirring and deafening demon roar obliterated the night sky. The sea was completely boiling, and tsunamis and ocean storms erupted. There was even a terrifying sound of stars disintegrating. The island was in danger, like a lonely boat in the raging waves. The glazed demonic aura was like ancient evil dragons, roaring and scurrying around the island. That black shadow continued to let out demonic roars and terrifying demonic laughter, using its demonic aura to engulf the entire island. Fortunately, it had not taken the initiative to launch any physical attacks. Otherwise, the entire island would crumble into dust in an instant, and none of the participants would be able to survive. Ah! I can't take it anymore. Fatty Zhu covered his ears with both hands, and the fat on his face rolled like waves. True chi surged out of his body, washing the ground. He was gradually losing control of himself. Xiao Yunrong and Hua Xiao also ran around in fear. Mo Qing Tong held on for a moment, but she also lost control of her mind and was about to go crazy. At this moment, Xiao Han's acupoints were all open, and his true chi was spewing everywhere uncontrollably. However, his expression was very strange. It was filled with doubt and surprise. This isn't right. Xiao Han touched his forehead. At this moment, although his true chi had been suppressed by the surging demonic aura, the demon egg hibernating in Xiao Han's heart did not move at all. It seemed extremely quiet. One had to know that the demon egg in Xiao Han's heart was blessed with the ability to sense demonic aura. It was many times more accurate than using true chi to read demonic aura. Even demons who had taken treasured medicines to conceal their demonic aura would not be able to escape the demon egg senses. However, at this moment, when facing the mutated demon emperor with boundless demonic aura, the demon egg in Xiao Han's heart was as still as water. Even the demon emperor's palm tattoo on Xiao Han's left arm was calm. I know. A thought flashed through Xiao Han's mind. I know the purpose of this assessment. There's no such thing as a mutated demon emperor. It's all fake. This round is to test the contestants' ability to distinguish demonic aura at a deeper level. Chapter 169. The calm demon egg and the tattoo of the demon emperor's palm on his left arm made Xiao Han more and more certain. He was almost certain that all this so-called mutated demon emperor was just a scam. Even the heavenly devil old man, who was a sect master, didn't dare to face the mutated demon emperor, let alone these rookies who participated in the devil hero trial. It was impossible for the devil hero tower to use a mutated demon emperor for the test. That's right. It's absolutely right. But why is the true chi in the true acupoint going berserk? It's not under my control and has even affected my will and soul. Various thoughts flashed through Xiao Han's mind in a split second. Then, roar. In all directions, the temperature of the air plummeted, and a hornless dragon that was more than 30 meters long materialized. It coiled above Xiao Han's head and spat out icy light. On the other hand, the spirit turtle true chi and the son of heaven's true chi were dormant in the virtual true acupoint, motionless. In this way, Xiao Han's true acupoint was empty. In an instant, Xiao Han's soul and spirit were no longer suppressed by the immutated demon emperor above the island. The transformed hornless dragon also stabilized, and the true qi no longer went berserk. I understand now. All of the demonic qi pressure is faked. As long as all of the true qi in the true acupuncture points is released from the body without a single drop leaking out, we will be able to easily pass this stage. Xiao Han's eyes lit up as he shouted out, "Materialize the true qi. Release it all out of the body. Don't let the true qi stay in the true acupoint. Quickly." Mo Qingtong was the first to react. She tried her best to control the true qi, and soon, a giant black eagle over 60 meters long materialized. Ha! This is? All of a sudden, Mo Qingtong's madness and desire disappeared without a trace. She returned to normal, looked around, and finally looked up at the mutated demon emperor that kept roaring in the sky. Why can't I feel its demonic aura? So strange this. Xiao Han, this is? Ah, it's all right? Fatty, give it a try too. Fatty Zhu's face was covered in sweat the size of soybeans. It was glossy and smooth, and the muscles on his face were already red. He had nearly committed suicide. At the critical moment, all of Fatty Zhu's quintessential qi transformed into a massive flying divine pig. His emotions also miraculously calmed down. Xiao Yunrong and Hualan were still running around in the valley. Xiao Han rushed up, grabbed the two girls, and kept shaking their bodies. Okay, it's okay to use your genuine qi to take shape. When he was shaking their bodies, Xiao Han caught a glimpse from the corner of his eyes that the peaks on their chest were trembling and bouncing. It was simply overflowing with seductive charm and extremely sexy. Xiao Han's face immediately turned red, and he quickly turned his head away. Then, he circulated his saber intent and forcefully extinguished the thoughts in his mind. Xiao Yunrong's Zhenqi took the form of a red-crowned crane, while Huobo's Zhenqi took the form of a towering green mountain. Finally, the five of them calmed down and the world was at peace. Ah! Boss Xiao, how could this be? The materialization of true qi could actually resist demonic qi? Seriously? My father didn't teach me this trick. Fatty Zhu wiped his sweat and said with a trembling voice with lingering fear. It was really too dangerous just now. Fatty almost pulled out his sword and committed suicide. His soul was about to explode from the terrifying demonic qi. Mo Qingtong's demonic eyes turned a few times, and she suddenly clapped her hands. Qingtong got it. This is not demonic qi at all. If it is demonic qi, even if you can materialize your true qi and release it from your true acupoint, your soul and mind will still not be able to avoid the erosion and invasion of the demonic qi. It's fake. Brother Xiao, how did you see through it? Well, it's actually very simple. I just analyzed that the assessment can't be so difficult. This is only the first round, and a mutated demon emperor is released. How could it be? There's almost no need for the assessment. All the contestants should just commit suicide. Moreover, the true qi in the true acupoint was restless, as if it was about to explode. So, I just tried to materialize my true qi to make the true acupoint empty. I didn't expect it to be so effective. Luck. Xiao Han casually said. The secret of the demon egg in the heart naturally couldn't be revealed. The secret must not be spread to 6 ears. The huge black shadow was still making waves above the island, but it could no longer bring any discomfort to Xiao Han and the others. Wah! Brother Xiao, your wisdom is really higher than the sky. Moreover, your calmness is the most commendable. Mo Qingtong praised as she looked at Xiao Han with a strange light in her eyes. Junior brother Xiao Han, so we've successfully passed the first round? Hu Gang said in surprise. Probably. Xiao Han said calmly. Then we'll wait in this valley quietly. Let's see what the chief examiner has to say. After saying that, Xiao Han actually sat down calmly. Xiao Han, you're so calm. Xiao Yunrong also sat down, and she suddenly smiled sweetly. It's really hard to connect you with the newborn calf who came to the Xiao family to participate in the clan meeting. Indeed, Xiao Han's temperament now was becoming more and more extraordinary. This was extremely rare. He had vaguely developed the demeanor of an expert. Outside the valley, there were mournful moans and the sound of giant trees collapsing.
It seemed that not all the contestants were like Xiao Han, who could find out the way to pass the test. It seems that many contestants will be eliminated in the first round of assessment. Mo Qingtong made a face, which was very playful and cute. However, if it weren't for Brother Xiao, we would probably be eliminated. The whole island was in chaos. 1 hour later. Well, little guys, the mutated demon emperor will stay above the island for a while. Can you hold on? Ahem. If you can't, go to the pier on the west side of the island and take a boat to leave. It's better to be eliminated than to die here, right? You all have a good time. Ahem. Well, if you can hold on, come to the east side of the island on foot. I'll wait for you here. Remember, don't fly with true chi, otherwise, you may be attacked by the mutated demon emperor. Ha ha ha. The crippled old man's voice sounded again. Let's go. Let's go directly to the east side of the island. Xiao Han stood up. It was estimated that the time for the first round of assessment was almost over. As long as they could go to the east side of the island and find the crippled old man, they should be considered to have passed the test. They stood up together and followed Xiao Han out of the valley. Their true chi still transformed into various kinds of strange beasts, floating far behind. Out of the valley. I can't stand it. I'm going crazy. A young man from the great wilderness, wearing a bronze armor, had a handsome face at the moment, completely distorted, as if he had facial paralysis. True chi all over his body went berserk, and he kept hitting a boulder with his head. Finally, he raised his palm and smashed the top of his skull, causing his brain to burst, and he died. On the other side, a group of young men and women covered their ears with their hands and ran frantically towards the west side of the island. They cried bitterly and roared. I want to go back to the pier immediately. I don't want to stay on this F*King Island. It's too crazy. Too F*King crazy. There's actually a mutated demon emperor. Isn't it playing with us? Not far away, a strong young man with 42 pentagonal true acupoints burning in his body stumbled toward Xiao Han and the others. His face was almost paralyzed, and he was sweating profusely. His eyes were dazed, and the true chi in his body was running wildly like a wild horse. Wherever it passed, the space would crack inch by inch, the ground would be plowed, and dust would rise everywhere. This person was not a genius of the southern region, but seemed to be from the eastern region. He walked to Xiao Han's side and said with great difficulty, I'm going crazy. Who are you guys? You guys look as if nothing happened. Damn it. If I die, I'll drag a few of you down with me. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a punch at Xiao Han. It was like a shooting star, and the air was instantly ignited. With the momentum of a single spark setting a prairie ablaze, the punch pulled out a fire dragon, intending to swallow Xiao Han. However, his true chi had gone berserk, and his combat strength was less than half of his usual. Drag us down with you? You really don't know what's good for you. Xiao Han sneered, and struck out with his right hand. 800,000 cauldrons of strength was released, and the air wave tore apart. With a poof, not only the fire dragon was smashed into pieces, but the man's body was also smashed, causing his body to explode like porcelain. A large pile of high-grade true chi spirit stones burst out from his true acupoints, and Xiao Han kept them into his own true acupoint. Everyone be careful, there are many mad dogs. Xiao Han reminded, let's go straight to the east. All the way to the east. Along the way, they also saw many young people with determined eyes. Their willpower was not destroyed by the so-called demon chi. Without saying a word, they headed east. Of course, along the way, there were corpses everywhere. Not only were there people who had lost their minds and committed suicide, there were also people who fought and killed each other. There were dead bodies everywhere. The cruelty of the demon hero preliminaries was vividly reflected at this point. A man from the great wilderness walked up from behind Xiao Han and company. His flesh shell was strong, and every inch of his flesh and blood shone with treasure light. His entire body was shrouded in a glow, and his true chi was restrained, forcefully resisting the pressure of the demon chi. He closed his eyes tightly, and his thoughts were pure. He identified the east and walked straight, ignoring Xiao Han and company.
He actually quickly overtook Xiao Han and company. Fatty Zhu could not help but give a thumbs up. Brother from the Great Wilderness, you're really awesome. Suddenly, the man from the Great Wilderness opened his eyes subconsciously and looked at Fatty Zhu. In an instant, his eyes became chaotic, and the true chi in his body instantly went berserk. He knelt on the ground with a thud, and his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Damn Fatty! F***CKU. I'll kill you. He grabbed with his right hand, and his chi was like a dragon as he grabbed at Fatty Zhu. With a thought from Xiao Han, the hornless dragon flew over from behind, and with an icy chill, it instantly froze the man from the Great Wilderness. In the next moment, Xiao Han struck out with his palm, turning him into ice shards. Fatty, don't talk. This brother could have passed just now, but you affected his performance. Xiao Han scolded. But, boss, you killed him, right? You're still scolding me? Fatty cried out in injustice. Let's go, let's continue forward. Xiao Han shook his head and laughed. Finally, Xiao Han and the others walked to a basin on the east side of the island. There were already thousands of young men and women gathered here. All of them were dressed in rags, but their eyes were firm and their mental state was different from ordinary people. The crippled old man sat on a wooden chair, crossed his legs, and said slowly, Another 5 people passed. Stand to the side. Phew. We've finally passed. Xiao Han let out a long breath and stood in the crowd with Fatty Zhu, Mo Qingtong, and the others. There were also people constantly walking over from all over the island to stand here. 4 hours later. The crippled old man stood up from his chair and coughed a few times. All right, congratulations, little fellows. You've successfully passed the first test of this year's Demon Hero Selection Competition. As soon as he finished speaking, in the direction of the pier on the west side of the island, a ferocious beast roar broke out. It was heart-wrenching and lung-splitting, accompanied by tragic human voices. But it soon subsided. Hey! Those little fellows really think that they can survive by fleeing to the pier on the west side of the island and voluntarily quitting? They're really naive. Cough, cough, cough. The crippled old man laughed strangely. The young people present were horrified and looked at each other. Oh my! Xiao Han, those who fled to the pier on the west side of the island and were ready to return by boat seem to be all dead. Xiao Yunrong said in horror. It seems so. Xiao Han also felt a chill in his heart. It seemed that what these examiners said could not be completely trusted at all. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know how they died. Cough, cough. Well, there are a total of 7 or 8 people who passed the first test. Not bad, not bad. Only more than 2,000 people died. That's good. The crippled old man said happily. Then, I should also retire successfully. Well, now I'll hand you over to the second examiner. The second test is about to begin. Are you excited? Excited? Ha 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 ha. The second examiner? The contestants looked left and right, but didn't find anything. Don't look anymore, the second examiner is up there. The crippled old man stretched out his withered finger and pointed to the sky. Xiao Han subconsciously raised his head to look. In the sky above the island, the black shadow with a tragic aura flapped its devil wings a few times and burst out with a strange laughter. Gaga gaga. Little fellows, was the game just now fun? Yes. I'm Chen Shifeng. I'm the kindest and most amiable person. As the chief examiner of your second test, I'll give you some very, very simple questions. You're lucky to have met me, Chen Shifeng. Ga ga ga. In the next moment, the huge black shadow began to distort and shrink. Finally, it transformed into a human figure. It wasn't tall, just medium height, about 1.7 meters. Stepping on the moonlight, it walked down from the sky. With every step it took, a beautiful flower would condense in the air. It was a spectacular sight. All of the demonic chi disappeared and was replaced by overwhelming true chi. The light was beautiful, brilliant and gorgeous. The crippled old man suddenly said softly, "Don't believe him. Chen Shifeng is more than 10 times crueler than I am. If he's the chief examiner of your second round, at least a third of you will die here." The hearts of all the contestants immediately turned cold. Very soon, Chen Shifeng walked down from the sky like he was taking a stroll.
He stood beside the crippled old man, and the island returned to peace and serenity. He wore a black robe and was naked. He seemed to be in his 30s, and his face could be described as handsome. However, he gave people a very evil feeling, especially his eyes, which were extremely deep. They were brewing a terrifying energy like a storm, giving off a chilling coldness. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly, forming an extremely demonic arc, which made people shiver. He bowed slightly and smiled faintly. Greetings, contestants. I'm the kind Chen Shifeng, the chief examiner of your second round. Please take care of me. This person feels very strong. Xiao Han knew very well. He subconsciously activated the spirit turtle True Qi and sealed the tattoo of the demon emperor on his left arm and the demon egg in his heart tightly, not daring to leak out at all. P.S. Starting from today, I'll try to wake up in the morning. I want to update during the day and read at night to recharge and think about the plot. I woke up at 8:30 in the morning, but my dad came to see me, so I was delayed for the whole morning. But it doesn't matter. I'll persevere tomorrow. I hope I can use my time rationally and increase my writing speed. Yes, I won't be lazy. Don't worry, everyone. Chapter 170. The first round of the Hex Hero Trial, which was known as the cruelest trial in history, had ended. A total of 7 contestants had successfully entered the second round. The chief examiner of the second round was a middle-aged man in a black robe with a demonic temperament. Chen Wanfeng. At this time, all the contestants were looking at the second examiner. To be honest, the first examiner, the crippled old man, had lied to the contestants time and time again, causing some of the contestants who had barely managed to survive despite facing elimination, to die a violent death in the end. For example, the crippled old man had repeatedly emphasized that the western pier of the island was a safe zone, but in reality, it was a huge trap. All of these caused the contestants to lose their complete trust in the examiner. On the contrary, they were filled with fear and trepidation. They wondered what kind of character this examiner Chen Wanfeng was. However, according to the crippled old man, this person was extremely crazy. The contestants were all anxious and fearful. On the other hand, the elites from the Devil Hero region were relatively calm. They crossed their arms and looked at Chen Fengchen calmly. This time, there were 100 contestants selected from the Hex Hero region to participate in the main competition. At this time, no one was eliminated or killed, which was a brilliant result. Oh, this examiner Chen Wanfeng is a human, definitely not a demon. However, he disguised himself as a mutated demon emperor and was quite good at bluffing. His aura and pressure are extremely terrifying. Xiao Han looked at Chen Wanfeng silently. Well, Chen Wanfeng, I'll leave these little guys to you. The crippled old man said with a smile. What's the content of the second round? Even I don't know. Come on, give me the question. Hee hee. Morning Passing Wind let out a strange laugh. He cleared his throat and said slowly, Participants, in fact, I can't wait to announce the question for the second round. However, it's getting late, and the darkness of the night isn't good for everyone. It will affect everyone's condition. I'm very kind and very considerate. So, everyone can have a good rest tonight. Enjoy the beautiful scenery of this island to your heart's content. Tomorrow morning, contestants, please come here, and I will announce the question. Please rest assured, the second round is very simple. Well, that's it. Everyone can go now. Remember, have a good rest tonight. Contestants are not allowed to kill each other. Harmony is the most important. Once you are found fighting, you will be disqualified. After a pause, Morning Passing Wind added. That's right. The location of the second stage of the examination will still be on this island. There's no need for everyone to travel to the other examination grounds. Say, I, Chen Fading Wind, am really too kind. I always think of the examinees. In this world, a kind person like Chen Fading Wind is already extinct. Everyone, go back to your own places. I wish everyone a sweet dream. What? The second examination venue is still on this island. Could it be? The crippled old man's pupils constricted as a solemn expression appeared in his eyes. Soon after he said in a low voice, Chen Fengchen, You brat are indeed extremely perverted. You actually chose that place as the examination venue for the second stage. After morning passing winds announcement, the participants dispersed. Let's go. We should also return to the valley and conserve our strength. Xiao Han called out to his companions. The group walked back. Boss Xiao, this examiner said that the second stage will be very easy. Do you believe him? Fatty Zhu asked with a silly smile beside Xiao Han. What do you think? Xiao Han said snappily. The examiner repeatedly emphasized that the second stage will be very easy. The more he said, the more I suspect that the second stage will be far more difficult than the first stage. Also, he always said that he is a good person. How kind he is. Does he think we are idiots? Haha. It's very difficult for a good person to become an excellent evil hero. Mo Qing Tong smiled. Brother Xiao, a general success is built on the bones of tens of thousands of people. In fact, the truly powerful demon heroes are all stepping on the corpses of mediocre people to rise to the top. Through this selection competition, Qing Tong has clearly understood this point. Yes. Xiao Han nodded in agreement. Unscrupulous. Sect Master has also told me many times that in the evil hero selection, we must be unscrupulous. This is a bridge of thousands of people crossing. If you step aside and let them pass, you will fall down and be smashed to pieces. Suddenly, Xiao Han look, that Li Ziki and Cheng Feng. Xiao Yunrong suddenly pulled Xiao Han. Xiao Han's heart moved and looked over. He saw Li Ziki and Cheng Feng walking with a haggard face, followed by about 70 to 80 followers. Xiao Han's pupils contracted and the muscles in the corner of his eyes twitched a few times. His heart was full of killing intent. Li Ziki had once assassinated Xiao Han with a flying knife. The two sides had completely fallen out and would fight to the death. Oh! Li Ziki also saw Xiao Han. His eyes flashed with a fierce light and he walked towards Xiao Han. Cheng Feng and dozens of followers followed behind. Xiao Han, I didn't expect you to pass the first stage smoothly. Li Ziki walked over and said coldly. You were lucky that I didn't kill you last time. But it's hard to say next time. Li Ziki. We are all from the southern region and belong to the same origin. How dare you sneak attack junior brother Xiao Han? You are so despicable. Hua Wu scolded. I've given you a chance, but you don't know how to cherish it, Qing Feng said indifferently. So what if we are all from the southern region? In this evil hero selection, as long as you don't belong to the same camp, you are all competitors. Xiao Han, you just wait and see. I will kill you with my own hands. Xiao Han forcibly restrained his killing intent. You are also lucky. If it wasn't for the examiner Chen Shifeng who forbade private fights, you would have been dead by now. Ha! Xiao Han, do you really think that you can bully us as you please? Ha! You think too highly of yourself. Li Ziki let out a mocking laugh. He immediately looked behind Xiao Han and suddenly laughed sinisterly. All right, Xiao Han, your trouble has come. Deal with it well. Ha ha ha. Let's go. After saying that, Li Ziki, Cheng Feng and the others left in an aggressive manner. Xiao Han turned around and frowned slightly. He saw a group of people from the great wilderness walking over with majestic steps. The leader was more than 2 meters tall, wearing animal skin. He was extremely rough and ferocious, and his aura was terrifying. His flesh was extremely strong and emitted a sparkling light. With a slight movement of his body, there was an imposing aura of 10,000 galloping horses. In terms of pure strength, he seemed to have surpassed Xiao Han. He must have come from the great wilderness ancient country, and was a variant barbarian. Moreover, his body had opened 41 true acupoints and his true qi was abundant. It was no small matter. Xiao Han had met this person once before. He was the man from the great wilderness who had secretly discussed with Li Ziki and Cheng Feng on the ship. Beside the man from the great wilderness was a bald young man. On his bright and clean head, there was a ferocious sand scorpion. He gave off an extremely gloomy and conceited aura. Behind the two of them was a large group of men and women from the great wilderness. All of them were as terrifying as savage beasts in human form. They came at him aggressively. Fatty Zhu was so scared that he shivered and took half a step back. Ha ha ha! Immediately, the group of men and women from the great wilderness burst into laughter. You! The leading man from the great wilderness pointed at Xiao Han. You and this fat pig, leave immediately. The three women stay. Oh! Xiao Han was stunned and immediately laughed out of extreme anger. Interesting. The man from the great wilderness no longer looked at Xiao Han. It was as if he regarded Xiao Han as a small aphid and mayfly, not worth mentioning. He took a deep look at Mo Qingtong and said, Yes, I am Wan Yengu from the great wilderness ancient country. Women, with your abilities, you will definitely die in this monster hero trial. Therefore, I, Wan Yengu, will give you a chance. If you obey Wan Yengu, you will be protected. Alright, go with Wan Yengu. In the golden ancient country, any woman will take pride in serving the warriors of the Wan Yen clan. Wan Yengu's tone was very reasonable and domineering to the extreme. Hua Lan's and Xiao Yunrong's pretty faces suddenly turned livid. They felt humiliated as if they were cattle and sheep. Mo Qingtong's eyes flashed with a murderous look, and then she said with a charming smile, Brother from the great wilderness, I don't know you. Wan Yen clan, are you going to be finished? Women. Wan Yengu was furious. His body burst out with a violent voice like a torrent of steel. Alright. Alright. Xiao Han took a step forward. You barbarians, get lost. Don't be noisy in front of me like a group of pigs and dogs barking. It's disgusting and annoying. Get lost. People of the 4 regions, you are courting death. Do you know that? The bald man's face instantly turned as cold as ice. His eyes were filled with killing intent. You will die miserably. I, Ada, swear by the totem of the great wilderness scorpion clan. I will kill you with my own hands. It doesn't matter. Everyone can say harsh words. You barbarians, you better not fall into my hands. Otherwise, I will crush you all. Xiao Han shrugged and then called out to his companions. Let's go. After that, Xiao Han did not care about the men and women of the great wilderness anymore and left with his companions. I, Wan Yengu, will torture and kill all of you. I will break every single one of your bones. I will eat your organs and flesh raw. Wan Yengu's eyes flashed with the shadow of a 6-armed dragon. His right foot suddenly stomped on the ground. With a boom, a large area of the ground cracked and exploded. Boss Xiao, we seem to have provoked a lot of ruthless people. Li Ziki, Cheng Feng, and that group of barbarians from the great wilderness. Back in the valley, Fatty Zhu swallowed his saliva and said, It doesn't matter. Anyway, in this Hex Hero trial, anyone can become our enemy. It doesn't matter who we offend. Just remember one thing. We must be ruthless and not compromise, Xiao Han said calmly. That group of people just now, once there is a chance, kill them. After that, Xiao Han sat cross-legged and closed his eyes slightly. He held his breath and nurtured his saber intent. Monster Hero Pagoda. On the 29th floor. Wu Hao, the heavenly devil old man and the others had already moved from the restaurant to a hall. In the spotless hall, there were many monster heroes with powerful auras. In front of the hall, there was still a shiny gem that emitted images. More than 2,000 people died in the first round. What an extremely cruel competition. The crippled old man is temperamental. Nothing good will come out of him being the chief examiner, Xiao Mingchu muttered. Fortunately, junior brother Xiao Han successfully passed. However, I didn't see junior brother Xiao Han in the image. There are too few magic eye stones on the island, so we can't see the whole competition. Let's not discuss the first round for the time being. The difficulty is just Wu Hao's face was worried. I am very worried about the second round now. The chief examiner of the second round turned out to be Chen Shifeng, the perverted madman. Sect Master, Chen Shifeng is a famous monster hero. He has killed many demon emperors in his life and is very legendary. However, I don't know this person very well. Dong Feng Qin frowned. Let's not talk about anything else. I will tell you that I have seen with my own eyes that after Chen Shifeng killed a demon emperor, he not only took out the demon emperor crystal, but also drank the demon emperor's blood and ate the demon emperor's meat raw. The degree of perversion is unimaginable. This person is the chief examiner of the second round. The situation is very serious.
I don't know what kind of perverted topic he will give. Wu Hao sat down and looked at the gem that flashed with the image of the island. What? Drank the demon emperor's blood? Ate the demon emperor's meat raw? Why? Is he cultivating some strange technique? Fong Ling turned pale with fright. No. Heaven's devil old man replied. It seems that when Chen Shifeng was young, he saw his parents and the villagers being eaten by the demon clan, so it left a shadow in his heart. After he became a monster hero, not only did he kill the demon clan, but he also liked to eat the demon clan raw for revenge. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. He is a very disgusting guy. Xiao Mingchu said in horror. So disgusting? Then. I am worried for junior brother Xiao Han and junior sister Hua Yang. Chapter 171. The first ray of light in the morning crossed the sea level and blended into the island. If other factors were not taken into account, this island was tantamount to a sanctuary. The spiritual energy of the plants on the island was abundant and vigorous. The spiritual energy was dense, and the morning breeze blew gently. All kinds of fragrances of grass, leaves, and flowers slowly spread out in the forest. Wisps of the morning sun wandered in the forest, purifying everything and making it as beautiful as a fairyland. But this was the examination venue of the Devil Hero trial. This meant danger and death. After picking some fresh fruits for breakfast, Xiao Han and his companions walked to the eastern basin of the island that they had been to last night. After a night's rest, Xiao Han was full of energy. Along the way, he saw many contestants heading to the basin. Soon, Xiao Han and the others arrived at the basin where thousands of people had gathered. The examiner, Chen Fengchen, stood on a hard rock like a lonely crane, looking at thousands of contestants with an excited expression. The crippled old man seemed to be sitting on a wooden chair, crossing his legs, leisurely. Not long after, the examiner, Chen Fengchen, began to speak. Well, all the contestants are here. Good, very good. Then, the second round of the official competition of this year's Devil Hero trial had officially begun. The examination venue of the second stage is still on this island. Now, I will tell you the content and rules of the second stage of the examination. Please listen carefully. The contestants held their breath. I don't know what the second stage will be dangerous. Anyway, it will not be easy and simple. Xiao Han knew in his heart, and he pricked up his ears to listen. Chen Fengchen cleared his throat and said in a clear voice. When you came to this island, you must have felt that there was an inexplicable atmosphere on the island that made you inexplicably nervous, right? As soon as he said this, the contestants nodded secretly. Yes, on this island, there seemed to be a kind of danger that devoured everything and the cry of the crane in the wind. Well, this sense of crisis you probably think that it is brought by the ancient fierce beasts on the island. But I have to tell you. No. There is indeed a strong ancient fierce beast on the island, but it has nothing to do with this examination. In fact, the hidden danger on the island comes from a secret in the depths of the island. To be precise, it is a sealed secret. Now it is necessary to tell you the origin of this island. In this sea, there was originally no such island. In ancient times, more than a dozen of the most powerful demons of the human race besieged and killed 2 demon emperors somewhere in the western region. They were not ordinary demon sovereigns. They were 2 mutated demon sovereigns. After a fierce battle, at the cost of the lives of 5 demon heroes, the 2 mutated demon emperors finally fell. That battle was so great and tragic that it could be recorded in history. At this point, Chen Shifeng's expression became extremely grave and solemn, as if he could not be violated. It said that the entire island was covered in demon blood and the blood of our great evil hero. The sky turned dark, the earth turned dark, and the sun and moon lost their light. The flames of war spread to some of the nearby countries, causing the deaths of millions of ordinary humans. It was a battle that could make even the heavens and earth tremble. Hearing this, the contestants all looked at each other, feeling a chill in their hearts. Just the aftermath of the battle had destroyed the lives of millions of ordinary humans. In the core area of the battle, the void had probably collapsed, and a small world might have been annihilated. Chen Shifeng continued. After this battle, our demon hero Almighty moved the battlefield from the western region to the demon hero domain. After countless years, this island appeared in this sea. It also multiplied many plants and ferocious beasts.
But remember, an unprecedented battle had taken place here, and it had a profound meaning. Most importantly, the corpses of the two mutated demon emperors were also sealed in the depths of the island. Hua! The contestants all booed softly. Ah! Boss Xiao, so this island was once an ancient battlefield. There are even two mutated demon emperors' corpses sealed here. Fatty Zhu's eyes bulged. Mutated demon emperors. Those are the nobles of the demon race, existences that are infinitely close to the demon emperor. Just thinking about it makes one's heart palpitate. Brother Xiao, could it be that the second test is related to the corpses of the two mutated demon emperors? Mo Qingtong said in shock. I can't guess it either. Let's listen to what the examiner said, Xiao Han said indifferently. But in his heart, there was a surge of waves. Mutated demon emperors' corpses? It seems. My demon emperor's palm can absorb the life essence of the demon race and awaken the demon meridians and demon characters. Suddenly, Xiao Han had a premonition that there should be some fortuitous encounters waiting for him in that sealed place. This was a very subtle premonition that could not be explained clearly. Alright, the content of the second test is to let you enter the cave where the mutated demon emperor's corpses are sealed. Chen Shifeng said loudly. The corpses of the mutated demon emperors are no small matter. They can release an almost world-destroying demonic aura that can destroy any vitality and cause a part of the world to wither. Therefore, for you rookies, that cave is no less than a demon domain. Moreover, that cave has been sprinkled with endless demonic blood, causing the plants inside to be irrigated by the demonic blood and mutate into all kinds of demonic flowers, demonic grasses, demonic trees, demonic fruits. The aura released by these demonic flowers, demonic grasses, demonic trees, and demonic fruits are all demonic aura that can cause low-level true Qi realm martial artists to suffer from Qi deviation. All the contestants understood. In that cave, the corpses of two mutated demon emperors were sealed, and it was filled with a large amount of demonic aura that did not dissipate. The demonic blood also irrigated countless demonic plants. If a person entered it rashly, it was very likely that the demonic aura would invade their soul and turn them into a deranged lunatic. Or they might directly suffer from Qi deviation and do all kinds of perverse things, or even commit suicide. Ha ha ha. Look at your expressions. Chen Shifeng suddenly laughed. Alright, I won't scare you anymore. After countless years of dilution, the demonic aura in that cave has already become very faint. Time can erase the danger emitted by the mutated demon emperor's corpses. According to our evaluation, the 6th level true Qi realm can stay in that cave for 3 months, and it is unlikely that they will be harmed by the demonic aura. The 5th level true Qi realm can stay for 1 month, the 4th level true Qi realm can stay for 10 days, the 3rd level true Qi realm can stay for 5 days, and those below the 3rd level true Qi realm can only stay for 3 days. Hearing this, Xiao Yunrong's pretty face turned slightly pale, and her eyes were filled with fear. She only had the cultivation of the 2nd level true Qi realm. If she entered that cave this time, she would only be able to stay for 3 days. Yunrong, don't be anxious. Right now, we still don't know what you should do after entering that cave. Perhaps you won't have to stay for too long before you can come out. Xiao Han immediately comforted her. Seeing Xiao Han's eyes that were as steady as a boulder, Xiao Yunrong's taut heartstrings slowly relaxed, and she nodded slightly. Listen up. I'm not asking you to enter the cave to look at the mutated demon emperor's corpses. Furthermore, with your cultivation, the closer you get to the two mutated demon emperor's corpses, the easier it is for you to collapse and go berserk. Chen Shifeng snapped his fingers, and a crystal card the size of a palm appeared in his hand. It was a card carved from jade. It was amber in color, sparkling and translucent, and emitted a treasured light. On the card, there was actually a human figure engraved. Upon closer inspection, it was Chen Shifeng himself. Ha! What a beautiful crystal card, isn't it? It has my heroic figure engraved on it. Ha ha ha! Chen Shifeng laughed loudly, appearing extremely narcissistic. It's like this. These cards are carved from the precious star jade stone. This time, I placed 5,000 of these cards all over the place. On each of these cards, there is a handsome carving of me. Moreover, among the 5,000 star jade crystal cards, There is one that is the most handsome, the most elegant and the most precious. It is red, and it is the one that I am most satisfied with. It represents luck. Alright, smart people like you should know the content of the second stage of the test. You need to enter that cave and find my card under the interference of the endless demonic aura. There are a total of 7,007 people here, and there are only 5,000 cards. Obviously, this means that there will be 2,007 people who will not be able to find a card. Unfortunately, those who cannot find a card in 3 days' time will be eliminated. Ha ha ha. Of course, I can't tell you where I hid the card. You will have to find it yourself. However, you will definitely be able to find such an exquisite and handsome card. As for the little friend who finds the most beautiful red card, you will receive some help in the next stage. Furthermore, I will personally give you a reward. Do you understand? The me on the red card is the most handsome. Ha 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 ha. Chen Shifeng laughed extremely narcissistically. The contestants' hearts were as clear as a mirror. Finding the red card would be extremely beneficial to breaking through the third stage of the main competition. This was the most important thing. Moreover, a personal reward from a veteran like Morning Passing Wind would definitely be invaluable to this group of rookies. Of course, there was only one red card, and it was extremely difficult to find it. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack. In other words, at least 277 people will be eliminated in this round. Xiao Han blurted out. 10,000 people participated in the main competition, and after just 2 rounds, half of them were directly eliminated. That was a total of 5,000 people. Old cripple, don't you think this test question of mine is very simple? Chen Shifeng suddenly turned his head and smiled at Cripple Old Man. Heh! Cripple Old Man laughed coldly. The area of the sealed area is also very large. Who knows where you hid the card? I think you wouldn't be so stupid as to directly place it in the most obvious place, right? 5,000 cards in 3 days. I want to see how many contestants can successfully find the card. Actually, sometimes, you don't have to find it yourself. You can just snatch those. Chen Shifeng laughed. However, halfway through his sentence, he made a slip of the tongue and shushed him. Just pretend I didn't say anything. However, his words were clearly heard by all the contestants present. Entering the sealed area to find the card, those who were lucky might be able to find the card themselves and pass the stage. Those who were unlucky would directly snatch the card from others. All the contestants' hearts were clear. Snatch. Junior brother Xiao Han, it seems that this second stage is not that simple. Huiyang laughed bitterly. I finally understand. This stage will definitely have scenes of contestants killing and snatching each other. It's really cruel and tragic. Alright. Let's not talk anymore. Now, I will bring all of you into the sealed area. Little friends who found the card, quickly leave the sealed area. I will wait for you outside. Remember, you only have 3 days. Follow me. Chen Shifeng led the way. The crippled old man limped along beside him. Thousands of contestants followed closely behind. Chapter 172. Thousands of contestants followed Chen Fengchen and the crippled old man to the second examination venue. In the depths of the island, there were 2 mutated demon emperor corpses sealed. They advanced all the way. The deeper they went into the island, the heavier the inexplicable sense of danger and oppression. It was almost suffocating. When they were about 5 kilometers away from the corpses, there were no longer any signs of living beings. Everywhere was filled with brown, rugged rocks. There was a thin mist that lingered like a veil. The mist was deathly still, making one's heart tremble. It made one feel as if they were walking in the doomsday cemetery. Boss Xiao, do you think those cards are hidden well? However, I feel that it should be very difficult to find them. Fatty Zhu whispered into Xiao Han's ear. Fatty, if you think it's troublesome, you might as well just rob them, Xiao Han said with a smile. Hee hee. Boss Xiao, you're joking again. Fatty Zhu trembled, but his eyes clearly revealed an imperceptible hint of emotion. Are we really going to rob them? Heh. Xiao Han smiled non-committally. Then, he said indifferently. I hope Li Ziki can find the card. Ha. Why? Fatty Zhu blurted out. Rob. Kill and rob. This guy actually dared to sneak attack me. If he falls into my hands, I'll torture him to death. Xiao Han said seriously. Finally, everyone arrived at the entrance of a valley. At the entrance of the valley stood a black stone tablet that was about 10 feet tall. The stone tablet was extremely ancient and crude. It was engraved with a picture of a group of humans fighting to the death with two creatures with flesh wings. Every stroke was terrifying and emitted a fierce murderous aura. It made people not dare to look at it for too long. If they looked at it for too long, their minds would hallucinate and fall into the ancient times, where a group of demons besieged two mutated demon emperors. Crimson clouds exploded, lightning struck the 9 heavens, the destruction of the ancient times, the collapse of the sun and moon, the rolling of runes, the bursts of demonic sounds. All sorts of illusions were enough to make people fall into madness. Xiao Yunrong, who was standing beside Xiao Han, had a lower cultivation realm. She only stared at the stone tablet for a while before her blood and qi churned. Her true qi almost went berserk and she vomited blood. Sword light flashed in Xiao Yunrong's eyes, and she forcefully cut off the negative emotions that invaded her mind. Only then did she calm down a little, but she didn't dare to look at the stone tablet again. Apart from this, the stone tablet was covered in seals that released streaks of light, forming a glazed screen of light. Symbols interweaved, the treasure character flickering, surrounding the entire valley. Streams of faint demonic qi and demonic talismans crashed against the light barrier, stirring up waves of ripples, but they were unable to break through. Looking at the inside of the valley, it was actually dusky, as if chaos had just been born. It was completely incompatible with the clear sky outside the valley. It seemed to be an independent plane, yet it also seemed like the Azura hell. It was filled with an extremely evil demonic aura. The demonic sounds were bleak, and a wave of war intent and resentment seeped out. It seemed to be an ancient battlefield, and one could even faintly hear miserable cries. There was also the sound of the collision between the true qi divine art and the demon art that could destroy heaven and earth. This was sex. It was also the core battlefield where the chivalrous heroes fought against the two mutated demon emperors. Stone steel suppressing demonic qi. The examination venue is just ahead. You can enter in batches. The entrance to the valley is narrow, so it won't allow you to swarm in, Chin Fading Wine said with a strange smile. All right, the second round of the examination begins. Kids, go in and look for the cards. I'll remind you one last time, don't be greedy, and don't get too close to the place where the bodies of the two mutated demon emperors are placed. The demonic qi there is likely to directly crush your souls. Well, go in. The examination begins. At this moment, suddenly, a dignified and handsome young man stepped out. His clothes were as white as snow, and he looked lonely and depressed. His whole body was bathed in a layer of primal chaos palea qi, so people could not even see his true qi cultivation base. Above his head, a huge shadow of an ancient god rushed out, holding a heavenly halberd. It pointed to the sky and stomped on the ground, destroying the universe. This young man was from the chivalrous hero's domain. Listen up, all of you. That red card belongs to the contestants from the chivalrous hero's domain. Anyone who dares to touch it will be killed without mercy. After saying that, his body moved, and he directly jumped into the valley. As soon as he entered the valley, his whole body seemed to be swallowed by the dusky demonic qi, and he disappeared without a trace. Humph! Another young man from the chivalrous hero's domain glared at the other contestants. His eyes were extremely noble, as if he was a noble in the secular world inspecting the local farmers in the countryside. He was full of superiority and said indifferently, "Remember what my senior brother just said. The most precious red card is not something that you people can touch. It must belong to the contestants from the chivalrous hero's domain. There is no doubt about that." After saying that, he also entered the valley. The first batch to enter the valley was the 100 contestants selected by the chivalrous hero's domain. Damn it! The young generation from the chivalrous hero's domain seems to be born to be superior to others. They are too strong. They are nothing. There are only 100 people from the chivalrous hero's domain, and we have thousands of people in the great wilderness. If they really fight, they will die without a burial place. Let's go, let's enter the valley quickly, or the contestants from the chivalrous hero's domain will get the card first. Groups of contestants rushed into the valley, trying to outdo each other. Boss Xiao, the contestants from the chivalrous hero's domain are too arrogant. They actually want to directly take the only red card for themselves. What a big appetite. It seems that whoever dares to compete with them will violate the law and will be executed. Fatty Zhu's face was full of resentment. Xiao Han was a little absent-minded. At this moment, standing at the entrance of the valley, the demon egg in Xiao Han's heart and the demon Thearka's palm tattoo on his left arm actually started to throb slightly, transmitting some information to Xiao Han. It can't be? The demon egg and the demon Thearka's palm tattoo actually have a reaction. Could it be that there are still living demon creatures in this valley? This is strange. Xiao Han was stunned. Let's go, Xiao Han. We should also enter. Mo Qingtong's voice immediately woke Xiao Han up from his deep thoughts. N. Xiao Han nodded. Everyone, walk together. It is very dangerous inside. Don't get separated. Xiao Han and his companions also entered the valley. Their figures were instantly engulfed by the grey demon aura in the valley. Keep an eye on those dregs. A group of men and women from the great wilderness rushed up from behind. The leader was Wan Yengu, and beside him was the bald Ada. Meng Tari, you are in charge of tracking their aura. Wan Yengu waved his hand. A short man from the great wilderness with a protruding mouth and monkey cheeks walked up from behind. He had a strange appearance, and his nose was very sharp and long. The short man twitched his nose a few times and nodded slightly. Wan Yengu, I have caught the aura of those fools. They can't escape. All right. We will follow behind that group of dregs. How about this? We will play with them first. If they find the card, we will snatch it. We will torture the 2 men to death, and we will enjoy the 3 women in turns. We can tame them into female slaves. Wan Yengu sneered continuously. His pale golden eyes flashed with the shadow of a 6-armed barbaric dragon. We must capture that young man who talked back and insulted us. We must crush every single one of his bones, dig out his heart and lungs, and eat them raw. Only then can we vent our hatred. The bald Ada stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. Let's go. Under Wan Yengu's command, a group of men and women from the great wilderness rushed into the valley. The long-nosed Meng Tari was like the fiercest and most sensitive hunting dog. He kept twitching his nose and sniffing in all directions. Cheng Feng, let's follow them. Li Ziki also took a step forward. That Xiao Han has many trump cards. If we kill him, we might be able to get some unexpected treasures from his true acupoints. That's what I was thinking. It's best if Xiao Han and Wan Yengu fight it out with each other. Both sides will be injured, and we will reap the benefits. Ha ha ha, let's go. Cheng Feng laughed sinisterly. The 2 of them led dozens of followers into the valley. Soon, all the participants entered the valley filled with demonic aura. Hee hee. Chen Fading Wind crossed his arms and remained calm. I say, Chen Fading Wind, tell me, how many cards did you hide in the valley? Crippled old man came over and asked. 5,000. Not one more, not one less, Chen Fading Wind said innocently. Why, crippled old man, are you doubting my character? You've lost your character a long time ago. All right, do you think I don't know your character? Tell me the truth. How many cards did you put in? Crippled old man snorted. Ha ha ha. Chen Fading Wind laughed loudly. Crippled old man, you really know me well. All right, I'll tell you the truth. I don't have 5,000 cards. I only put in 4,000. Ruthless, you're too ruthless. In other words, only 4,000 people can enter the 3rd round. Crippled old man clicked his tongue. You tricked them with that red card, didn't you? I do have the red card, but they won't be able to get it because I put it on the bodies of 2 mutated demon emperors. Ha ha ha. Chen Fading Wind laughed happily. They won't be able to get close. Moreover, you hid one thing from them. Crippled old man also laughed. In that valley, not only are there demonic plants irrigated by the ancient demonic blood, but there are also demonic beasts that have evolved after consuming the ancient demonic blood. These demonic beasts are extremely terrifying. Like the demonic beasts, they can devour the brains of humans and transform into humans, inheriting the memories and thoughts of humans. These little guys are going to have a lot of fun. I wonder how many of them will survive. It's already a joyous occasion for 4,000 people to pass the assessment and enter the third round. But those who can survive will definitely be the elites of the elites. In the future, when they grow up, they will be able to hold their own and kill the demonic beasts as if they were nothing. Chen Fading Wind said with certainty. The difficulty of this selection is really too high. As the chief examiner, I'm very sure that the difficulty is far higher than any of the previous elections. Crippled Old Man sighed. What do you think of the quality of this batch of young people? Overall, they're not bad, Chen Fading Wind said seriously. A portion of them are geniuses with limitless futures. Heh. There are also a few interesting little guys who have the demonic beast's techniques. And I noticed that too. Moreover, there's more than one little guy who has the demonic beast's techniques. Crippled Old Man nodded. But that's nothing. You, Chen Fading Wind, have mastered a demonic beast's technique. That's what you comprehended after drinking demonic blood for a long period of time, right? Tiske, you big pervert. Demonic Hero Tower. Level 29. In a spotless hall. So the second examination area is that legendary chamber. Crow Old Man frowned deeply. I've heard that in ancient times, a group of demonic heroes killed 2 mutated demon emperors. Moreover, the corpses of the 2 mutated demon emperors, along with the battlefield, were moved to the demonic hero domain. Now, if I'm not wrong, that island is that ancient battlefield. The stone tablet sealed the corpses of the 2 mutated demon emperors. It's an extremely dangerous demonic domain. Brother Crow, look. Chen Fading Wind and Crippled Old Man are whispering to each other. The two of them seem to have ulterior motives. They're both old antiques with a belly full of evil tricks. I'm afraid that thousands of participants will die in the second round. Heavenly Devil Old Man stared at the image in the gem and saw Chen Fading Wind and Crippled Old Man talking with their arms around each other's shoulders. However, he couldn't hear what they were talking about. There doesn't seem to be any demon eye stones in that chamber filled with demonic aura. That's why we can't see the specific image of the second round. I hope that junior brother Xiao Han and junior sister Huayang can turn misfortune into fortune and pass the second round. Xiao Mingchu's face was full of worry. Inside the chamber. As soon as Xiao Han and the others entered the chamber, they were obscured by the gray demonic aura. The visibility around them was extremely low. Moreover, once they entered the chamber, they felt that the space inside was extremely huge. It was as if there was no end to it. The thick demonic aura formed a huge obstacle that almost froze the space, making it difficult for people to walk freely inside. In the depths of the space, faint roars and demonic roars could be heard. The demonic sounds seeped into people's minds, making them feel very uncomfortable. Oh no! Xiao Han, in this chamber, I'm being disturbed by the demonic aura. The circulation of my true qi has slowed down a lot, Mo Qingtong said in surprise. Fatty Zhu, Huayang, and Xiao Yunrong also cried out in fear. Our combat strength can't be fully used in this place. It's being restricted. Yes, I feel it too. I can only use 70 to 80% of my combat strength. Moreover, not only is my true qi stagnant and obstructed, even my flesh shell can't be used to its fullest. Xiao Han also felt it. He activated the indestructible golden body and golden light shot out in all directions. However, this golden light was constantly distorted and corroded in the demonic aura. Even his flesh shell was suppressed a little. Where are the other contestants who entered this place? Why isn't there a single person? Fatty Zhu looked around. Xiao Han threw out a punch, and it hit the air. Hazy mist flew everywhere, and suddenly, the entire space caved in slightly. The sound of metal clashing could be heard, and it sounded like a great bell. How strange. Everyone, don't worry about the others. Let's look around and see if we can find a crystal card. It's really difficult. The visibility here is only a few meters. Beyond a few meters, it's dusky and can't be seen. Mo Qingtong said nervously. Everyone, pay attention to your defense. In this kind of environment, it's easy to be sneak attacked. The demonic aura is too gloomy. It's more or less affecting our thoughts and souls. Huowu exclaimed. Immediately,
She released all her true qi and raised her right hand. A small mountain of true qi rolled out and crushed the nearby demonic aura. All of a sudden, the visibility increased greatly, allowing everyone to see the scene within a radius of tens of meters. There were many demonic black plants, flowers, and trees. In addition, there were some ancient ruins, showing the scene of ruins. I saw a black forest 20 meters away, and there seemed to be strange eyes growing on the leaves. It's so scary. Xiao Yunrong pointed. Sure enough, in front of them, there was a black forest that was about 10 feet tall. The trees were very strange. There were some black leaves that looked like banana leaves on the branches. The leaves were inlaid with strange eyes that seemed to be blinking. I can't release my true qi for a long time. It's extremely exhausting. Hua Wu's face turned slightly pale as he quickly withdrew the true qi mountain. The demonic aura surged, causing their visibility to decrease once again. Everyone, don't waste your energy casually. Let's take a step at a time. Let's go and take a look at that black forest. Xiao Han slowly walked through the surging gray demonic aura. It's not so easy to find the crystal card. At this moment, the dormant demon egg in Xiao Han's heart and the tattoo of the demon god's palm on his left arm unexpectedly sent a happy message at the same time. It was as if entering this environment, there was a feeling of a dragon returning to the sea, like a fish in water. Xiao Han's left arm flashed with a faint demonic light. The demonic aura here could no longer bring any discomfort to Xiao Han. Ha! I've adapted to this dangerous environment? Xiao Han's heart stirred. Then he suddenly had a whim. Why don't I try to activate the demon god's palm and take the initiative to absorb the ancient demonic aura here to see if I can gain something? P.S. Readers Communication Group 32***11221. Chapter 173. Xiao Han felt like a fish returning to the water and a dragon returning to the sea in this world filled with monstrous demonic aura. The demon egg in his heart and the tattoo of the demon god's palm on his left arm both sent out throbbing and pleasure. Xiao Han secretly activated the tattoo of the demon god's palm on his left arm. Swish, swish, swish. Shockingly, in this world, strands of demonic aura turned into demonic light and merged into the tattoo of the demon god's palm on Xiao Han's left arm. The endless dried-up demon veins in the demon god's palm began to be nourished and moistened. What? Xiao Han was shocked. As expected, the demon god's palm can absorb these demonic auras. Xiao Han's heart was trembling and throbbing. He quickly sorted out his thoughts. The demon god's palm can't absorb the demonic aura released by the living creatures of the demon clan. However, the life essence and demonic souls of the dead demons will become the supreme nourishment of the demon god's palm. I understand now. I completely understand now. The dense demonic aura in this world is emitted by the corpses of the two mutated demon emperors who died countless years ago. Therefore, the tattoo of the demon god's palm can absorb it unscrupulously. Cool. So cool. Xiao Han was secretly delighted. Huh. Everyone be careful, it's very dangerous here. Xiao Han could not help but reveal a faint smile on his face. He thought to himself, this dangerous place is now a paradise for me. Buzz. A faint demonic light flashed across Xiao Han's left arm. The 101st demon vein had been awakened. They walked slowly and glanced around at the same time, trying to find the star jade card that they needed to pass the test. At the same time, the dormant demon egg in Xiao Han's heart was also slowly rotating, sending a signal to Xiao Han. There seemed to be living creatures of the demon clan hiding in this place. However, Xiao Han remained calm and didn't tell them this strange news. They walked slowly and finally came to a black forest in front of them. There were dozens of trees, and the branches were dotted with a few banana leaf-like leaves. They were very close to the trees. At this moment, they finally saw clearly that there were eyes on the black banana leaf-like leaves. It was extremely terrifying. Ah! These eyes are still blinking. Xiao Yunrong couldn't help exclaiming in a trembling voice. Mo Qingtong was relatively calm. These trees emit demonic aura, and they are mutated species. It's impossible to find such demonic trees outside. The chief examiner once said that the vegetation in this cave was irrigated by demonic blood, and it breeds all kinds of demonic plants. This eyeball is alive?
Fatty Zhu extended his chubby hand and hesitated for a moment before wanting to touch the strange eyeball on the leaf.
Fatty, if you want to die, feel free to touch it. Xiao Han immediately stopped him.
Ah! Fatty Zhu paused for a moment before quickly retracting his hand.
Yes, Boss Xiao. Thank you for reminding me. Fatty made a mistake just now. That's right, you can't touch anything here.
The demonic chi here is so dense that it's scary. However, at this moment, boom! The demon monarch palm tattoo on Xiao Han's left arm emitted a vortex-like suction force. Before Xiao Han could react, dozens of black trees were uprooted by this powerful suction force. In a breath's time, all the trees shattered and turned into strands of demonic light that shot into Xiao Han's left arm.
Wang, wang, wang. An endless amount of demonic light, like rivers running into the sea, gushed over, causing Xiao Han's left arm to look like a strange black hole. The demonic light from all directions was like the Milky Way in the Milky Way, unceasingly coiling around him. It was a magnificent sight. Wang, wang, wang. The 102nd demon meridian awakened. The 103rd demon meridian awakened. The 104th demon meridian awakened. The dried-up demon meridian in the demon monarch palm tattoo on Xiao Han's left arm actually awakened one after another. It was filled with pure glazed demonic power that flowed like thousands of tributaries. Heavens! Not only did the demon monarch palm tattoo on his left arm devour the demonic aura here, it could even devour the demonic trees and turn them into nourishment. Furthermore, the demonic power nourishment brought by the demonic plants was clearly denser than the demonic aura that filled this place. A demonic forest allowed Xiao Han to continuously awaken demon meridians. At this moment, 137 demon meridians were rolling on the demon monarch palm on Xiao Han's left arm. It was filled with vitality. I know. These demonic plants were nurtured by the blood of mutated demon monarchs. Therefore, the demon monarch palm tattoo can absorb as much as it wants. Xiao Han suddenly had an idea. After the demon forest was wiped out by Xiao Han, the visibility of the surroundings suddenly increased, and he could see dozens of meters away. However, Xiao Han's companions were all stunned. Boss Xiao, you. Fatty Zhu's mouth was drooling, and he was extremely shocked. It seems like this demon forest was sucked dry by Boss Xiao, Mo Qingtong also said in shock. Brother Xiao, what's going on? Do you have any treasures on you? After a short moment of shock, Xiao Yunrong and Hua Fan calmed down. Brother Zhu, Miss Mo, don't panic. You're not from the Beacon Fire Empire, so you might not know much about junior brother Xiao Han, Hua Fan said quickly. Back then, junior brother Xiao Han was hunted down crazily because the secret of the demon race was exposed during the Battle of the North Profound Demon Monarch at the Setting Sun Mountain Range. Later on, there were rumors that junior brother Xiao Han obtained the North Profound Demon Monarch crystal, and even comprehended a demonic technique. These rumors spread everywhere in the Beacon Fire Empire, Hua Fan added after a pause. But junior brother Xiao Han is definitely a human. Our sect master is very sure about this. Yes, Yunrong saw Xiao Han collect the North Profound Demon Monarch crystal with her own eyes at the Setting Sun Mountain Range. Xiao Yunrong nodded. Oh. Qingtong has also heard about this. It's said that Brother Xiao is wanted by the Beacon Fire Empire's royal family. Even the entire southern region has sent out a large number of demon heroes to capture Brother Xiao. Among them, the most famous ones are the Emperor of the Blazing Sun Empire and the Dragon Bone Saint Saber. But later, Brother Xiao went silent and disappeared for 2 years, and this sensational matter slowly died down. Mo Qingtong's emotions also calmed down. Brother Xiao, don't worry. We won't pry into your secret. Xiao Han didn't need to hide too much now that things had come to this. After all, Mo Qingtong, Fatty Zhu, and the others were with him at all times. It was impossible for him to hide his secrets perfectly. Of course, the real secret was the demon egg in his heart. No one could see through it for the time being, and Xiao Han wouldn't say it either. After sorting out his thoughts, Xiao Han shrugged. Yes, to be honest, I have some secrets of the demon race. The Emperor of the Great Sun Empire once coveted this secret and chased me thousands of miles away. However, you don't have to doubt that I'm not a demon. That's for sure.
Fatty Zhu nodded heavily. Boss Xiao, how could you be a demon? If you were a demon, our brains would have been sucked dry by you a long time ago. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Fatty Zhu's wretched laughter, Amo Qing Tong, Hua Yang, and Xiao Yunrong couldn't help but smile. Suddenly, Fatty Zhu's laughter stopped abruptly and was replaced by a hair-raising exclamation. Ah, what? What's entangling my feet? Everyone looked down and saw a black tree vine slithering over from an unknown place. Like a snake, it instantly wrapped around Fatty Zhu's feet. Xiao. With a thought from Xiao Han, the tattoo on the left arm of the demon emperor trembled. The black tree vine instantly turned into a demonic light and shot into the tattoo on the left arm of the demon emperor, causing another demonic vein to open up for Xiao Han. All right, there are no cards in this small area. Let's go to other places to take a look. Xiao Han smiled faintly and led everyone forward. Along the way, Xiao Han carefully devoured the demonic aura. When he encountered demonic plants, it was even better. He directly sucked them dry, causing everyone's visibility to increase by a lot. They were always able to maintain a distance of about 10 meters. That's great! Brother Xiao, you can absorb demonic aura and demonic plants. Following by your side has greatly reduced the burden and damage caused by the demonic aura. Our bodies are relaxed and our visibility has greatly increased. If this continues, we will be able to find the cards sooner or later and pass. That's great! Mo Qing Tong cheered. Wait! Xiao Yunrong suddenly screamed, her voice trembling. There's a crystal light flickering in the pile of rubble over there. Xiao Yunrong pointed to a dilapidated wall 10 meters away. In the pile of rubble, there was indeed a faint crystal light shining. Let's go take a look. Everyone rushed over. Xiao Yunrong bent down and was about to lift the rubble to see what was going on. Shockingly, hiss, a black snake several feet long with demonic aura shot out from the rubble. It spat out its tongue and directly pounced towards Xiao Yunrong. Yeah! Xiao Yunrong's hair stood on end and her entire body went numb. She screamed in fear as she was about to be bitten by the demonic snake. Swish! A saber light flashed and the demonic snake was cut into 2 parts. Before the snake's corpse fell to the ground, the demon emperor's palm tattoo on Xiao Han's left arm released a suction force, smashed the snake's corpse into rays of demonic light, and directly absorbed it. Buzz! Another demonic vein was awakened. Well, it's all right. Xiao Han smiled. After thinking for a while, he said, I know. In this land, there are not only demonic plants bred by demonic blood, but also demonic beasts that have absorbed demonic blood. The demonic snake just now is one of them. Xiao Han finally figured out why the demon egg kept rotating slowly, and sent a signal to tell him that there were living demonic creatures here. Didn't your true Qi read the information of these demonic beasts? Xiao Han asked curiously. However, his own true Qi did not read the information of the demonic beasts, but the demon egg did. No, Brother Xiao. Maybe our true Qi realm is still too low, so we can only read the information of ordinary demonic beasts, but not this kind of mutated demonic beasts, Mo Qing Tong replied. Mo Qing Tong replied, and then her beautiful face turned pale. It seems that the danger level of this territory is beyond our expectations. There are actually demonic beasts here. Damn it! The chief examiner only told us that there are demonic plants here, but he didn't say anything about demonic beasts. We have to be more careful, but don't be too nervous. I can predict it. Xiao Han nodded slightly. Immediately, the saber light flashed again, and the pile of rubble was blown away, revealing an amber crystal card. Xiao Yunrong picked it up and looked at it. There was a carving of morning passing wind on the crystal card. Found it! We found a crystal card to pass the test. Xiao Yunrong and Hua Yang shouted at the same time. Well, we only found 1 crystal card among the 5 of us. We still need 4 more. Yunrong, keep this crystal card, and we will continue to search. Xiao Han said with a smile. Under a huge demonic tree that looked like a locust tree, 2 young women were looking around. They were all cute, budding girls, and their true Qi cultivation was not weak. They came from the North region, passed the preliminaries, and obtained a place to participate in the main competition. They could be considered as geniuses. Sister, it's a demonic tree, a plant brewed by demonic aura. The leaves and treetops are all releasing demonic aura. The younger woman said. Well, this area is very strange. Well, let's leave quickly. Senior brother and the others are waiting for us in front. Let's go, don't get separated from the group. The older woman said seriously. Okay. At this moment. Sister, look. Look, what's that? The younger girl suddenly exclaimed. They saw that at a place only 3 or 4 meters away from them, a small animal that looked like a squirrel was lying there obediently. It had black fur, and its eyeballs were slightly red. It looked like a harmless little beast. This is a squirrel? The older woman was stunned, and immediately pulled the younger woman back half a step. How can there be a living thing in such a place? Maybe it's some kind of demon. It doesn't look like it. Sister, look at it, it's so cute. The younger woman laughed. Sister, you're too nervous. Such a small fellow, even if it's a demon, it won't be able to hurt us. We can extinguish it with a raise of our hand. Hee hee. Sister, look, it's acting cute in front of us. Hee hee hee. It's a little interesting. Forget it, let's kill this little squirrel. The older woman said. However, at this moment. Swish. A black demon snake noiselessly shot down from the thick layer of leaves. The two women's attention was completely attracted by the little squirrel, and they were caught off guard. Pooh! The black demonic snake suddenly pierced through the back of the older woman's head. Goo-goo-goo goo-goo-goo. A sound like water being sucked rang out. It gave people goosebumps. The black snake was fiercely sucking her brain. Ah! The woman let out a roar of despair and pain. It was a miserable cry before death. Sister! Sister, what's wrong? The younger woman panicked for a moment and hurriedly went to support the older woman. Suddenly, a demonic light flashed in the scarlet eyes of the little squirrel, and it suddenly leaped over like a bolt of lightning, directly jumping onto the shoulder of the slightly younger woman, and then easily jumping onto her head. Pooh! The little squirrel's mouth protruded a section of canine teeth, directly piercing through the woman's skull. Goo-goo-goo goo-goo-goo. The sound of sucking brain juice rang out. Not long after, the snake and squirrel simultaneously drilled into the two women's heads. The delicate bodies of the two women trembled crazily, as if they were suffering from a stroke. After a dozen breaths, they calmed down. Hee hee. Hee. Sister, the hole on your head is so big, little sister will cover it for you. The younger woman gently stretched out her white hand and tidied up the hair of the older woman, making it into a bun, making it just enough to cover the hole on her head. Hee hee hee, little sister, you too. Big sister will help you fix it. The two of them tidied up their appearance, and the older woman laughed, shaking like a flower. Let's go, little sister, let's go find senior brother and the others. Ha 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 ha. The two women laughed wildly at the same time. That laughter was filled with demonic chi. When they raised their heads, their faces were extremely distorted and sinister. Their eyeballs were scarlet red. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.